Returning to the spiritual home of Snow League, Buttermilk Mountain in stunning Aspen, Colorado. My name's Ed Lee and I'm joined by a man who needs no introduction. We're going to give him one anyway though. Snow League founder and the King Midas of snowboarding. Everything he touches turns to gold. Shawn White. How you doing, Shawn?
I'm great. And like you said, third stop at Aspen. I'm so excited to be here and we got some amazing weather, so today's going to be unreal.
Okay, it's really clear when you built this thing that you wanted to do something different to that traditional half-pipe format.
Yeah.
What makes Snow League so unique?
Look, I wanted to really redefine the way we do the finals for these competitions. And so traditionally, it's just the best run out of three. And I thought, you know, that's been going for so long. Why don't we change it up? And now we do a best 2 out of 3 format, and it's a head-to-head. So these athletes are battling each other, moving on to the next round, all the way to the finish. But it's just played out so well. The athletes love it. It's exciting for the fans. And yeah, it's been great.
A lot of strategy, and it feels like every single one of those matchups is a head-to-head.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we've got a full team around this venue bringing you all of the action today. So let's introduce them, and we'll start with two people. If snowboarding was the Matrix, would be Morpheus and the Oracle. It's T-Bird and Tina Dixon.
And Ed, I'm going to say that you are also a very wise man. And right now we are standing on the side of the half pipe in front of the height meter. If you take a look at it, 25 feet. It is absolutely massive. And T-Bird, you would never think anyone would go that high.
You would never think that unless you were tuning in and seeing the highlights from yesterday. Japan's Kaishu Hirano making Snow League history by touching the top of the height meter. 25-foot first hit backside air. It was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it was definitely an electric moment. And to award that today, Snow League has introduced the Jeep Biggest Air Badge. This goes on the jersey of the athlete. After the first quarterfinal run, whoever has set the record for the highest air, they will hold this, and that will be the record that is chased throughout the competition. But T-Bird, who can we look for today?
It's so hard to choose, but I would say my two favorites looking at the start list for both the men and the women. On the men's side, current Snow League overall points leader Yuto Totsuka, and it won't be a straight air. This kid is capable of touching that 20 to 25 foot mark while spinning. On the women's side, coming out of Spain, Queralt Castellet, consistent amplitude in the half pipe. She could be wearing that badge by the day's end.
Yeah, I like those picks. It truly is unbelievable how big these athletes go, but it is a judge event, so we're going to head over to Connor Manning for more on that.
I'm standing here in the judges booth with 7 of the world's best judges. 1 head judge, 6 scoring judges. They'll be basing their scores off an overall impression system, which means they'll be looking at each rider's difficulty, amplitude, variety, and execution. As the scores come in, we'll drop the highs and the lows. The rest will be averaged for the athlete's score. Now let's throw it out to Nalco.
Thanks, Connor. I'm at the Marriott Bonvoy American Express rooftop deck, where the view of the pipe is absolutely spectacular. Moments from now, the gates are going to open and the fans are going to come flooding in. They're going to pack this place with spectators. The athletes told me they love the energy. They love the vibe. They also love the format, how different this competition is, how creative and strategic they have to be. Olympic gold medalist Yuto Totsuka told me now that he's achieved his Olympic dream, he's so excited to be able to evolve his snowboarding and to see where it can go. And that journey begins with the Snow League here today. He's excited to showcase his very best. And speaking of the very best, let's send it down to Chris Grenier.
Thanks, Naoko. Today is perfect. Primetime conditions, gorgeous half pipe. We can expect to see some big tricks from these athletes today. Now, my picks, the underdogs, the spicy picks. I want to give you a couple names. First, the American Jake Pates is riding with supreme confidence, as well as Sarah Shimizu, who was #1 qualifier. Only 16 years old, so I expect to see some big stuff from Diesel's dogs, my spicy picks. Ed, to you.
Spicy takes indeed, Diesel, but I agree with them. Jake Pates and Sarah Shimizu. Yeah. Shawn, I know your crystal ball's in full working order, though. You picked Yuto for the win here in Aspen last year, and then Yuto for the gold. Maybe a little bit undercover at the Olympics. Yeah. Who do you fancy for the men's here today?
I mean, with Yumu not making finals, I really feel like, obviously, Yuto's the favorite to win. But I got to say, Cam Melville Eyes from New Zealand, he has the tricks. He didn't really put down, I think, what he wanted at the Olympics. And if he does it here, it's going to be a challenging run to beat. And then for the women's, I would agree with the team. Definitely Sarah. She's, what, 16? Yep. She's crushing it. And I think she's going to put down some amazing runs. So we'll see. Big day.
Okay, I can see everyone rushing out to the bookmakers right right now. We've got the quarterfinals coming up very shortly. The top two in the world, Sena Tomita versus Mitsuki Ono. We'll be back right after the break here at Snow League, brought to you by Jeep. There is only one.
For decades, the world's best in the halfpipe have pushed it to the limit. And no one has defined the sport more than Shaun White. His vision, his legacy, his drive, it all leads here. Welcome to the Snow League. 4 global events to crown one world champion. Today, the Snow League returns to Aspen for Event 3 of the inaugural season, where the championship standings are taking shape. The Japanese have dominated both the men's and women's fields, but the Americans loom, poised on home soil and ready to narrow the divide. Here, rivalries come to a head. One last opportunity to settle scores and stake a claim before the final event in LAAX. This is the Snow League.
The sun is out, the energy is high, and the strategies are being formulated. This is the Snow League, event number 3. Welcome to beautiful Aspen, Colorado. We are going to get underway with the women's quarterfinals, but let's take a look at the championship standings as it stands. Right now, Sena Tomita is in the lead, but only by 10 points because Mitsuki Ono is following very closely. Gaon, Choi, Patty Zhou, and Maddie Mastro will be trying to make a move up the leaderboard here in Aspen, Colorado. All right, well, let's take a look at the brackets. They have been set. Qualifiers were yesterday, and take a look at these matchups. There are some good ones, especially with that first one. It is the veteran Kuralt Castellet going up against Rise Kudo, Rookie Tomita, and Maddie Mastro, Sena Tomita, and Mitsuki Ono. That's going to be a defining one, and Brooke DeHaan, Sarah Shimizu. Welcome, everybody. Again, I am Tina Dixon, joined alongside Tom Monterosso, a.k.a. T-Bird, and our judge analyst, Connor Manning. And we're going to kick things off, go to the top of the pipe with Kuralt Castellet. So 36 years old. Look at this matchup, though. But I'm going to say it's the veteran against the rising star. Kuralt is 36. Rise, 16 years old, part of that really strong Japanese team. But this is Kuralt's opportunity to make a statement.
And a big thing to note here is the format from yesterday's qualifiers, totally different. It's now head-to-head. It's a strategy game. It's a mental game as much as it is a physical one.
Yeah, and one new thing coming out of qualifiers as well, their riders are going to have to do runs from either side of the pipe. They are not going to be able to just do one run against them the whole time. They're going to be dropping from either side of the pipe, so we get ready for Q to drop in.
Kuralt Castellet, the goofy putter, kicking things off with a frontside alley-oop and clipping the lip of the pipe on the way down. And this right here is where the strategy comes into play, right, Connor?
It is where the strategy comes into play, because now we've got Rise Kudo, who just saw Kuralt go down. She knows her score is going to be lower. She can drop into her weaker side wall and drop that run first.
100%. That's a really good point. So how it works, each rider takes one run. They wait, and then the scores are posted. Whoever wins that heat, they go back up, they do it again, so it's the best 2 out of 3, but this is a really big mistake for Kuralt, especially out of the gate. Now the pressure is on for her to win those next 2 heats.
Yeah, as we see Kuralt take off, they're not able to lock into the grab, just floating a little bit over the deck and catching the deck as she comes back in. One thing, too, that these riders got to take into strategy is you can get as many points as possible. If you fall on that first hit, keep doing tricks as you get down through the pipe, because you never know what the rider behind you is going to do.
Absolutely. And there's a championship on the line. Remember, only 2 more events left. We've already done 2. So these championship points are becoming more valuable than ever. Okay, Rise Kudo, 16 years old. At just 11 years old, she became the youngest member of the Japanese national team. So really coming on strong at a young age.
16 years old, dropping into her backside wall. Rise Kudo kicking off her first run with a backside 540. Into the front side 540, so putting the first 2 hits down to her feet. Backside air, you see that height meter graphic, keep an eye on that. It's something the judges are absolutely considering throughout the day. There's a switch frontside inverted 720, so a clean run from Rise Kudo, currently sitting in 7th place overall in the rankings.
Yeah, you can see Rise there on her run, taking it mellow, kind of doing more of a practice run. She knew to win this first run battle, all she had to do was put it to her feet all the way down.
Exactly. How much of that, Connor, do you think is her saying, okay, Keralt went down on her first run, I'm going to kind of take it easy and put a good score on the board?
Yeah, definitely. That's full on what she was thinking. And as she drops into, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint throughout the day. There could be upwards of 12 runs per athlete as they drop into the pipe. So conserving that energy for later rounds, definitely a good strategy there for Rise Kudo.
So the athletes will be at the bottom of the half pipe. Scores will be posted soon, but it was clear Rise Kudo will take that first run battle and go back up, and the pressure will be on the 36-year-old from Spain. Heat number 2. Look at this, Maddie Mastro going up against Rookie Tamita, and I think there's a lot to be said here with this quarterfinal matchup. Maddie came out with that first event, posted a good result, but not necessarily the best result that she wanted. She's coming into this, I'd say, with a lot of redemption. She's been injured throughout the season. And talking to her earlier, she's like, I'm in a good headspace. I want to have a lot of fun. And when she's in that headspace of having a lot of fun, she's tough to beat.
And Maddie's in a very interesting position here, currently sitting 5th in the overall Snow League rankings. However, 4th and 3rd, right above her, Patty Jo and Gaon Choi are not here. So right now, Maddie Mastro is currently sitting on 90 overall points. She can jump up in this heat.
Yes,
for sure.
exactly. So this is a great opportunity for Maddie Mastro. But first of all, she's got to get through this quarterfinals. And her competitor, her opponent in this quarterfinals, Rookie Tamita. Out of Japan, she was an Olympian in 2022. She's the younger sister of Senna Tamita.
Taking a lot of speed into that first hit, starting things off with a frontside 7 and going down, landing just a little bit flat. As you can see, weather and conditions will be a factor today. The right wall of the pipe, of the half pipe, is in the shade. The left is in the sun. That will change throughout the day, and the riders are going to have to compensate for those changing conditions.
Yeah, that wall in the sun will slowly degrade, get a little bit softer and softer, and that really affects how the athletes take off that wall, how much pressure you put on, how much pop you have. So keep an eye on that throughout the competition.
Let's see where it went wrong here.
Looked
Little
like
under-rotated, possibly.
Popped a little bit too hard into the flat bottom, and that's just such a big impact. Those walls are 22 feet plus. You see she lands on the lower part of the wall and just not able to hold the compression through the transition.
So Rookie Tamita will just wait at the bottom of the half pipe right now as we go back to the top and kick things off with Maddie Mastro.
Patience, back foot, patience. Keep looking.
Yeah. Jump up when you want it.
Build, chest up. Good?
Getting centered.
I can do this. I trust myself. I can do this. Go all the way, have your fun.
And I think this first hit is going to say a lot, T-Bird.
What I'm very interested to see is Maddie Mastro going to do the double crippler on the first hit?
Stomp. One hit at a time, one trick at a time. My tricks, my run. I can do this. I can do this. Pull the trick if I want to. I pull the trick. Patience, snap, keep looking. My fucking tricks.
Have fun.
And
It's just
keep
snowboarding.
an eye on this first
Do
trick
it.
for Maddie.
After you're happy in the front seat.
I think it's going to be the double crippler. Nope, she's going to keep it single crippler. Okay, so putting it to her feet. Into the backside 900, just gets it around. Into the front side 540. This run is shaping up very nicely for Maddie Mastro. She knows the door is open. Backside 540 into the front side 720. What's it going to be here at the bottom? The hawk and flip. Maddie Mastro puts it to her feet, and the crowd knows it.
And it is going to be a confidence booster, absolutely, with that first run.
Yeah, Maddie there with her run, taking it easy. We didn't see the double crippler at the top, but that's part of strategy and what we were talking about earlier. It's a long day. Conserve that energy, save those tricks until you need them. And this is where it'll swap in the next rep, so she won't have the benefit of dropping second and seeing what Rookie does. She'll have to drop first, and then Rookie will have the benefit.
Exactly. As we check out the replay here, kind of missing that grab just a little bit on that backside 900, but puts it to her feet. That is veteran status right there. When things go wrong, knowing how to ride it out.
One of the things for the viewers out there too, if you look at the bottom right part of the screen, you'll see what the tricks are. Anytime that's green, it's very good for the riders. The execution is that first one, and then the amplitude is the second one. Anytime it's gray, that's kind of average, and anytime it's in the red, that's lower or subpar.
Yeah, I love it that they can break it down. We can see the names of the tricks, actually, how high they go, and the reaction from her judge up top is a positive one. And Mastro will take that first run battle. Oh, and this quarterfinal matchup. Could you ever predict who is going to win this matchup? Because these competitors right here, Senna Tamita is holding down the lead right now in the overall championship, but Mitsuki Ono has been phenomenal recently. She just won an Olympic bronze medal. She's coming into this with a lot of momentum. Two very talented competitors.
100%. And, you know, right now, the winner of this has the clear overall advantage heading into our fourth and final event in LAAX, Switzerland. So much on the line. You see that yellow patch on Senna Tamita's vest right there that says leader. She is the overall Snow League rankings leader. Senna Tamita coming in hot, starting things off with a huge frontside 900 into the backside 540. Frontside 720, putting it down. And I think here we're going to see the cab 720. Indeed we are. How will Senna Tamita end her run? Going for frontside 1080, so slamming the gavel down in run one is Senna Tamita.
Well, and she needed to do that because she knows that Mitsuki Ono can beat her. So throwing out a good run, showing us the consistency that we know her for.
Yeah, very solid run there for Senna Tamita. Starts it off with the frontside 900, gets the grab. That's the execution the judges are looking for. Difficulty of the trick is up there as well. Keeping good amplitude all the way down the pipe as we see the switch frontside 720, locks into the grab on the frontside edge, and then finishes it out with this very difficult frontside 1080. Comes up a little bit short on the landing, lands a little on the deck, so maybe a hit right there from the judges, but overall a really good run there for Senna Tamita.
You see grabbing the tip and tail, right, Connor? That plays into the judging where you grab your snowboard. If you're always grabbing between your bindings, you're going to get docked for that. You got to kind of venture outside the comfort zone.
Yeah, that's the variety portion that the judges are looking at. How many different ways you spin, where you grab your board differently. If you can switch it up on every single trick, that will bump that variety score in the judges' minds.
Yeah, and especially here at Snow League, every little grab, every little landing makes a huge difference. And now it is Mitsuki Ono's turn to answer back to what Senna Tamita just did. Mitsuki, age 21 years old. She took second place in China, and again, had a phenomenal performance just a little over a week ago in Livigno, Italy, walking away with that Olympic bronze medal.
And the interesting thing about this new Snow League format also is right now, Mitski doesn't know what Senna's score is at. She has to kind of ballpark it in her head and adjust her run accordingly. So Mitski Ono coming into her backside wall, starting things off with a big backside air. Into the front side 900. Big backside 540. Will we see some of these bigger spins? Frontside 720. Into the cap 900. Mitski Ono. So, Connor, a very different run, similar amplitude, but very different from what Senna Tomita put down.
Yeah, with the switch to switch 900 at the bottom, still a very similar difficulty there. It's going to come down. We'll check out the replays for the execution of the tricks. Starting it off a little mellow with that indie grab at the start, so difficulty there. Frontside 900 tail grab though, like you were saying, 9 feet out, gets the tail grab all the way around. Backside 540s grabbed.
Here's my question. Is that backside air going to haunt her?
That might actually haunt her, because we saw Senna Tomita spinning the entire way down. That ups the difficulty on the trick. Just a straight air in the judges' minds. It was executed well. It was done at good amplitude, but it wasn't a very difficult trick. So it's going to be a close one, but I think Senna may take this one.
But also, do you think that is her weaker wall?
That very well could be her weaker wall, and we may see something different on the second runs.
Well, it's in the judges' hands for now, as both Senna Tomita and Mitski Ono look on, waiting for the judges' scores. Connor, as they take their time, you've been in this position before when the judges are in the booth.
Yeah, they are.
What are they doing?
They were trying to make sure they had that on point. So the range of scores is going to go all the way through this entire quarterfinal so they can get the rankings proper. So they have to look at the previous heats runs as well to put the score in where they want it.
Yeah, taking their time to make sure that one was right, but it goes to Tomita as we head up to the top for the quarterfinal matchup number 4. This is Brooke DeHaan out of Canada, up against Sarah Shimizu from Japan. And talking about a young rider, 16 years old, Sarah comes to us as the #1 qualifier. She scored a 93, the highest score that we saw all day yesterday in qualifying. But before we get to her run, we're going to start with Brooke DeHaan. And I'm going to say this 20-year-old, the pressure is on because she needs to be absolutely perfect here.
100%. She's going up head-to-head against an absolute weapon. But currently sitting in 9th overall, Brooke DeHaan dropping in to her backside wall. Huge backside air. That was up around the 15-foot mark. Into the front side 900, landing super low on that wall. You see she did lose a little bit of speed. Connor, how important is it to land really high up on that transition every single hit?
Landing up at the top of the transition shows execution to the highest level. It also keeps your speed into those next hits, like you were saying, to keep that amplitude up. The judges are looking for the amplitude not only on the first hit, but all the way down the pipe. If you can increase that amplitude as you come down the pipe, even better for you.
She held on to it, though. That was a really good run from Brooke DeHaan, and she does not have much room, much margin of error, headed up against Sarah Shimizu. Look at that 15-foot plus backside air.
You see the front side 900 there, getting 12 feet out on the front 9, but check this out. Not able to lock into that grab, getting off axis a little bit. Just taps the grab and then has to whip it around. And that throws her a little bit lower down into that transition. You see the hand touch there. Short grab. The execution on that 9, not the greatest, but the amplitude was good. So we'll see what the judges decide to throw this one.
Yeah, we've got to keep in mind also that the Jeep Biggest Air Award is at play. And it comes into play, especially after this first quarterfinals run. So Brooke DeHaan making a statement with that huge backside air. And now Sarah Shimizu will answer back the youngest competitor here at event number 3. This is her first Snow League appearance. She finished 4th at the 2026 Milano Cortina Olympics. An X Games gold medalist back in January in the halfpipe. So an amazing, incredible season for this young athlete.
#1 qualifier, Sarah Shimizu, coming into her front side wall. Big front side 720. Into the cab 720. So back-to-back sevens. There's a front side 900. Into the backside 540. I think she can turn that into a 9, so foot on the brake a little bit. But Connor, like you said, it's a marathon, not a sprint here at Snow League.
And that is definitely Sarah seeing the run that she just saw from Brooke with the instability she had. She knew she had to do a clean run and keep that same difficulty level to just edge out this first run. So very strategical in how she's riding the pipe. We know she's got the 9, we know she's got a 10. Keeping that in the bag, wait until she needs it.
But it was still packed full of difficulty.
Exactly.
Check this out right there. Front side 720, getting inverted, holding the grab all the way around. Mirror image right there. Shorter grab on the switch 7, but the front side 900, grabbing tail, way out on the tip of the board. Backside 540 gets the grab. So very technical run here for Sarah. Not the most difficult, but she gets the execution on all the tricks, lands properly.
And you see there, look at where are her eyes right now. I mean, the air awareness of these athletes, always knowing where they are when the consequences are so high, is just mind-blowing to me.
Another thing the judges are looking for too, T-Bird, is how quiet the body is across the flat bottom. It's not just how the rider or athletes are in the air, it's how they ride across that flat bottom. If you're quiet, you're pumping the transition, that counts in the execution of the run as well.
And she makes everything look effortless. Again, her first Snow League appearance out here, and she will take that first battle with a 73.7. But look at Brooke DeHaant's score, a 65. So she's right up there. She's
right there
in the conversation.
And Brooke DeHaant is another rider. If she can get out of this round, she's currently sitting 9th overall. She can make some moves up that overall leaderboard.
Yeah, remember, keep in mind that overall championship, the points are really important, especially at this stage of the championship. Rise Kudo, 16 years old, now takes to the pipe for her second run here in quarterfinal #1. Coming to us from Sapporo, Japan, up there on Hokkaido. If you want to get some powder, you know where to go.
Rise Kudo kicking things off. Front side 900, that was huge. Into the backside 9, so back-to-back 9s to kick off her second run. Into the front side 720, into the cab 720. This is an incredible run from Rise Kudo with an inverted front side 5. I'm going to go ahead and venture to say that might be her stronger wall, starting things off on her front side wall.
I think you're correct on that one. A few instabilities in the run, but overall great run for Rise Kudo. She dropped the amplitude a little bit in the middle of the run, kind of under rotated on the backside 9. It'll be the second hit we see here. Solid frontside 9, gets that backside grab. This is one of the things that judges are looking at too. Can you land on that edge and continue across the flat bottom into the next hit, as we see her wind up for the backside 9, and ooh, just missing the grab there, under rotated. And that's where she loses speed.
And look at how much more snow is flying on the sunny wall, right? That edge is digging into that snow that's softening up and getting a little bit slushier, and that will be a factor throughout the day.
Oh, I love the style on that.
Yeah, and the tweak. And those tweaks and those style tricks are considered in the judges' score in execution. If you can do a trick and execute it perfectly, you can make it your own and put that style on it.
And now the pressure is on for the 36-year-old Carat Castellet. She had a fall on that first hit. She absolutely needs to land this run if she wants to push it to 3. But talk about experience. 6-time Olympian.
Unbelievable. Feet to the fire. Carat Castellet has to bring the heat. Huge frontside 540. Carat, known for her amplitude. Massive alley-oop 3. To the switchback 3. Setting up to spin backside. Going backside 900. Oh yeah, Carat's got the memo. She knows she needs to bring it, ending it with a frontside 900. That run was sick.
I think she even surprised herself with that one.
Connor, when I look at that run, and we will see the replay, the first word that comes to mind is technicality. The second is variety.
Very technical and a bunch of variety in there as well. We see her do the front side 540 to start things off, and this is where she starts to play with that variety, doing spins to switch backside spins, the alley-oop, spinning back up the pipe. It's so hard to spin back up the pipe, keep that speed into the next wall, looking for the landing.
And it's so blind, those alley-oops. It's blind nearly the entire way.
And that backside 360 there, another blind landing. She gets the backside 900. Lands it a little bit cleaner into the front side 900. So those combo tricks right there for Corral at the bottom of the pipe will score well with the judges. We might be going to 3 on this one.
Yeah.
We might be. Either way, no matter what the result is, I think it's going to take a minute for the score to come in. I think the judges have a lot to consider here.
You are correct on that one.
Well, she had just a little bit of everything, as you pointed out, Connor. Like everything, the alley-oops, the switch. Whoa.
That right there is the youngest in the competition on the left and the oldest on the right. That is the definition of the vet and the rookie. What will be the result?
So a 20-year difference between these two athletes. It's incredible as they stand down at the bottom. The rising star, Rise Kudo, and the experienced 6-time Olympian, Corral Castellet. And this is the moment. Oh, and it goes to Rise Kudo, and she will take that first matchup here in the quarterfinals. What do you think of that, Connor?
I think it came down to, in the judges' minds, maybe amplitude. Rise going a little bit bigger. She was a little bit short on the 9, but that was the only instability she had in the run. Whereas Corral, with a little bit lower amplitude, she's got the same tricks, but a little bit less difficulty in the lower spins. So I think that's where Rise was able to take Corral.
Either way, a great run that she put together there. And now it's Maddie Mastro's turn to lock this down, lock in her spot in the semifinal.
Let's take it down, get through the days. Method, front 5, back 9, front 7, cab 7, crippler. Patience.
We just heard a run.
Yeah, she's mixing things up here.
Just calling it for you, Tabor.
One hit at a time, one trick at a time.
Again, getting centered and just taking in the moment.
I can do this. I got this. Have fun.
Well, the question is, can Maddie Mastro, after walking through the door, Mookie Tomita left open, can she close the door? Big backside air into the front side of 540. She called it. Can she land it? Backside 900 into the front side at 720. Will we see the cab 9? She's going to keep it hawk and flip. And the crippler, so mixing it up a little bit. Haven't seen Maddie do that run in a minute, and man, that was smooth.
It's one of the things here at Snow League that forces the riders to hit that different wall to start out and throws you into a completely different run. So Maddie showing that she's got 2 full runs in this pipe.
Oh, how? Oh, I dropped first. That's what you said. She still has to go. I'm so confused by this. She has to go now. Okay. I'm like, where is she?
A new format, head-to-head, a little bit different than what we see in other contests. Athletes trying to figure it out.
There's Maddie with Ryan Walkendorfer. Saw him ride incredibly well yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't make it as we check out the replay here of Maddie Mastro.
Yeah, again, the 5-to-5 or 540 at the top. Here's the hawk and flip there. Look at getting the grab all the way around, spots the landing. Puts it down to the top of that transition. One more hit here, 6 hits in the pipe as well. Another thing, being able to keep your amplitude and get 6 hits in the pipe shows the judge your use of pipe is very solid. So Maddie gonna come in with a pretty high score there for that run.
All right, so Mastro's job is done for now.
I mean, yeah, just the suspense of not knowing the score after the run.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You want that satisfaction of like, okay, how did I do? Come on, you guys. Let me know. Let me know.
Really puts the riders and the audience and the announcers in the pressure cooker.
And especially the athlete at the top, Ruki Tomita, going, okay, wait, do I do my hardest here? How do I do this? How do I formulate this run?
While also being forced to drop on the opposing wall of the run you just took.
But I love it, and we heard Shawn talk about that earlier, just challenging these athletes, giving them something else to look at when they approach contests. So Mastro won the first run. She's the current leader. So if Ruki Tomita wants to go to 3, she's got to land it here.
Ruki Tomita, run 2, backside 900, keeping it on her feet into the front side 720, into the cab 7, so a 9 and back-to-back 7s. There's the front side 9, that was huge, and the big backside air, so definitely answering back to Maddie Mastro on run 2.
That was well played.
Well played by Ruki for sure, with the 2 900s at the top and the bottom of her run, getting the difficulty up in the run. We'll take a look at this first backside. She had a little bit of an issue on the landing low, but she gets the grab and rides away. You can see here she lands on the heel side edge and then transfers over to the toe side edge. Those are the small little minutiae the judges are looking at this level of snowboarding.
And when you're at this level of snowboarding, that's the margin of error. It's centimeters at a time from hit to hit. Okay, here's something interesting about that run is she seemingly hit one of those Mario Kart yellow arrows in the middle of the pipe. It was her second to last hit, was her biggest hit.
Yeah, she was building speed throughout.
Ruki also able to get 6 hits in the pipe, so that kind of negates the fact that Maddie got 6 hits there. It'll be all down to the tricks and execution.
It's interesting, yeah, the two competitors that both can get those 6 hits in. Maddie's pointing at Ruki, saying that she won that. She's like, yeah. But the judges are giving it to Mastro.
And I think that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, just a little bit of instability on that execution at this level. We saw Maddie come down with a very clean, well-executed run. After the first 2 stops, the judges got together with the athletes and tried to talk to them about what they thought they really wanted the scores to focus on, and execution was one of them.
Yeah, all right, well, let's head down to Nauko.
Maddie, you said you're already building out your 3rd run because you thought Ruki won that round?
Yeah, that was a really solid one from her. It was impressive to see her come under pressure and put one down. So I was like, oh my God, I got to get my stuff together for run 3 now.
Well, now you can relax a bit. Listen, yesterday you put down a heater in qualifying double crippler. Today, the first run you played it clean, but kind of safe, yeah?
Yeah, we have a long day ahead of us. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I have a long day ahead of me with a lot of snowboarding to do. So I like to start kind of building a solid foundation and build a nice strong foundation and build off that and not tire myself out too quickly here.
All right, good luck here in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ruki. That was really fun.
A couple things I love about that interview. A, the smile that's on her face. B, the camaraderie between her and Ruki and the respect that she had for her opponent and her competitor and recognizing talent. And then also just that strategy of building throughout the rest of the day. Back up to the top, Senna Tomita, who is the current leader of this matchup number 3. Probably the most heated matchup so far against Mitsuki Ono. Senna Tomita, age 26. She won event 1.
Yeah, so far we've had 2 matchups here on day 2 and 2 eliminations. Will we see another, or will it go to a tiebreaker? 3rd and final run. That is up to Senna Tomita, as she's going to be forced to drop into her backside wall to start her 2nd run. Big backside air from Senna Tomita. Frontside 10, and she goes down, and and she knows it. Hands on the head. She just opened the door for Mitsuki Ono.
100%. But what I noticed is she's putting that 1080, she's moving it up the pipe. So she knows this is what's so great. She knows the skill sets and the ability of Mitsuki Ono. So she's like, I gotta lock this down. I gotta change up my run here.
Drops into the frontside 10. You see her reaching for that tail grab, not quite getting it. And as she comes down around a little bit, under rotated, needs to get that board under her feet to ride straight out.
And right there, you see the heel edge give out. That wall is very icy. It will remain icy for most of the day, while the opposing wall is only going to get warmer, a little bit slushier. So that's going to be the contradiction in conditions that these athletes are going to have to deal with throughout the day.
All right, well, Mitsuki Ono now, the door has been open. She just needs to walk through it right now. Again, Tomita's the current leader, but with that fall, Mitsuki Ono needs to drop in, just keep it together.
And this is the advantage of dropping second if you have the lower score in the first run, is you get to see exactly what your competitor has done. As Mitsuki Ono starts things off with a frontside 900 into a backside 540. So she's going full foot on the gas. Frontside 720 into the cab 720. All she's got to do is stay on her feet. Frontside 5, little bobble there. Don't think that's going to matter, Connor.
Not going to matter too much at all with the fall at the top for Sena Tomita. So Mitsuki Ono, we talked about her first run maybe being on her harder side, dropping into that backside wall. She drops into the front side wall for the second run, able to put down a run. She goes for the 5 at the bottom. I think she's got a 1080 there. As you can see the tail grab there, grabbing all the way out on the tip of the board, frontside 900. See the edge change right there, so smooth, right across the flat bottom.
Yeah, it's those tiny little intricacies that really only the slow-mo replay can highlight, how quick they go edge to edge in that flat bottom to keep their amplitude.
Able to get the double grab, adding difficulty and execution to that 720. Grab on the 720, so a very solid run there for Mitsuki Ono.
What I love too is her first run, we talked about it. It was probably her weaker wall. And so she played the she played this competition. Like, there is a strat, it's not just the best of 3 runs.
And then when it gets to a third run, if we do go there, which I would imagine we're going to,
yeah,
you can drop in on your best wall no matter what. Once you've dropped in from both walls, the third run goes on to whatever wall you'd like to drop in on.
And we're going to 3 for the quarterfinal matchup number 3. But now, for quarterfinal matchup number 4, Sarah Shimizu, the #1 qualifier against Brooke DeHaan. Sarah will drop in first and set the tone here. But the points, what I noticed, I thought Sarah Shimizu's points would be higher. I thought the gap would be bigger, and it's not. So Brooke DeHaan still has an opportunity here. But Sarah Shimizu, she's going to want to lock it down and just put together a high-scoring run here.
And Sarah's one of those riders that you can see it season after season in competitive snowboarding. She's just building momentum from event to event right now. Huge Dylan roll right there. Into the front side 720. She's going to go cab 720. Look at that height meter, nearly 11 feet out. Front side 900. Into the backside 900. That was a burner of a run from Sarah Shimizu.
Sarah putting that one down. That is really going to put the pressure on Brooke DeHaan. Brooke's got the amplitude on her side, but Sarah went a little bit bigger than she did in her first run on that second run. And the 9-to-9 combo at the bottom of the run is just so difficult. One of the more difficult combos we're seeing out here. The judges will reward that. Execution on the tricks, getting the grabs, getting good amplitude. Just watch how quiet she is through the flat bottom.
Yeah, not a single movement. It's just the metal edge of her snowboard ripping through that flat bottom every time.
Yeah, she just cruises through this half pipe with some of the most difficult tricks. But what I've loved too about Snow League is seeing these athletes put together new combinations. I'm so used to seeing the same run over and over again, and now I get to see such a wider skill set from these athletes.
Well, and that's how you progress a sport, right?
100%.
Is gently force the riders a little bit outside of their comfort zone, and they will always adapt because they're elite athletes.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that Shawn really wanted to do with this format. The head-to-head format. Sarah Shimizu is in the lead right now. Will she secure it with that run? Well, if Brooke had anything to say about it, she wants to go to 3. But before she drops in, we have the announcement that she had the current highest air, over 14 feet. So she's got the biggest air. She set the record that will be held throughout the day, and the athletes will be chasing that record. Brooke DeHaan, 20 years old, out of Calgary, Alberta.
Brooke DeHaan starting off her second run. What does she have in store? Huge frontside 900. The compression on that from landing a little low on the wall into the backside 5. But she holds it together. Frontside 720. Into the hawk and flip. That was such an interesting access of spin. The way she initiated that, that was really sick.
Yeah, one of the most unique tricks you'll see out here in the women's pipe competition from Brooke DeHaan there. I think that was a little bit low on the execution score there with Brooke on frontside 9 on the first hit, landing low again, able to hold on, but with Sarah being so clean. Take a look at this right here.
I mean, the amplitude was there, though. All the ingredients were there. It's just going to come down to the finite details.
She just has a hard time getting to the grab. She gets it for a short while, has to whip around, and just look how low she lands, able to squat it out. Backside 540 gets the grab. Good execution on that one, but just watch as she comes through the flat bottom after this. You see Sarah come through on her edge. Brooke kind of throws a little check right there into that next hit. It's the smallest thing, but it really counts on the execution. There's that inverted 720, almost diving into the pipe wall.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite tricks I've seen thus far.
Air to fakie, getting the melon. So a good full pull there for Brooke, but I don't think with the difficulty in the execution there that she's going to be able to take over Sarah Shimizu for a third run.
Yeah, well, either way, Brooke DeHaan has set the record for the Jeep biggest air, 14 feet 6 inches. That's the score, or that's the height that the athletes will be going for. But it is Sarah Shimizu with a huge score, 87.7, and she still has more in the tank. So she will take that 4th quarterfinal matchup. And let's head down to Nauko.
All right, catching up here is Sarah Shimizu, who makes it through to the semifinals. I guess, first of all, in English, how did you feel about your run today? 今日はどういうお気持ちでランを構成しましたか？
そうですね。今回初めてのスノーリーグで初めてのトーナメント戦で、なんだろう、まあ普段の大会よりかは結構考えてルーティンをやったのが難しかったかなと思います。
It's her first ever Snow League competition, so she kind of approached it with the same way she does all the competitions, and she thought maybe that tactic was a little bit tricky and difficult, but she manages to make it through the semifinals. おめでとうございます。
Thank you.
Oh, well, she's going to be scary when she really truly does figure out this format, because she has a lot of tricks in the bag. So 3 matchups have been set, but we got to go to the top and determine one more with 2 of the best competitors out here, Sena Tomita and Mitsuki Ono. They've both won one, with the 3rd run finally making the difference.
Well, and what more could you ask for? Right now, number 1 versus number 2 in the overall standings.
Yeah. Well, when we looked at that we looked at the start sheet and we looked at this quarterfinal matchup, we knew it was going to be like this. So Sena Tomita will drop first.
Taking a lot of speed into her frontside wall. Will we see the front 10? Frontside 900 into the backside 540. Sena looks like she's setting up for something. Frontside 720 into the cab 7. Will we see the 10 on that icy wall? We will! Frontside 1080 from Sena Tomita. What?
That's the run she was looking for.
Very solid run there from Senna Tomita. The one thing that I would maybe knock on it is the variety of the run. All the spins were down the pipe, one backside spin, the rest were frontside or switch frontside. So her variety not very high, trick difficulty and execution up there, but the variety of tricks and spins and grabs not quite as high. So we'll see if that's something Mitsuki Ono can actually capitalize on.
And that's where the advantage comes into play here in Snow League. Mitsuki Ono knows exactly what she needs to do to eliminate Senna Tomita.
This is going to be so good. Yeah, but Senna Tomita's got to be feeling good about that run. As she looks on again, no more score. No, the scores will not be posted until Mitsuki Ono completes her third and final run. Who will move on to the semifinals?
It's game time. It's Gaon Ono, big ollie into the pipe. Frontside 900 as the snow is flying into the backside 540. Frontside 720, super smooth and slow.
Oh!
Mitsuki Ono going for the switch to switch 9, just popping a little bit over the deck on that soft wall. It's so hard to know where your pop's got to be when the wall's deteriorating and getting slushier like that.
And that's just going to change throughout the day. Super unfortunate for Mitsuki Ono.
Let's hope she's okay. She's up. She has medical talking to her right now. But she had a heater going.
It was a very similar run to Senna Tomita's. Rolling through, she had very similar tricks up top until she went for the switch to switch 900 instead of the 7.
Yeah, and you can see the concern on Senna Tomita's face, hoping that she's okay.
Yeah, and that's something to remember is all these men and women athletes out here are competitors, but they are friends first and foremost. They never want to see anyone get hurt. They want everyone to bring their best, stay healthy, put a run to their feet.
Well, yeah, I mean, they travel together. They go to these competitions together. They're in practices together.
Freya, can you lead us around the pipe?
Oh, so really good sportsmanship there from Senna Tomita. You know, she wishes Mitsuki Ono and hoping that she's okay. Well, let's take a look at a replay and Connor, just break this down exactly what happened.
So as she comes in for the switch 9 there, we just see she doesn't quite get the pop off the lip, going for the rotation over the pop. It's so hard to get both of those proper on that wall. She takes off a little bit early, so not quite getting to the vert, which throws her a little bit over the deck, and it's a blind landing coming around on that switch frontside 900. And just a compression right there on the top of the deck.
It's just really a matter of 1 to 2 feet more of airtime. She would have gotten that around, matched the transition, and ridden out. That's the margin that these athletes are walking like a tightrope.
And a thumbs up. I like seeing that. We like seeing the thumbs up from Mitsuki Ono. And regardless, she put on a fantastic show here. So the brackets have been set. Quarterfinals are in the books. And we saw some fantastic matchups, but this is what we are going to see in the semifinals. Rise Kudo will go up against American Maddie Mastro. And in that matchup number 2, Senna Tomita will go against the #1 qualifier, 16-year-old Sarah Shimizu. It is going to be a good one. We saw some high air. The biggest air record has been set that these athletes will be chasing. But stick around, we got more Snow League coming up soon.
Snow League is brought to you by Pacifico. We are out there. Welcome back to Snow League. We have the men's quarterfinals coming up very shortly, but we're going to unpick some of the action that we've seen in the first round of the women's. Riz Kudo, Maddie Mastro, Senna Tomita, and Sarah Shimizu moving through. Maddie Mastro, the only non-Japanese rider to advance. Here in the studio, it's Connor Manning, Tom Monteroso, aka T-Bird, and Tina Dixon. Great first round, plenty of drama there. And I think you guys discussed it in detail, but Senna Tomita getting the edge over Mitsuki Ono there. That is huge, not just in the quarterfinals in this event, but in the overall standings.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, she came into this with the #1 spot in that overall championship, but only by 10 points. Mitsuki Ono could have moved into that spot easily. And just the matchup, the level that they're at, it could have gone either way.
And I mean, the level of riding that we saw in that round as well, it does make you think that we've lost one of the big hitters, but Senna's going to be celebrating.
100%. And the big story for me, too, was Sarah Shimizu, right? Qualified #1 overall, dominated that heat against Brooke DeHaan. She had an incredible showing at 16 years old riding in this venue.
Okay, Connor, what we can't ignore from that, though, she may have gone out, but Brooke DeHaan absolutely in the stratosphere in that first round.
Massive 14.5-foot air on that first hit, first run, going 14.5 feet on the method. So we've got Brooke DeHaan wearing that badge right now. We'll see if anyone can take her down. Take a look at it here.
Okay, so this comp is live all day. Anyone can go for this. Look at that huge backside edge. Do you think she had that in the back of her mind when she dropped in?
She had to have, for sure, going in, dropping in. She knows we saw a lot of straight airs on the weaker walls of the riders. So drop it in, do it as big as you can. It makes it more difficult, and you have the chance at going for the Jeep badge.
Well, yeah, and it just sets the tone, too, for the rest of the run, and it's such a snowboarder's trick to be able to drop in on that backside wall and just go massive with a method. And she's like, hey, I want a part of this.
Okay, out of everything else that you saw out there, who could challenge her for it in semifinals and finals?
I think Sarah Shimizu could be one of the athletes out there that could contest that, and she's doing some big runs down there. We'll just see if that amplitude goes up and up during the day.
I think that that's what we're seeing from those two young Japanese 16-year-olds. They may have a slightly lower level of technicality, but it's like the coaches have said to them, look, the hardest thing that you have here is amplitude, and that's what they're gunning for.
Well, and don't count out Maddie Mastro, especially on that left wall. Maddie grew up riding the Mammoth Pipe. That thing's always slushy, and she finds speed in slushy conditions. She could also compete for that.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
That is the most fantastic segue I could have asked for as well, because we've got a short feature coming up now, and it looks into that sacred relationship between the athlete and the coach. You cannot overestimate just how important the trust between these two are. So earlier on in the week, we caught up with Maddie Mastro and her coach, Ben Wisner, and they led us behind the scenes to see how they'll prep for an event like Aspen Snow League.
Oh God. That and the walk up here through the slush is the hardest part of the day.
First practice, you're just getting used to the pipe. You're just trying to feel the transition, see how wide it is. No one's really ridden the pipe since the games, you know, so that's a couple of weeks, and this is a different pipe with different snow conditions, different shape. That looked good. I've known her for a long time, since she was a wee little girl. I think I've been at Mammoth 18 years now. I think she joined the team, I think she was maybe 8. Watch her grow into the woman she is today is pretty sweet. She's a badass girl, and I want my daughters to be just like her. Do you have a water bottle or anything?
Huh?
Do you have a water bottle or anything?
I don't have water. I have apple juice.
All right, you gotta hydrate, get the sugars, candy. She loves a bit of candy.
Done making sure you're hydrated? You got some apple juice?
I love my apple juice. I like my Red Bull, but I like my apple juice.
I think an important part for me for snowboarding is having fun with it. When I'm having fun, my best snowboarding happens. In general, if you're not having a good time doing something, you're not gonna have a good product by any means.
Do you want some juice?
I'm good, it's me, not the, oh, I want apple juice, yeah. Carbs are good, bro. Yeah, I'm going to invoice that sometime.
Carbs and candy. I dare you to snake, Ryan.
Sometimes we talk a lot and there's a lot of feedback, and other times we're just in a flow and there's not a whole lot of talking and a whole lot of coaching. We just know how to work together, and that's the kind of the beauty of working with a coach that you've known for so long and has learned the way that you operate.
Like, it can't always be perfect, right?
No.
Yeah, we're not looking for that. We're just looking for stable. Speed is your friend. Let it run. You got it, doggy.
I can do this.
Go stomp.
Eyes open, you can stomp it.
You got to build the right team. So having a snowboard coach that they wear a lot of hats, they've got to play a lot of different parts, make sure they're not saying the wrong thing, and then it like gets in your brain. You're like, what the heck? Finding that right coach that works for you is really important.
Get in. There you go.
What do you think?
I think you got it. Like, to be honest, I'm never nervous when you do this trick at all.
What a brilliant piece. You couldn't have picked a better rider to do that feature on. She's one of the most cerebral riders out there, and how she preps for those runs, as we saw in those women's quarterfinals, is so unique. She was actually verbally coaching herself through the start of that run. So seeing Ben Wisner there and how he preps Maddie, very, very interesting. The women are going to be back in action for the semi-finals and finals very shortly. But first up, it is the men's quarterfinals. And before we get into that action, we have to take a look back at the action from men's qualifiers yesterday, where we saw a monumental achievement. This man was in the pipe and making waves. We had to clear Aspen airspace. It was Kaishu Hirano almost over the height meters. We're going to chuck it down now to the side of the pipe, where Naoko is with the one and only Kaishu Hirano.
Hey, listen, Jeep biggest air badge. This award's debuting in the finals today, but we cannot ignore what happened yesterday here at Buttermilk. A very special moment. Unofficially, the highest half-pipe air ever in history. Kaishu Hirano, we are awarding you with the honorary award for the Jeep Biggest Air Award. Congratulations. Omedetou gozaimasu.
Thank you so much.
And there it is, the Jeep Biggest Air. いや、昨日は本当に神業のような高さを見せてくれました。栄賞おめでとうございます。一言、in English or in Japanese, a word about yesterday's crazy big air.
I'm glad I'm alive. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm so happy to hear and happy highest Jeep. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Kaishu. That was awesome. All right, Ed, back to you.
Thank you so much, Naoko. Kaishu letting his riding do the talking there. Absolutely love that kid. Okay, this is the bracket for men's quarterfinals. We've got that rage battle up at the top there. Ruki Hirano just missed out on the Olympic podium. Cam Melville didn't get a chance to claim back-to-back triples. He's got those in his arsenal. Then it's Chase Blackwell going up against the #1 seed, Yuto Totsuka. And then straight off the back of that, the All-American battle, Lucas Foster, Jake Pates, then Pat Bergener, Ryusei Yamada. So 4 mouth-watering matchups, but kicking off with this one, and it promises to be something special. These two have both got so much to offer, T-Bird.
I mean, this is a dream matchup here in run #1. You see Cam Melville Ives. This kid is an absolute force. He's like a little Jack Russell Terrier strapped into a snowboard, just full foot to the gas all the time.
And he is like a dog with a bone. Once he gets in this pipe, he will not let a run go. If you've got any interest in the Premier League as well, these two have got a little bit of an internal grudge match. Cam Melville Ives a Liverpool fan, Ruki Hirano a mad Man City fan. So they'll definitely be playing for bragging rights on that front as well. Cam Melville Ives going to drop first. Now, it looks like he's going to drop in on Ryder's right-hand wall as well. Sets him up for that cab triple 14.
It certainly does. And here's the big thing, though, is, and I know Cam Melville Ives knows this, but we were saying it in the women's first heat. This is a marathon, not a sprint. So dropping in switch. There is the switch triple 14.
On a slushy wall.
Into the alley-oop double backside rodeo. Cam Melville Ives back 12. Come on, Cam. And the front 14. You gotta be kidding me.
2 14s to open us up. That huge alley-oop second hit and the triple to open.
Look at the amplitude on the run as well. Cam Melville Ives going absolutely monster out of the pipe. 15-foot highest air, 13.5 feet all the way down the pipe. As we take a look at this first trick, the triple 1440 gets the grab, the landing going massive. Watch how long he grabs it, gets the double grab. So that's kind of the cheat code for the judges right there, not tucking his hand underneath his knee. He's getting the double grab, but that gives him the ball initiative of being able to spin that fast.
That back double 12 into the, so 2 triples. T-Bird actually wrote something down on a piece of paper and then showed it to me, and I can't say it out loud, but it does describe what we've just seen.
Absolutely incredible. Has anyone told Cam this is quarterfinals?
Well, he's up against Ruka Hirano. Every single one of these matchups is a final. There's nowhere to hide when you're going up against this kid. And Ruka, like Cam's got an axe to grind off the back of the Olympics, Ruka's is even more. This kid he was inconsolable at being left off the podium a week ago in Italy. He wants revenge here, and he is going to come out swinging. Okay, number 3 seed, Ruka Hirano. He's just seen Cam Melville Ives lay down the biggest marker to open up men's quarterfinals here at Buttermilk Mountain for Snow League.
Coming in switch. Switch backside double 10. Into the backside 1260. Frontside 1440. And there's the cab triple cork 14, and he knows he needed to put that one down. I will say, just judging off what I saw, I think Cam even had it on the amplitude there.
Cam did have him on the amplitude. Both had very similar execution, riding across the pipe, so smooth, so flat. This one, first trick here, the switch double 10. Backside, look, he gets the grab, tweaks it out, tucks the knee.
I don't know, I know we shouldn't judge it on what you can do, it is on what you do, but the judges know he's got a switch back 14 to open there. Cam left nothing on the table. Ruka's held back slightly here, and it's his strong wall.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you're looking at too, the risk at the top of that pipe. Cam going with the triple, as we see the triple here, taking that same strategy, getting the double grab.
But combo is a category. It's a criteria for the judges here. Those back-to-back 14s are huge for him. They could have worked really hard.
Back-to-back 14s could have worked really well for him. The thing that Cam has over him is he goes a backside 1260 double into the frontside triple 14. So a backside spin to a frontside spin. It's got the combo, but also the variety there.
He's not off his toes down the pipe. So 90 for Cam Melville Ives, 40.7 for Ruka Hirano. The young Kiwi in the driving seat in the first of our quarterfinals. Take a breath, gentlemen. This is getting intense already. Okay. Chase Blackwell going up against our current standings leader, Yuto Totsuka. So Yuto's 1-1 comes second in 1. His record is outstanding, but how is he going to cope with the emotional come down from that gold medal at the Olympic Games just over a week ago in Italy? Chase Blackwell has got to give it absolutely everything here. There is nowhere to hide from the kid, for the kid from Breckenridge.
Chase Blackwell dropping in switch, huge ollie into the pipe there. Switch double back 12, unfortunately not quite able to get it around. What do you think went wrong there, Connor?
It looks like it was a similar issue he was having during qualifier. He just doesn't get quite the snap in the rotation. He's got to get the grab early to initiate that spin, and it just doesn't look like he was able to get it. Getting some more tricks down here, that's a solid thing. He doesn't know what Yuto's going to do. If Yuto goes down, he could still get more points by doing more tricks farther down in the pipe.
Well, you mentioned it, Connor. We saw him drop this trick, the switchback 12, in his first run of qualifying. Second run, he dialed this down to a 10.
See how he's not able to initiate the grab right off the bat. He's not able to keep that spin going, and you see just a little under-rotated, not able to get the body above the board and ride down into the transition.
Okay. I mean, right now, Chase Blackwell looks like a wounded gazelle on the savannah, doesn't he? And Yuto Totsuka is one of the big five coming to get him.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, I think after that first heat there between Cam Melville Ives and Ruka Hirano, I kind of think Yuto was like, okay, it's time to go. He might be able to kind of hit the brake a little bit, cruise through this run, put one to his feet, win this run, and then move on to the next.
And this is where that strategy plays in. Is he going to drop in on his weaker wall, knowing that he's got the second run on his stronger side?
We will find out here. Yuto Totsuka dropping in switch. And he's going cab double cork 1080 into the front side double cork 1080. Believe it or not, yes, this is taking it a little easy for Yuto Totsuka. Switch alley-oop backside rodeo into the switch backside 1080.
And the back nine to finish.
There you go.
That was absolute. That was almost, with all due respect to Chase Blackwell, that was another practice run for
Absolutely,
Yuto.
100%. Yeah, Yuto Totsuka, he's a veteran at this point. The current king, he knows what he's doing. He knows what needs to be done, and he's just going to try to move on to that second run.
It's the benefit of dropping second as well. He saw Chase fall, and now Yuto gets a chance to check out and see what that sunny wall is like, how slushy it is. When he goes for the bigger tricks, how much pop does he need? Very consistent run, but like we were saying, taking it easy, using the strategy. It's a long day. He wants to stay fresh all the way through.
Yeah, if every matchup goes the distance, it could be 11 runs. So, like, that is so much more pipe riding than anyone does normally. Very, very clever from Yuto Totsuka. Just cruising through this one, getting the first matchup under his belt. So, we don't need the scores here to tell us that Yuto will be in the lead. Chase bowing down to him. 16.7, place 70.5. Yuto getting an easy ride there. Hopefully Chase can push him a little harder on that second run. Okay, now back up to the top, and it's our only two goofy footers, and they're going head to head. I love that they've been sorted out like this. Complete accident, but All-American battle. Jake Pates having an incredible, I would call it a honeymoon season, but after a four, it's kind of like a second marriage, isn't it?
I mean, it's one of the coolest stories in snowboarding currently. He stepped away at 22 years old, took a couple years off, dealt with a couple things, and now he's back. And quite frankly, I think Jake Pates is riding free right now. He's in a really good headspace. He's kind of playing with house money, and that makes him so dangerous.
So an 8th at the Olympics, qualified in 12th place, had a couple of really big runs, and he's got something here. He got an 89. He did come through the last chance qualifier, but he was only a point off the top seeds. So he's right there.
Looking like he's going switch back double 10 right there. Into the backside double 12. Jake Pates is putting it together. Cab double cork 10. Oh yeah, he is flowing right now. One thing that's so noticeable about Jake and how he's been riding lately is his amplitude remains the same on every single hit. That's a testament to his edge work.
Very much so. And it is one of those things that will always, we're going to keep saying amplitude, amplitude, amplitude. It makes every trick more difficult. And as we watch Jake drop in here to the switch backside 1080, pops it, gets the grab all the way through. And
I love the rotation on it, too.
Check out the blind landing right here.
Beautiful work. And the amplitude comes from the fact that, yeah, you've got the gymnastic ability for all of the athletes here to get these tricks down. Oh, beautiful. Going weddle to tail, mute to tail.
Yeah, and that's one of the things judges are looking for. If you're able to get the double grab, you've got the execution of that spin and rotation on lock. Jake coming through with the mute to tail, and then we see the 1260 down here at the bottom.
He's got a big old handful of quad there. Like, he is holding himself in, and for everything that double grab's done further up, the body grab a bit lower down just to hold himself together there might count against him.
They'll usually compare that to another backside or frontside 1260 if the other rider has a quiet arm and gets the grab compared to Jake tucking it. That's where the differentiation will happen.
Okay, Lucas Foster. This guy, one of the first, well, the first to land a double alley-oop McTwist in the pipe in Mount Hood in 2022, unveiled it in competition in 23. Sets this off beautifully.
Cab double cork 1080 into the front side 12.
Little bit loose there.
Backside 9 into the alley-oop double McTwist. That is his signature move. He just lands a little bit low.
How hard does that work with the judges, Connor, when you've got something that no one else has got like that?
That really adds to the progression and variety of it. Like, so it's such a difficult trick that he is the only one to be able to do it. Alley-oop McTwist, we've seen a couple alley-oop rodeos, but when you're doing a trick, that's what sticks out in the judge's mind. And if you're able to land it, we see here, double McTwist going up the pipe. He just pops a little too hard, and that's the hardest part about that trick, getting it to the transition.
And the consequence is right here, going completely blind 15 feet out of a half pipe and just kind of hoping you're in the right spot. Unfortunately, Lucas Foster landed just a little too low.
It's that second cork as you're coming back into the transition. You look at that, Jake Pate celebrating it as well.
Dude, that was big. You sent that like 15 plus.
Trying, bro.
That was savage.
Love to see a bit of camaraderie down there between Pates and Foster. 71.5, no surprises. Jake Pates takes the first matchup. The pressure is on Lucas Foster for the second round as we go back to the top for the fourth and final of our quarters. Pat Bergener, the Swiss, who took his mother's nationality ahead of the Olympics. He's now Brazilian, going up against one of the most exciting young talents in halfpipe snowboarding right now, Ryusei Yamada. So Pat Bergener going to drop first. He came through in fourth position in the last chance qualifier. So the odds are stacked in Ryusei's favor at the moment, but Pat Bergener, one of the most experienced men in the field, he will box clever.
Yeah, Pat Bergener definitely has his work cut out for him. He's got to go big, and he's got to mix up those grabs. Switch backside double cork 1080 into the double Michael Chuck. Keeping really good speed, going big. Frontside double cork 10 into the cab double 10. Pat Bergener putting together a run. There's the frontside 12. He knows it. Wow.
Pat Bergener on a roll with that one. As we see, he adds the variety into the run. As you see at the top, the switch backside spin, lands forward into the double Michael Chuck. It's an axis that we're not seeing out of too many riders. Chase Josie, another rider that was doing it in qualifiers, not here, but it's a hard axis going backside rodeo off that heel side wall.
And how much do the judges appreciate kind of seeing some new tricks, right? Mixing it up a little bit and adding more variety to your run from what the other athletes are doing.
Yeah, switching it up and doing those different axes are one of the things that the judges are looking for that adds to your variety, not only spinning in different directions, but changing the axis and the way you spin.
Critically as well, you mentioned it earlier, Connor, like riding quietly through the pipe, that he was so settled on his board. The edges were coming in early, he was driving through the pipe. Really, really beautiful riding. One of the most, we said it, one of the most experienced riders in the field, pioneered switch backside in the pipe, or big switch backside spins. Gaon Morissette, probably one of the first guys to actually dust it off. But back up at the top, it's the turn of this kid. First of all, he fought his way onto that incredibly competitive Japanese Olympic pipe team, but then he delivered against the seeding a bronze medal, and he comes in here on a wave of success. Whether he can hold those emotions down and go back to business as usual, we're about to find out.
Ryusei Yamada coming in switch. Will it be the cab triple? It will be the cab double 10. Into the front side 1260. Huge McTwist, 15 feet out. Into the front side 14. And the switch alley-oop double backside rodeo. Ryusei Yamada is a firecracker.
Well, to start with, like, screenshot that McTwist and hang that in the Louvre. That was absolutely beautiful.
A la Danny Davis or Terry Hawkinson on that McTwist, almost 14 feet out of the pipe, but that is one of the most difficult runs we have seen so far. Cam Melville Ives a little bit more with the two triples, but just the way that these tricks are done, the 14s, the grabs, the tweaks, Ryusei Yamada putting down just an amazing run. There's that McTwist, and to be able to throw something so stylish, not very difficult as far as rotation, but the amplitude he does that makes that trick very difficult. gets the chicken wing and able to put it back down 15-3 out of the pipe.
So that's the biggest air we've seen so far in these quarterfinals from the men.
And another incredibly difficult trick right there, the switch backside alley-oop double rodeo 9, putting it to his feet. Such a hard trick to land.
I mean, the variety is unparalleled in the tricks that Ryusei just did in his run.
70.5 for Pat Bergener, 85 for Ryusei Yamada. So Pat Bergener with a valiant effort, but there's nothing he can do to stop the kid who has broken the mold of Japanese pipe riding. Ryusei Yamada at the moment coming out of qualifying as the #1 seed has the edge there. So we go back up to the top of the draw. Cam Melville-Ives in the driving seat going up against Ruka Hirano. Cast your mind back to the start of this show. If you missed it, then I'll fill you in. Shaun White picked Cam Melville-Ives as his guy for the day. So Gren Diesel had got Jake Pates, but I think Cam Melville-Ives, he's got that power. The kid out of Wanaka, he can ride absolutely anything. Put him in slopestyle, big air, bank slalom, he will excel. But pipe is his chosen discipline.
Ed, you know Cam quite well. Does he have a favored wall to drop in on, front side or backside?
No. No, this kid is ambi-stanced and ambi-walled. I don't know if that's even a term. We're going to have to come up with a word for it because it is in Snow League now. So he's got that 93. His twin brother, Finn, is current half-pipe world champion in free ski, and he was X Games gold medalist. Pipe DNA runs deep with these two.
And if you're Cam Melville-Ives, knowing that Ruka Hirano dropped second, you are foot to the gas right now, dropping in on his front side wall. Alley-oop, double backside rodeo.
What a trick to kick off with.
Into the backside 12.
We might get back-to-back triples.
14.
That's what he's going to try and do there. He's going to link back-to-back triples there.
So still continuing on, even though he sat down on that, we saw the switch backside alley-oop double rodeo as well down at the bottom. So just a little bit of a pretty big instability there on the triple cork, but the combination of that run to keep speed going from a double alley-oop rodeo into the backside 1260, grabbing tail the whole time, pretty incredible ride.
However,
for Cam.
Connor, did you hear the creak? Because that's the door being left open for Ruka Hirano at the moment, and that is a terrifying proposition.
Look at this.
That is probably one of the most difficult backside 1260s you will see. Grabbing tail and keeping that rotation is so hard. There you see the double grab on the triple.
Cam is an Energizer bunny. He doesn't have an off switch. This kid just wants to send all day. And we saw it in that first run. He's not warming up anywhere. He just wants to put Ruka under as much pressure as possible.
But in this Snow League format, sometimes that can bite you a little bit, right? Because it's a lot of snowboarding. If you make it all the way to finals, especially if you throw in a couple tie breaks, it's a lot of runs.
Honestly, this kid's a human power station. He's just going to run all day. But what does Ruka Hirano do now? Does he try and step up and get something down and get his brain in the game? Because he's going to have to go to 3, even if he makes this. Or does he back off a little bit and try and warm up?
Well, it was only really kind of a butt check there from Cam. So Ruka's going to have to put down a very solid run to get there in general. He's got the difficulty in it, just a little bit of an instability. Ruka's going to have to do a pretty difficult run and execute it really well.
Okay, and like Cam, it's his weaker side.
Backside 900 into the front side 14. Back 9 to front 14 into the cab double 1080.
Double 12.
Oh, was he going for it?
I think he was going.
He was caught 2 minds.
I thought it was a 12, but certainly the body position as he came in looked 14.
I need to see the replay on it because I thought he was going to keep it at 12. He went 14, and now it gets interesting.
This is going to take a while for the judges to dissect this run for sure, because both of them have 4 very solid tricks, but both of them fell on 14s. Small, slight butt checks, but both of them having pretty heavy instabilities on those 14s.
I think he was just going 12 and unfortunately kind of clipped the deck of the pipe.
Tiny over-rotation.
This might be where Cam's backside 1260 with that tail grab could be the thing that pushes him up.
Ruka went so light on the first hit. A back 9 first hit. To me, that, There it is, 56 for Cam Melville Ives. He does it in 2, and that saves him a tie-break 3rd round. And that could be critical in once we get to those final rounds. Whew. Okay, another heated battle up there. Shaun White's pick goes through to the semi-finals. These are the overall championship standings at the moment. Yuto Totsuka on 185, 3 points ahead of Ayumu Hirano. Qualifying positions separating those two because they both have a win. Oh, Ayumu has a 3rd there as well. But with Ayumu out in qualifying here, Yuto has a chance to really make some hay. Now it is the turn of Yuto to drop first. The luxury of going second behind Chase Blackwell, but he needs to set a marker here.
That's the thing. He's currently sitting on a first run score of 70.5. He put down a pretty mellow run because he saw Chase Blackwell fall. Now that he's dropping first, you got to go. It's showtime.
Yeah, we're about to see the decisive blow, you think. Warms up. Look like a wrestler on the ropes there.
First hit always sets the tone for Yuto. Frontside 1440 into the switch alley-oop backside rodeo.
Glorious.
And there's the switch double backside 1080 into the backside 900. What will the final hit be? The frontside 12.
So a few tricks in there that were a little lighter than what we're used to seeing from Yuto Totsuka, but all of those mellower tricks, the switch backside alley-oop rodeo, a thing of beauty, going absolutely sky high, getting that switch nose grab. Here's a look at the 14.
That was massive.
And the moment he's got that down, he knows that he's put something that Chase can't chase, for want of a better word. But as you said, Connor, the execution is perfect everywhere else.
Everywhere else, you see him grab the grabs all the way through, lands high in the transition, straight to his other edge. Comes down a little bit low here on the frontside 12, but locks in the grab.
And
I say the execution's perfect. Big old hand. Oh, no, I thought it was handful of toe there.
I would have to imagine, right, if you're Chase Blackwell right now, you're just kind of doing mental math. Yuto's first run 70.5, you're assuming it's going to be higher than that, so just kind of napkin math in your head, you're like, I need to get mid-80s to have a chance.
And this gives Chase a chance to kind of get that switch backside 12 he's been having issues with out of his head, jumps to the other wall and see if he can put down a run here.
Well, the back 10 gave him an 80.75 in the last chance qualifier yesterday, so that's what he's aiming for. That was one of his better runs out of yesterday. Pressure is on for the kid from Breckenridge. Clutch run for Chase Blackwell.
Go big or go home for Chase Blackwell. Backside 720. Into the switch, double backside 1080, he puts it down. Into the backside 900, Chase Blackwell is linking it together. Frontside double cork 1080. Into the cab double 10, so a solid run from Chase Blackwell. This is one of those classic situations where all of it is going to come down to judges and really, really picking this apart, Connor.
Yeah, very similar amplitude, 14.4 highest, 12'10" on average. The one spot, execution, both riders, very perfect, being able to ride through everything. The biggest thing is going to be the difficulty of tricks. This 720 here, grabbed, well executed. It's a blind landing, which makes it a little bit more difficult, but does that compare to a 1440? Not really.
It's half. It's literally half the spin.
Yeah.
No matter, and it's beautiful. Everyone loves it. It's one of the hardest tricks in the pipe, coming in, switch on a backside spin. But versus that huge 14 from Yuto, it's going to be a hard sell. And I always think of a pipe run like a song. You kind of want your stand up for the key change to be your last hit, where you get everyone roused. And both of them actually,
Oh, swipes at the grab there earlier. So a little bit of execution lower for Chase Blackwell. So I don't think this one's going to be enough to bump him above Yuto.
Yeah, Yuto finishing with that front 12, Chase with the back-to-back 10s. I don't think it's going to be a yawning gap.
So good. Olympic champ.
There we go. 70.5 versus 83.5. It's 2 for 2 for Yuto Totsuka.
Nice work. Good riding.
And we have to say, as valiantly as Chase Blackwell fought in that head-to-head, it was cruise control for Yuto Totsuka. Very, very strategic win for him there. Now we come back to this all-American battle. Jake Pates versus Lucas Foster. Two goofy footers. Jake Pates, 27 years old, out of Boulder, Colorado.
Here it is, jersey 81, Jake Pates. Ollie in big time into the double Michael Chuck. And a big old front side double 1080 into the cab double cork 1080. Jake Pates keeping his speed. Front side 12 into the backside double 12. Jake Pates leaving his mark. That was an insane run.
Such a good run there from Jake Pates. I don't think he's missed a run. I think he's had full pulls all the way through qualifiers, last chance qualifiers, and on these first 2 hits in the quarterfinals. So Jake Pates is feeling it right now. And this is where he switches it up to get the variety. This double Michael Chuck at the top. It's a double rodeo, gets the grab. Arm is way out there. Smooth across the flat bottom into the double 10, gets the double grab.
And there's something about Jake Pates' style. He's just so, you know, stock and squared up and done correctly. He's really aesthetically pleasing to watch him ride.
Check out this backside 1260. Starts it out with a mute, and as he gets to the second rotation, gets the tail grab, just pinching the end there.
It counts.
It's a tickle. I love the access on that double Michael Chuck up at the top. As you said, Connor, like that trailing arm, he had all the confidence to just let it hang out. You can see him growing back into his riding as well with every comp that he does. So Lucas Foster, Jake Pates has applied the pressure, and now Foster has to answer. He's got some huge tricks in there. He's got to go back to the double McTwist.
Has to.
That's a statement ender for a run.
Especially after witnessing what Jake Pates just put down. Lucas Foster, can he do it? Force a third run. Frontside 1080 from Lucas Foster into the cab double 1080. It's going to be the frontside 12, standing that up. Backside double cork 12, he's not going to have the speed. Sticking with an alley-oop McTwist, so this is a tough one. Really good start to his run, but that last hit, Connor, might hurt him.
Yeah, the amplitude on that last hit will definitely hurt him. I think Jake is going to take this one, but Lucas coming in out swinging at the beginning. The one thing that I would take away from it, he goes front 10 tail grab, and then on the second hit on that same wall, he goes front 12 tail grab. So very similar, not much variety in there. So even if he was able to pull off the double McTwist, the double 12 into the double McTwist, and it still would have been a talking point.
He's lost his amplitude here, and the back double 12 just comes in a little bit squat, doesn't it? And he kills all of the speed here.
And he gets the grab on the binding edge rather than on the board. That might be the issue with why he wasn't able to get that rotation he's looking for. And then the grab on the alley-oop McTwist, full boot grab. So I think Jake Pates will be moving on from this quarterfinal heat 3.
So Jake Pates, I think we know which way this one is going to go. And it will be a semi-final performance for Jake Pates. He takes it 71.5 and 73.2 versus 34 and 58.5. It's a clean sweep. The kid out of Boulder, Colorado. Let's hear from Naoko now. She's with Jake Pates.
All right, Jake, congratulations. Moving on to the semifinal. You look like you're having so much fun. What's it like out there?
Yeah, it's a blast. Everybody's ripping. Sunny day. It's warm out. I'm wearing a sweatshirt, and we got a perfect half pipe. So, and everybody out here came to watch, cheering us on. So yeah, we're definitely having a good time. Thanks for coming out.
All right, good luck in the semis, Jake.
Thank you.
Jake Pates now going to sit tight and see who he faces in that semi-final. Will most likely be one of these two. Pat Bergener up there, the Brazilian, going up against the young gun, Ryusei Yamada. 12 years separate these two. They broke the mold in Japan when they built this one. So many different tricks, a really eclectic bag. You've got to say, dropping in on his less favored wall, we're probably going to see a couple of them. We'll reach into that really unorthodox list of tricks that he's got up his sleeve, alongside the best goggle helmet fit you're going to see today.
Coming in switch here, Ryusei Yamada, switch McTwist. Come on, he knows how to get to my heart. Into the cab double cork 1080. Into the front side 12. Oh! And then just a straight, beautiful McTwist from Ryusei Yamada. Is it the 14? He goes front side 14 and goes down. I don't know if he needed it, but he went for it.
We talked about that mirror image, the reflection in those tricks, Connor, and the two McTwists we see here.
So well done. Mirror images of each other, switch and forward. Just such a beautiful trick in the half pipe. Unfortunately, going down on the 1440, that will hurt the score. Like you were saying, T-Bird, I don't know if he needed it, but he still has Pat behind him, so he had to put an exclamation point on that final run.
And just judging by the eye, it looks like he just kind of ran out of half pipe there quite at the end. He pushed it a little too far to the floor.
Well, how many times have we seen this from the two 19-year-olds who are coming up at the moment? Cam Melville-Ives and Ryusei Yamada, both 19, and like Cam put up a meme at the end of the Olympics with Chief Brody from Jaws saying we're going to need a bigger pipe. That's what these kids need.
Those were the two examples I was just going to speak to in my head. I don't know if there are two more impressive riders that have kind of been on my radar since the start of Snow League than Cam and Ryusei.
Okay, Pat Bergener, he can see the doors ajar here. All he needs is a landed run. If he can do anything like he did in that first run, then he stands a chance here.
100%, absolutely. This is where strategy comes into play.
13th in Aspen last year, 13th in China. This is his first finals appearance at Snow League. And he's got a chink in Ryusei Yamada's armor here that he can exploit if he can land a run.
Breathe deep, stay on your feet, Pat. Pat Bergener coming in for hit one. Michael Chuck to fakie there. Into the switch backside 10. And the double Michael Chuck. Frontside 1080 from Pat Bergener. Can he stay on his feet? Cab, double cork 1080. He stays on his feet, but I'm still torn. Connor, can Ryusei advance with that fall, or do you think Pat took that one?
There is a very good chance that Ryusei or Yamada might squeak it out. Pat Bergener staying on his feet, but the difficulty of that run, he's got a unique trick at the top. He goes Michael Chuck, pull back, but then he kind of loses amplitude down through the rest of the run after the switch back 10.
And the amplitude is lost because there's two execution errors, really big ones in here. So like one big execution error at the end, or a couple up at the top.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's going to affect the amplitude. Ryusei had amplitude all the way down through the pipe, all the way up top.
And you see Pat there is at that 11, 12-foot mark out of the pipe.
And they're it's only a tiny little hand, but you see the tail come out with a little speed check.
Landing a little low as well, which obviously affects amplitude in the rest of his run.
The flat front 10 there, getting the tail grab, but then, yeah, look at that double 10, just a little bit low. So this is one the judges are going to talk about. Does a bunch of little mistakes there.
And how many mute grabs? I think we had 3 through that whole run as well. So it's the easiest way to turbocharge a run, and it's it's an excuse for the judges. The moment that they see that, if you give them an excuse, they're going to jump on it. This could be tight, though. Definitely not a foregone conclusion either way. So So it does go to Pat Bergener, 61.7 versus 50.2. Ryusei Yamada will get forced into a third and final run up against Pat Bergener. A lot of people probably would have seen this as the most perfunctory of all of the quarterfinals. Ryusei absolutely lionizing Pat Bergener, but a mistake there shows just how easy it is to drop these rounds.
Absolutely, yeah, and they're going to go up for their tiebreaker run as we're going to get some more snowboarding here. You know, a couple things coming out of it. Cam Melville Ives, are you kidding me with that first run score of 90? Another thing that I just keep thinking, you know, you look at coming into today, the quarterfinals of the Snow League, you were lacking a couple of the American staples, most notably Alessandro Barbieri. Now looking at the results of what we've seen so far, Chase Blackwell is out. Jake Pates took out Lucas Foster. Jake Pates is the lone American moving on. Is he the face of U.S. halfpipe snowboarding after coming back after a 3-4 year break?
If he does, it's the ultimate fairy tale, isn't it?
100%.
There's hope for all of us old guys out there.
I don't know if 27's old, but yeah, Jake putting down an incredible run. T-Bird, you said it earlier too. Just looks like he's riding free out there. He's really going out, just having fun. He said he's riding in his sweatshirt. It's a sunny day. The crowd's here. He's just getting hyped, and he's just been building. He hasn't fallen on a run throughout the entire competition. So,
and I think when we look back at yesterday's qualifiers, there's the main point to look at. You've got 6 Japanese riders in here. They're dominating pipe at the moment. But we lost 3 of the Japanese riders, including number 2 in the overall standings, Ayumu Hirano. I think that really put the cat amongst the pigeons, didn't it?
Absolutely, 100%. This is Ayumu Hirano right here, failing to qualify, going down on the cab, double cork 1080. That is a trick that he can land almost in his sleep. Cab, double cork 1440. It was just very unlike Ayumu.
Unlike Ayumu, and then the strategy was kind of what blew me away on Ayumu's run as well. He saw that the score he had to beat was a 67.50, and going for a 14 is an unnecessary trick, and he's got the rest of the tricks in the bag. It was just kind of a question on what strategy Ayumu was going for.
Yeah,
I think we talked about this yesterday. There's potentially, what we're seeing here is someone like Ayumu. He's one of the older riders now. He's been forced in this Olympic cycle between Beijing and Italy to get that switch backside spin. You can't be an elite level pipe rider without all 4 directions to spin, and arguably a 5th axis, like an alley-oop or the chuck flips that we're seeing a lot of at the moment. But in learning that switch backside, he's got that switch back 12 nose grab, only guy with the nose grab on that. Has he sacrificed his complete control of that cab triple 14?
Ayumu has been so dominant for so long. Are we witnessing a passing of the baton to the Yutos of the world, to the Ryusei Yamadas of the world? I think we might be.
Yep. So back up at the top, they were the 4th and final matchup in our quarterfinals. So we had to take a quick break there while the sleds ferried them back up to the top. But Pat Bergener, against all of the odds, gets to push Ryusei Yamada to a 3rd run down here. And, I mean, everyone is learning this format, but you ask any of these riders behind closed doors, and they will tell you it is strategic.
It absolutely is. It's going to flip now, and Ryusei Yamada actually has the advantage because Pat Bergener won the last heat, the last run.
Both riders also will be able to drop in on their favored side of the wall because it's a 3rd run. They both dropped from both sides of the wall, 3rd run, whichever you prefer.
So now Ryusei gets to sit back and see what Pat is going to do. Therefore, I think giving him a little bit of an advantage in this tiebreaker run.
Well, I remember 2016, Pat Bergener unveiling those switchback side 1080s. He'd worked on the switchback 9, but switchback side 1080s were completely new at that stage of pipe riding. And we've seen how hard it's worked for Scotty James. Had that dominant period between 2019 and 2021. Yuto Totsuka went out and learned that trick. He absolutely dominated, and we just talked about Ayumu with it. It's been that critical last rotation that everyone has been forced to master. Pat Bergener now is going to pull it out. His old faithful, old yeller for him. And he's going to have to work really hard because on his favored wall, Ryusei Yamada is going to send this 3rd run.
Yeah, knowing what's dropping behind you, if you're Pat Bergener right now, you pull 0 punches. You go all out. This is a heavyweight brawl. You have 1 run to move on to semifinals. Pat Bergener coming in switch. Switch backside double 1080. Into the double Michael Chuck. Front side double cork 1080. Pat Bergener not playing around. Cab double cork 1080. What's it gonna be? Is he gonna go 12? Front side 1260 from Pat Bergener, and a nice aesthetic little spray there at the end. Great run from Pat Bergener. Bigger amplitude. You know, where's the variety at? Where's the execution? We're gonna check that in the replay.
Yeah, for sure. He's got the the switch backside 1080, so the switch backside spin, the double chuck, the rodeo off the heels, different axis added to it. So he's got the variety. He upped the amplitude. It looked like his execution was a little bit better than his first run, but pretty similar to his first run that Ryusei was able to beat. So we'll see what Ryusei comes swinging out with. Nice and quiet across the flat bottom. Double chuck, getting the double grab, holding on to that front side grab as he comes around. There's the double 10. So loses a little bit of amplitude there, but then the front side 12 holds the tail grab, squats it out at the bottom, landing a little bit low, but very solid execution there for Pat Bergener.
If Pat Bergener has put enough pressure on Ryusei right now, he's going to finish 8th at the moment. Overall, he's sat in 13th. If he can put the pressure on Ryusei and get a result here, it's going to give him a shot at the final 8.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100% it will. And that's where the pressure comes into play. Ryusei Yamada knows exactly what he needs to do.
Finish in the top 8 overall at the end of the championship here at Snow League, and you will automatically qualify for the next season. So, comes down to this. How many people have we seen under pressure stretch too far for tricks they didn't need? That is the temptation and the balance Ryusei Yamada needs to find now.
Coming in switch, cab, double cork 1080. Absolutely massive from Ryusei Yamada into the front side double 12.
Oh!
That McTwist was huge.
Serving in-flight meals.
There's the front side 1440 and the switch alley-oop double backside rodeo. That's game over.
Everyone holds their breath on that double alley-oop rodeo, switch double alley-oop rodeo to finish, because there's no guarantees that you land that.
No,
absolutely none.
One of the hardest tricks to land in the pipe, spinning back up the pipe, coming around on your heel side edge as you land. As you take a look at the double 10, just going monster out of the pipe. The front side 12, if you compare that to Pat's front side 12 at the bottom, so much cleaner, so much smoother, so much bigger. The big twist, so massive in the pipe. Here you see the 1440 where he had issues on his first run, or second run, sorry. And that's where Pat was able to sneak in, but he puts that 1440 down and then adds an even more difficult trick, adds more variety with the switch double alley-oop rodeo.
He almost went through and upped it hit by hit by hit all the way through the pipe. That was one of the best runs we've seen all day today.
Yeah, that will definitely challenge Cam Melville Ives 90.
Well, you've only got Yuto, Cam, and Ryusei with that switch double alley-oop rodeo at the end there. So the judges have to reward it. Pat pointing at Ryusei. He knows which way this one's going. But I think standing ovation for Pat Bergener. He managed to put up a solid fight there against one of the hottest young talents in pipe riding. But Ryusei Yamada does take it, a 90.5. That is half a point above Cam Melville Ives, so exactly where you were at there. So let's hear from Naoko now, who's with Ryusei.
All right, what an exciting 3-run round there. Gonna ask Ryusei about his run and the thoughts going into that third one. 接戦でした。3番目のランはどうやってなんていうんですか考えましたか？
いやもう本当にとりあえず転ばないようにと思って一つ一つの技をちょっと丁寧にやりました。
So he went into it thinking, I just really don't need to fall and also want to do each trick really carefully. And so he was able to execute it in that way. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryusei. Thank you, Naoko. So Ryusei Yamada, the 4th and final man to make it through to the semi-finals. He will join Jake Pate in that second matchup. Up at the top there, you've got the master and the apprentice, you could say, Yuto Totsuka, going up against the New Zealander, Cam Melville Ives. Who do you fancy out of those? I can't wait for that Totsuka, Cam Melville Ives. I think that's going to be fireworks.
It's going to be unbelievable. Also, I mean, Ryosu Yamato just put down the highest score of the day.
But we've only seen Yuto in cruise control at the moment, Connor.
We have, and Yuto's got more in the tank, so I'm excited to see what we've got coming up in the semifinals.
Okay, so much more still to come. Halftime here. We've got guests, we've got features. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a second. Snow League is brought to you by Aries Management. Let's advance together. Welcome back to Snow League. It is the halftime show. We've got the women's quarterfinals done. We've got the men's quarterfinals done. Slippers are out. We've got the line painters in there. Pipe holding up very, very well in some warm conditions. Light breeze brushing over the pipe, but things are shaping up very, very nicely for semi-finals. And in the studio with us, we've got a couple of legends. Check these boys out. Alessandro Barbieri, Louis Vito joining T-Bird and me. Gentlemen, good fun yesterday. Didn't quite go your way. Louis, let's start with you. NBDs at 37 in the pipe.
Yeah, you know, that's just a fun one that I did years ago in Mount Hood. And I had some friends that were always like, do it in contest. And I'm like, let's wait. And I thought this was a great event. I mean, you have the world's best snowboarders here. You have a great crowd. And why not do something that's fun that is for snowboarding? I mean, I've been doing this competition for 20-some years, right? Let's mix it up. Let's have some fun and do something that's just a little bit different.
Okay, let's take a look at it. No one can get their head around how you're generating speed out of the hand plant and into the cab tent.
Okay, and just to say, this was so validating for me to see, because Louis, I've been telling the story about watching you do that at Hood for like 9 years now, and people were like, no, a hand plant to a double cork? I'm like, it was the sickest thing I've ever seen in a half pipe.
And I've never done it since Mount Hood, so
really?
I was pretty excited just to do that and land a run. And then for some reason, I thought, why not try a front double 12 out of it? And I've also never done that and haven't practiced it all week, but you know, it's Snow League, so why not?
That's right.
There's the beauty of the symmetry in it as well. I love that.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Alessandro, things didn't quite go your way yesterday, and you're one of the guys in the running in the overall standings. It must have been heartbreaking.
Yeah, no, definitely not qualifying yesterday and not putting a good run down was devastating for me, but honestly, I'm happy about what I did, and I just kind of got unlucky. You know, I kind of got stuck in a rut, and I wasn't able to like maintain my amplitude for the rest of the run. So sometimes it's like that. Like you saw even with Ayumu, like someone who's been doing it for more years than I've been snowboarding almost, you know, falling on the cab 14. Like I was watching, I was like, what's going on? And like we both kind of had the same mistake on the same trick. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to LAAX and ride better and go higher and land some good runs.
Do you think, like, was there something going on out there yesterday? Was there a weird energy? Was the pipe difficult to ride? Because seeing Shuchiro Shigeno go down, then Ayuma, then yourself?
Yeah, no, it wasn't easy. You know, we had the first day of practice canceled due to rain, and it definitely left the pipe in worse conditions. But, you know, Frank did an amazing job to keep it in decent shape. And unfortunately, yesterday, you'd catch just these little kinks in the pipe or these little ruts that would slow you down. And if you're able to, like, ride on top, then you would have a lot of speed. And if not, you just go, like, 4 feet out like I did. But, yeah, no, it wasn't easy, and you needed a bit of luck to go big in that pipe.
Okay. Oh, sorry, T-Bone.
After both of you watching quarterfinals, what's just one thing you took away from that?
Oh, you can see why these are the world's best half-pipe riders. It doesn't matter if, like, an Alessandro and Ayumu who didn't make it through, that doesn't take away from them. It doesn't take away from the competition that we're watching today. It's anybody's day, and that's the thing with half-pipe snowboarding. It is such a deep field that you have to be on every single run. And now you're seeing the variations of the run, which I'm excited, especially with Yuto, because Yuto has 3 A+ runs. He doesn't have a backup run or a B run. He has 3 that could win the event, and you're just seeing variety. You're seeing the world's best snowboarders do their thing again twice in 1 month, and you're seeing it here in Aspen with a perfect weather day.
Okay, quickly
sure.
before we go to the break, you were
Yeah.
both up on the pipe yesterday when Kaishi was dropping in.
Yeah.
What was that like in the flesh? We were stuck down here in the studio.
I was up there. I was actually sitting in the booth down there and just watching the TV, and me and Ayuma were sitting there and we're like, oh, this man just went to the moon. And we're like, I was like air traffic control ready for takeoff. And it was just like, I was kind of sad that they didn't give the height meter like on the broadcast. I didn't see how big he went.
He went through it.
He went through it.
The laser doesn't go that high.
It doesn't go that high.
He legit went out of frame.
Really?
Yeah, on the camera
Oh my
angle we were
God.
seeing. It was huge.
No, yeah, I saw it from the TV and I was like, what?
But can we also just talk about how he also did the slash revert to cab double
Dude,
too?
yeah,
out
that
of
was-
that,
that was
like
crazy.
that was so his run was sick top to bottom, and it's different, right? Like it's not spinning all the way down with doubles and triples, but he went massive, arguably broke the record. Slash revert, cab double. What did he do? Double 12, back
And the
double
back
12, or
12,
like he
yeah.
did a back 12 in that run.
You could put that in a video part, and a movie theater would erupt at a movie
sure.
premiere.
First try.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming in. We look forward to seeing you both riding in LAAX in a couple of weeks' time. We're going to take a quick break now, but when we come back, we got none other than Gren Diesel in the booth of Bombhole fame. We're going to get all of his hot takes and his little spicy underdog chat. We'll see you in just a second. Snow League is brought to you by Adobe Express, made to create. Look at this, it doesn't get any better. Perfect conditions out here at Buttermilk Mountain. The pipe is holding up, the crowd are filling in. Neil Francis is getting ready to kick off on that stage on the right-hand side of your picture. We are shaping up for the perfect afternoon of Snow League action here in the halfpipe. And look who's with us. Yes, Gren Diesel. How you doing, fella? You well?
I'm honored to be with a couple banter gods like yourself. Ed, your vocabulary is absolutely fantastic.
My mum was an English teacher. I had a head start.
That explains it.
Yeah, if you used any basic conjunctions, it was a slap down the back of the head. I've had it beaten into me. What did you make of the first round? The Americans looking really good out there.
Yeah, let's talk Americans. I mean, we can start with Jake Pates, you know, who refound his love for snowboarding. He's coming off of some great momentum with the Olympics, and he's just keeping it rolling. You can see in his riding, he's having fun. You watch him all through practice. He's confident. He's landing everything. He's kind of in that pocket, you know. Confidence is such a big battle for these riders. You come in and out of the pocket when it comes to confidence. And I'll tell you, Jake is in it right now.
I mean, one thing I've noticed about Jake Pates is he's smiling more now when he's snowboarding than he was before he stepped away. And you can see it in his riding. He's just kind of riding loose and riding free. And it's making him, you know, he's having a lot of fun while snowboarding, but it's making him straight up dangerous.
Well, look at the level of progression we've seen in the last kind of 4 years since he left. Switchback sides have come in, triples have come in. We're seeing all of the alley-oop and like rodeo, chuck flips coming in. He's had that break, and it feels like there's real joy there.
100%. Also on social media, he's been going ballistic. He seems like he's having a lot of fun on that and keeping it rolling. And one thing to talk about his run had the two different walls, the double Michael Chuck, able to do the audible, do a totally different run. I really love to see how deep these riders' bags of tricks actually are.
Okay, let's switch it over to the women's then. Maddie Mastro, out of control in that first run. We talked about her being a cerebral rider, but she stomped it.
100%. I think, you know, coming out of the Olympics, had a bit of a rough go. I think that was really weighing on her heavily, and she came and she got the monkey off her back. You know, to land that double crippler, first hit, stomp, kind of back to your regular scheduled programming with Maddie, as you see here. You know, this she struggled with over in Italy and came in, and it doesn't get any better than the way she stomped this. Oh, that's her first run of the crippler. I guess she did that in qualifiers. She kind of went a little bit three-quarter throttle, but you know she's got more in the tank for her.
Yeah, I think she kind of got over that mental hump, right? And said, now it's game on. It's time. Let's finish out this Snow League season. She's in the running for the overall, and she's riding incredibly well.
100%. I mean, with all the Japanese riders and all the airbag training that they put in, it's tough for these Americans to keep up. They have a crazy program out there. So to see Maddie and Jake in the semifinals is fantastic.
Okay, little question then. Do you think for the next generation of American pipe riders that having either an indoor facility or a like year-round bag facility is what they have to have?
100%. You look at Japan, they have an indoor half pipe. You know, they have an airbag, and like the only transition airbag in the world is in Japan. So they're able to practice all these tricks all summer long, get their reps up, and then take it to the contest. And you see, it's dominated by the Japanese.
And there's so much less risk of injury if you've got 10, 15, 20 repetitions of that trick down into a bag. So even when you do land that new trick, it's taking you a third of the time.
It's all about reps. You got to get those reps up.
Okay, we've got the semi-finals coming up very shortly. We're looking forward to those. Who stands out to you out of these ones? We've got Yuto Totsuka going up against Cam Melville-Ives. I mean, that one for me.
That is a matchup for the ages. I mean, Cam Melville-Ives, his first run, it held as the highest score until the final run, the third tiebreaker run. Ryusei Yamada beat him by half a point. So those are my two, Cam and Ryusei.
100%. And if you look at Cam's run, it's so exciting with that cab triple, the double alley back rodeo, landing with speed. So it's really, really fun watching Cam right now. That next generation, 19 years old, he's full of vinegar.
Okay, spicy take. Can Cam beat Yuto? Like, Yuto's won everything. He took Aspen here. He came second in China. He took the gold in the Olympics 2 weeks ago. Cam Melville-Ives has a seemingly impossible task. But you boys, what do you reckon?
Yes, he can, 100%. And I think that's what we also love is the underdog, right? The David versus Goliath storyline. Like, we always love to see underdogs doing their thing. And Cam is no different in this. And he's coming on, taking the pipe scene by storm right now.
I agree with Diesel. I also think the conditions are going to come into play, right? It's not primo pipe, half pipe conditions where both walls are icy and standard, and they're going to stay that way all day. They're going to change. They're going to fluctuate. If Cam can stay on his feet, he's dangerous. He can beat anyone.
No one knows a slushy pipe better than a New Zealander, so that one definitely plays in his favor. We're going to take a quick break now. When we come back, we've got gold medals all round with Shaun White hooking up with Gaon Choi. They're going to have a quick chat. And of course, we'll see the semi-finalists in action. This man will be on your screens and in action. Cam Melville-Ives. Snow League is brought to you by a very fitting sponsor, Google Cloud. That's where most of the riders are hanging out at the moment. Up in the skies, very little wind here, blue skies, perfect conditions. Pipe is warming up a little bit on its sunny wall, but it means that we've got perfect conditions for a party down at the bottom as well. We've got the Marriott Bonvoy American Express rooftop deck there, and that is going off. Neil Francis playing down at the bottom. Everyone up on that top deck. Grenier, look at him.
It's incredible. I was down there hanging out. It's luxurious, Ed. Very luxurious.
I heard that there's some oysters in there that you
Oysters,
can get stuck into.
crab cakes, salmon. We're living large down there, Ed. Let me tell you, it's a good time.
Okay, we're going to take you over now. We decided to put two gold medalists together this week because even though she's not riding, Gaon Choi, the newly minted Olympic gold medalist from Milan Cortina 2026, has come over to Aspen. So who better to understand what she's been through and what she's experiencing right now than three-time Olympic gold medalist, Shaun White.
We are graced by the presence of Gaon, the Olympic gold medalist. I just want to say thank you so much for being here. I know you're fresh off your win in Milan, and I'm sure you're doing lots of media, lots of press, and just so thankful that you're here. And I just want to say, like, how's it been? How has life been since the big win?
It was really busy, but I'm so happy because it's big win.
Have you been able to sleep at all?
No.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
When I was younger, 19, I kept having dreams that it didn't happen. And I wake up, and I see the medal, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Have you been home? Have you been able to see friends and family since?
Yeah, I saw my cat.
Okay.
I miss my cat. And friends and my family are crying. Everybody happy.
I knew you took a big crash. Rumors were going around that you might not do more runs, but what happened?
Yeah, my coach Ben said no more snowboard, maybe DNS.
Okay.
But I said no, I'm gonna be go.
I was so happy for you.
Thank you so much.
Your team was there crying. I started crying. I was like, oh, I gotta be tough and cool, and I couldn't help it. It was so exciting, and I was so happy for you, and I had you picked to do really well, and you did. So
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
That was a proper moment there, wasn't it? Shawn getting emotional.
Oh yeah, a couple gold medalists hugging it out. They know how much that means.
She is an absolute. We have to talk about it. She's an absolute warrior.
100%. I think that was maybe one of the major stories from Italy. That bail, everybody thought she was done, and then she comes back with a vengeance, gets the win, living, like you said, in Chloe's shadow. Chloe Kim, the most dominant female halfpipe rider the world has ever seen. She's, you know, when you look at Gaon, she's always the bridesmaid, never the bride. She's always in that second, third place position. So it was really, really special to watch her get her flowers over in Italy.
Yeah, and you look at that long story, like broke her back in LAAX in 24, came back in 25 with the third, 26 she takes the win and then moves straight on through. Neil Francis out there on the decks. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we've got more action. Tina and T-Bird back in the booth, and we'll be talking to Hunter Hess. Don't go anywhere. We've got semi-finals on the menu as well here at Snow League, Buttermilk Mountain.
Welcome back to Aspen, Colorado, the third event at the Snow League's inaugural season. I am now joined by free skier Hunter Hess. Hunter, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. It's an honor to be here.
All right, so we're here in Aspen right now. Let's talk about some of the destinations that we've been to already. There was Yunding Snow Park. Coming up, we have LAAX, Switzerland, where we will crown a champion. Do you get out to explore these places a bit when you're on the road?
Yeah, absolutely. I've spent quite a lot of time in Switzerland. My good friend and colleague, Alex Hall, his parents are actually from that area or live in that area. So I go there quite often, and LAAX is one of my favorite places to visit for sure.
I've seen some of your Instagram photos and your love of the outdoors. Outside of skiing, how do you like to truly escape in the outdoors? Do you lean towards the rugged off-grid vibe of a postcard cabin, or are you more about those curated mountain retreats at a Marriott Bonvoy hotel?
I mean, anytime I can be curated to a retreat, I am more than happy. I think for me personally, I like to be in the mountains. The ocean is a big one for me. So anytime I can go out and go surfing or kind of like break up winter a little bit, I love to do that. Maybe get a little bit of sun, be a little less pale. Anytime I can do that, I am a happy man.
I know the curated retreats at a Marriott Bonvoy hotel. I will take that any day, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty easy way of living.
Of all the places you've been able to travel, is there a trip or outdoor experience that really stands out as a favorite?
Ooh, we went to Japan last year for a ski trip, and it was one of the coolest experiences I've ever had. The culture there, the community, the snow, everything there was so amazing, and it was a really unique experience and one that I'll never forget for sure.
Love Japan. Love Japan,
It's
especially
amazing.
when the snow is good, which it's always good
Yeah,
there, right?
it's always good.
Since Marriott Bonvoy Outdoors is all about those bucket list moments, what's one specific experience you'd recommend to a fellow enthusiast looking to level up their next trip?
Ooh, find an activity that you love more than anything and travel for that. I think anytime I go and I can find something to be active in, it makes me just explore the place way more than anything. And yeah, it just gives me a new sense of the location and kind of a better feel, and makes me appreciate my surroundings a little bit more.
Yeah. So on top of that question, when you do get to explore doing your favorite activity, or hiking in Aspen, scouting trails in Switzerland, are you someone who likes to go solo for that unplugged feel, or do you prefer to bring the crew along for a group adventure?
I'm a crew man 100%. I am never going solo. I don't know enough to go solo, first of all. If I go off alone in the mountains, I might die. So I'm bringing people that know a little bit more than me and hanging out with my crew for sure.
Yeah, I could have answered that question for you. And I was like, oh, I think I already know who we would invite too. Yeah.
Yeah, I got some specific people for sure.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, Snow League, inaugural season of Snow League. What's the vibe been like for you so far?
It's been amazing. I mean, I think it's one of the best contests I've ever been to. Just the people, the atmosphere, everyone, like all the planning and everything. It's really athlete centered, which has been super nice. They're always asking us for our feedback and just trying to improve every event that they can. So it's been a really, really cool experience. So I'm super excited for what the future holds for Snow League.
Yeah, so the format is different than other contests. From an athlete's perspective, how has the format felt? Are there any adjustments or things you've enjoyed about competing in this league compared to the traditional circuit?
It's definitely a new structure of an event for us. Coming into it, you definitely need to change the way you compete a little bit. Normally, we just go in with one run. It's our hardest run. We do it one time out of 3 or 2, or hope to land it one time out of 3 or 2 tries. But with the structure, the head-to-head battle, the 2 different side drop-ins, it makes you just come in with a lot more. You're able to actually go through your bag of tricks a little bit more and just try to like present the best run you possibly can on the day. So it's a lot more skiing, a lot more strategy, and I'm looking forward to kind of like figuring out a little bit more as it goes.
No, and I'd say for us too, just watching everyone ski, we get to ski, we get to see you ski more. So it's fun. It's actually really fun, I think, all around. Okay, all right. Before we let you go, if you could pick anywhere for a future Snow League stop that fits the Marriott Bonvoy Outdoors portfolio, what would be your dream destination?
Ooh, I'm 100% going back to Japan. I love Japan. If we had an event there, it would be amazing. Yeah, maybe a Marriott retreat wouldn't be too bad there.
I like it. I like it. I want that. I want on that trip.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's plan for that. Come on.
All right. Japan for that trip. All right. Thank you so much, Hunter. To book your next adventure and find your own drop pin in the wild, make sure to check out MarriottBonvoyOutdoors.com.
In the early days, it was really just us standing there at the top of the pipe, and somebody had either the camcorder out or like we're just rock, paper, scissors, who was gonna try the trick first, and just wing it. As technology advanced and there's cameras on phones and there's just more accessibility to share that content, it made the world a difference. What do you have in store for me? I'm excited. It's so clear as day right here. It's amazing.
This might look familiar.
Cap 1440.
Yeah, that's good to note.
So you can see right here is kind of where the trick begins, right? Because everybody thinks it's in the air, but it's not. It's right here. The wind up is happening. Yeah. Because everything happens off the lip. I'm really flinging myself, and then I'm going to compress. I see AI from Google Cloud coming in and really bringing the data into the sport. It's the future.
It's pretty terrifying if you put AI in the mix. I thought halfpipe was progressing at a terrifying rate already, but we'll add some more technology in, and who knows, we'll have quint corks by the time we get to France 2030. Look at this, Neil Francis. It's got everyone rocking down at the bottom of this pipe. Temperatures are perfect. Now, while this has been going on around the party area at the bottom, we've had this going on in the pipe. It is the Jeep biggest air, and right now belongs to this man, Yusei Yamada. 15.7 feet on this glorious McTwist. Look at the execution there. I've got Chris Grenier, T-Bird and Tina all in the booth with me. That is spectacular. Yeah. Who are you expecting? Ryusei to beat his own record?
I mean, Yuto Tatsuka is an absolute weapon out there. That dude can go big on any hit.
But when it goes to Ryusei, the one thing I do love on that is the essence of snowboarding. The trick that looks beautiful. It's not about just doing hard tricks, but it's about doing hard tricks and making them look easy. And that's exactly what we love here at Snow League.
Yeah, that McTwist, as you described it, glorious. It really was. It was glorious.
I mean, probably the best part of it, though, was the fact that he chucked the switch McTwist up at the top of the run and then that one through the middle of it. And the amplitude doesn't seem to dip with him at all. Okay, this is what's coming up next. We've got women's semi-finals and 2 matchups here. Grendiesel, who stands out to you in the Reese Kudo, Maddie Mastro matchup?
Okay, I'm going to go with Maddie Mastro on this one big time. And I got to talk to you as to why. And that goes to she still has so much in the tank. She only did a single crippler first hit. She's going to level that up to a double crippler. We haven't even seen the switch alley-oop back rodeo. So they're at 75% throttle right now. We're going hammer down into the semifinal in that matchup. Reese, she's a weapon, but for me, I'm going with Maddie on that first pick.
Tina?
With that first quarterfinal, I'm going to have to go with Maddie. I'm going to back up Grandiesel's picks. Yeah, the Diesel Dogs. I'm going for that too, the Maddie Mastro pick.
See, my heart says Maddie all the way. My head says, in my head, I can see the 2 16-year-olds, Sarah Shimizu and Reese Kudo, making it through to the final. I think it's going to be a rookie off.
Well, I've been saying this since the beginning. When it comes to Sarah Shimizu, she was one of my picks. She was one of Diesel Dogs, as we called them. And she's only 16 years old, but she has a cab 10 double cork in the tank that we haven't seen. We've seen her go front 9, but that front 10 is really her moneymaker. And I think the key to my heart, the thing I love about it so much, when you watch her body language, it's like she's got hands in the pockets.
Yeah.
Her hands are down by her side. She looks relaxed. She's not flailing. And that's the key. That's the key to our hearts here. It's good style.
And those cab 10, well, the 10 double corks are the vanguard of women's progression at the moment. And we're seeing some pretty funky corks in there. Sarah's is perfect. You said it. It's a beautiful trick.
Yeah, we've only seen a little bit of what she's able to do. So Sarah, I'm going to say that second, semifinal is going to go to Sarah. And then that final, if we're going to just go jump there, I'm going to say Maddie and Sarah.
Okay.
I think that would be an electric final.
So none of you, I'm intrigued by this because these are incredible. We've got to the perfect semis. These are too tight to call now. But none of you going with standings leader, Senator Mita.
I'm not. I hate to do it. I mean, I'm biased on style. I'm biased on style.
I just think Sarah's she's coming up. She is on such a good trajectory, heading all the way up. And she's had, you look back at her previous results this year, she's just been winning and I'm just cruising on up and I'm just going to take this Snow League by storm.
Well, and we just had Alessandro Barbieri and Louis Vito in here, and Louis said it best. He said, I don't care who's in or who's out. It's anyone's game, right? So our predictions and our picks, it's just a gut feeling. It could be anybody.
Well, here's let me throw something in here for you. So you think coming out of Italy, Sarah got 4th, little chip on your shoulder, right? Didn't make it on the podium, got something to prove, out for blood. I love that storyline.
Yeah, me too.
Redemption story, redemption tour.
The axe to grind coming up, women's semi-finals. The US's finest, Maddie Mastro, will be in action. She's going up against Reese Kudo, and then we'll see standings leader Senator Mita going up against Sarah Shimizu. We'll be back very shortly.
The very first season of the Snow League took its opening bow here in Aspen, where the early head-to-head battles carved a thrilling standard for the winter that lay ahead.
This day right here, this is what halfpipe snowboarding is all about.
Almost everything about this is changing the game.
In the women's field, Senator Mita held her ground under fierce pressure, edging out American standout Maddie Mastro by just a half a point in a dramatic final.
The Senator Mita by half a point, your first ever Women's Snow League champion.
On the men's side, Yuto Totsuka hit his stride with flawless rhythm, soaring to a stunning 96.5 to capture the first ever Snow League victory.
There you have it, Yuto Totsuka. It is the 5th goal.
The league pressed on to the storied Olympic walls of Yunding Snow Park in China, where the standings shifted once more.
It is all about the matchups. It's about the rivalries.
Returning to the very halfpipe where he captured the Olympic goal in 2022, Ayumu Hirano faced off against Yuto Totsuka in a high-stakes showdown.
1080, and with that, the champion here, Mr. Ayumu Hirano.
while 14-year-old Patty Zhou captured her first professional win in a stunning home soil debut.
And it will be victory for Patty Zhou.
Following 2 historic events, the World Championship standings are tightening. Yuto Totsuka still holds the men's lead, followed closely by Ayumu Hirano and Ruka Hirano. For the women, Sena Tomito remains the athlete to beat at the top of the leaderboard, with Mitsuki Ono and Gao Choi rounding out the top 3. The journey continues toward LAAX, Switzerland, where the free skiers will reunite with snowboarding's elite for the season finale. But first, the league circles back to the Buttermilk Pike for a pivotal 3rd event, where pressure builds and every matchup carries the weight of the season, where the battle for crucial points intensifies, and every run brings the athletes closer to the honor of becoming the first ever Snow League World Champion.
And it is semi-final time. The women's semi-finals up in just a few moments, but what a season it has been so far. Starting with Aspen 1, then China, and now we are back at Aspen. And I'll tell you what, this one is pivotal.
I mean, hands down, this has been the most interesting, competitive snowboard season I can remember in the last 10 or 15 years. And it's because of the Snow League. It's shaking things up, it's giving new formats, it's introducing new athletes to the scene, and I couldn't be more stoked to be here.
Yeah, it has been an amazing season, and not only is it a battle for that top spot, these athletes are going for the top 8 to make it into next year's Snow League season, so keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, there's a lot that they are gunning for here at this event, but take a look at this half-pipe T-Bird. You and I got a chance to stand on the side of the walls. They are not small.
Yeah, it is no joke. 23.3 feet tall, 72 feet wide, and nearly 600 feet long. It is a Goliath beast out there at Buttermilk.
Yeah. And take a look at this pipe right now. What a beautiful day, blue skies, the sun is out, very little wind. We are just getting word right now that Rise, that first matchup in the semifinals, Rise Kudo and Maddie Mastro. Rise is just on a medical hold right now, so we're waiting to get word as exactly what will happen there. And Maddie Mastro is still waiting to see if she needs to drop in as well. So hang in tight with us as we figure this out. Again, Rise is just on a medical hold, and we're figuring out if Maddie needs to drop in as well.
We gotta move on to matchup 2.
Get one run in between the two, just to save arm.
Do I not get any runs? You get runs for the final.
So then so it goes this and then
you get 3.
But you do get to save your legs.
I need my runs, so
No, hang on. So just understand. You're just running this heat and then it's minutes.
No. We go to finals.
It's going to be 2 riders and then...
And that's why we're saying we'd like to have a little bit of snowboarding.
Really getting the inside knowledge there. So as it stands right now, Maddie Mastro does not need to drop in for that first semi-final heat. So we are going to move on to that second heat here in the semifinals. Sena Tomita, and the athlete that everybody has been talking about here at this Snow League, Sarah Shimizu.
Yeah, going into today, it was all about overall number 1 versus overall number 2, Sena Tomita versus Mitsuki Ono. But then enter Sarah Shimizu.
Yeah.
She has really introduced herself to the world here as one of the elite half-pipe athletes in the game.
Yeah, as Gren Diesel was saying, she is just so solid on her snowboard. Her style is there, her execution is there. She's so smooth through the flat bottom. She's got the amplitude, she's got the bag of tricks. It's gonna come down to whether or not she can put it all together.
Yeah, so Sena Tomita, the champion from this event a year ago, will be going up against the rising star, Sarah Shimizu, 26 years old versus 16 years old. This is gonna be a great matchup, but we were talking earlier, Sarah Shimizu is on the right trajectory, just heading on her way up. But first of all, that is Sena Tomita that we are looking at as she gets ready to take her first run here in the second semi-final. Again, that first one, Maddie Mastro did not have to drop in as Rise Kudo was on a medical hold. But Sena Tomita coming into this, T-Bird, where do you think her mind is?
I think her mind is she knows she's #1. That's not in jeopardy right now. I think she's looking to make it onto finals and win this event and build that point standing heading into LAAX. So I think she's going to be foot to the gas for run 1.
It could come to her advantage too, being the veteran here, knowing how to play the game, what the strategy is to try and drop in. Dropping first, you're going to put down a hammer. Hopefully then on the next run, be dropping in second.
Yeah, so Senna Tomita preparing to take her first run here. Heat number 2 of the women's semifinals. It is go time.
Okay.
I think it's prepared. It's such a cool view from up there, T-Bird. When we were up there this morning and you look down at that half pipe and it's so big and you see the fans at the bottom of the pipe, and it's just that moment where you take everything in, get yourself ready, visualize, and get set for that run.
Yeah, in semifinals, you know, it almost just kind of hit me. This is where it's all on the line. We are down to the final 4 in the men's and the women's field. Senna Tomita about to kick it off. Can she do it against Sarah Shimizu? Dropping into her front side wall, starting things off with a huge front side 900 into the backside 540, losing just a touch of amplitude, but speeding up pretty quickly on that shady wall. Front side 720 into the cab 720. So Senna definitely putting one to her feet here. Front side 1080 to wrap it up. That was an excellent run from Senna Tomita.
A very solid run there from Senna Tomita. You can tell she's kind of taking it a little bit easier, not going full on out in the trick. She's got the 10, she's got the 9. The biggest thing to take away from that run is everything's down the pipe. She's got one backside spin, everything else is off the toes, down the pipe, so the variety not quite there, but the execution and the trick difficulty is.
Yeah, explain that to us. Explain that just a little bit more, because down the pipe, you know, there's alley-oop spins, there's different ways of rotating and heading up the pipe with tricks. So explain that.
Spinning up the pipe will give you a different variation. The alley-oop, it's harder. It gives you, it's a little bit harder to keep speed throughout the pipe, but also doing a little bit of a different axis on your spins. We don't see a double in there. Both of the 10s and the 9s are flat spins, grabbing tail, grabbing melon on it. So variety's not quite there. Amplitude dipped a little bit, like T-Bird said, on the 540. So a very solid run, but it's not going to be one of those skyrocketing scores.
Yeah, and then Sarah Shimizu, who's going to be coming up next and answering back. She does have a lot of those tricks that you just brought up. It's just a matter of, will she perform them? Will she land them? And what can she put together here?
Precisely. It's what I like to call the transfer of pressure. You put a run down if you're the first athlete to drop, put one to your feet, and you just slide that pressure right across the table and say, ball's in your court now.
So the 16-year-old, in her first Snow League appearance, has already made a statement, coming into here with the highest score in qualifying of a 93. And she has those tricks. She has all the elements to put together a phenomenal run here.
Sarah Shimizu dropping in, backside wall. Huge Dylan roll right there into the front side 720. She is going huge, so back-to-back 720s front side to switch front side. There's a front side 900 tail grab. And that's going to be a backside 900. I was wondering if she was going to try to sneak one more in, but she kind of ran out of half pipe there.
Yeah, playing it like she absolutely needed to. She's got the backside 9 compared to the backside 5. She's also got the Dylan roll, so a different axis there, adding a little bit more variety. As you can see, the execution completely proper, grabs all the way through. Look how quiet she is across the flat bottom there. Grab all the way through the 7, backs it up with another 7 here. Just grabs all the way through. So I would have to say Sarah Shimizu coming in, taking that first run.
Well, and one thing too about her riding, the way she lands on the half pipe walls, like where she lands is ideal. It's perfect.
And what's really gonna set the tone here for me is what the judges' scores come in at. Very comparable runs, right? The intricacies are up to the judges, but we're gonna see 2 scores, and then moving forward, we'll know kind of where their headset is at, where their mindset is at in the judges' booth.
All right, and we just got a look at Maddie Mastro clapping her hands, supporting Sarah Shimizu. Whoever wins this matchup will be going up against Maddie. So this is actually a really good opportunity for Maddie to see what these athletes are doing. And there it is. It is Sarah Shimizu who takes that first run battle here in the semifinals, matchup number 2. And a lot of fans have come out here to Aspen, Colorado to enjoy the weather, enjoy the live music, and enjoy the competition, getting their autographs. It's been so great to see. Yesterday in qualifiers, we saw so many young kids waiting for autographs, just watching these new stars and these professional athletes perform.
I kind of have a new goal today. I'm going to get Sarah Shimizu's autograph today.
I want to see it.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
The side of your face? Or?
Do you have your marker ready?
I got a pen.
The question is she going to sign a poster, your hand? Like,
yeah. Maybe,
what do you got?
Maybe I'll go my jacket.
Jacket.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. That's another look at Sarah Shimizu, the young 16-year-old that everybody has been talking about here at Snow League, event number 3. Her first Snow League appearance, and she could absolutely disrupt these championship standings. Remember, Senna Tamita, who she is going up against in this matchup. She is on the top of that leaderboard. And Sarah right now has no points.
Yeah, and no matter what happens, no matter what the result is, as far as Sarah Shimizu is concerned, she's going to be one of the most talked about athletes in snowboarding leaving this event. She has really put on a show.
At just 16 years old, too. 16 years young, I should say. Sarah putting on a show, and we saw her second run is also as strong as that first run. So Senna's going to have some work to make it up and try and force that third run.
Yeah, so there's the standings right now. You can see Senna at the top of that leaderboard with 161 points. Whose name is not on there? It's Sarah Shimizu. Why? Because this is the first time that we are seeing her. And another thing to point out, she is the youngest competitor here at this event. So athletes getting their sled rides up, preparing their boards and getting set for their second run here in the semifinal, heat number 2.
Very cool little behind the scenes look of like how an event works and maximizing efficiencies. It's something that Snow League is so good at. As we take a look at Sarah Shimizu's first run, there's that Dylan roll. It technically is a backside 540. It's just spun on a different axis named after legendary halfpipe rider Kier Dylan. There's the cab 720 right there. Into the front side 900. This drone view is super, super cool. Backside 900, and right there, Sarah, that right there is a little bit of veteran mindset. Don't get greedy toward the bottom of the half pipe.
Yeah, hold some of your best stuff for later on if you move on to the finals. The T-bird view.
Ooh, I like that.
Do you like that?
Yeah. Can we get a graphic for that?
I know, such a cool behind the scenes look. And what a day we have here for the event number 2 here in Aspen, Colorado. You know, we go to so many half-pipe competitions, and weather plays such a big part in this sport. And when you have a day like this, you just want to hold on to it. You're like, yes, we'll take this weather all the time.
So quick question for you guys. Up at the top right now, we know Maddie's moving on to the finals. Who do you think she would like to go up against, whether or not it comes to points or rider athlete that you'd like to go up against?
You're asking me?
I'm asking you. You guys asked me the questions. I know.
I know. Who would she like to go up against? I think she'd be happy going up against either athlete.
Point standing wise, though, if Senna drops out here, she's not getting as many.
Yeah, point standing, she's going to want to go up against Sarah.
And also remember, this time last year at the first stop of Snow League Aspen, it was Maddie versus Senna in the finals. That's when Maddie got second place, Senna beat her.
By a half a point.
By a half a point.
By a half a point. Yeah. Okay, and here is why. Let's take a look back. This was event number 1 in Aspen, Colorado. Maddie had the run going in just a slight sit down at the bottom on the final hit.
Literally as minimal as it can get. But when you're in the finals at Snow League, every single thing matters.
Yeah. The energy is high. The athletes have just been positive ever since they have arrived here in Aspen, Colorado. Snow League really rolls out the red carpet for the athletes. And another look at the conditions, sunny, 43 degrees. And that wind, 2 miles per hour. So really not playing a factor at all. But the factor that is coming into play, the walls.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why you see the athletes up there with their team techs or their coaches. Board maintenance, right? Making sure your edges are the right sharpness, making sure your board base is super fast and applying the right wax. It's highly critical in these situations.
All right, well, this is Sarah Shimizu. She is warming up for her second run. She does have a double cork 1080. Does she reveal it here?
That is a great question. If I'm her, I would.
Yeah.
You absolutely have to close the door if it's even slightly ajar.
All right, well, she is the leader coming into this run too. Can the youngest competitor here at Snow League lock in her spot for the finals?
Sarah Shimizu going to be dropping in on the opposite wall of run one. It's going to be her front side wall. Starting off with a huge front side 720 into the cab 720. So back-to-back sevens. Will we see the 10? Front side 900 into the backside 900. If it comes into play, this is where it goes down. And she's going to keep it nice and mellow with a front side 5. Put it to the feet. And again, transfer the pressure.
Transfer the pressure. I love that. Yeah, her work is done, but she has been snowboarding just beautifully from the beginning of the day to now.
Just look at the execution on the 720, going 11 feet out of the pipe, gets that front side grab, holds it all the way through the rotation, quiet across the flat bottom, into the mirror image, switch front side 720, gets that front side grab. Here's where we see the front side 9, and see how she mixes up her grabs on both of the front side spins. She goes for tail grab on the 9, lands a little low on the backside 900, which is why I think she went for just the crippler instead of doubling it into the 10.
I mean, that was a beautiful half pipe run. Yeah. Like, that was just so textbook. Everything you could do right, she did correctly.
Yeah, if you were to take a piece of paper and pen and formulate a run, everything that you needed, that the judges want to see, she's doing that.
Yeah.
All right, so Senna Tomita, now it is her opportunity to answer back. Can she force a third run? She is on top of the leaderboard in the overall standings here at Snow League. We know she can do it. But the pressure, as you said, T-Bird, is on.
Senna Tomita dropping in on her backside wall. Big backside air, grabbing method. To the front side 1080, and Senna Tomita.
And that's it.
Goes down. Sarah Shimizu will advance to finals.
Incredible. It's like, hi. Yeah. So we will see that young 16-year-old in the finals. But you got to give it to Senna Tomita because she has just been such a strong snowboarder throughout Snow League. It's not over. When we talk about the championships, we still have one more event left. Senna Tomita has made it all the way to the semifinals here at this event.
And yeah, just a little under rotation on the 1080 there. She knew she had to come with something big to take down Sarah's perfect run earlier on. And Senna Tomita just not able to put the 1080 down today. That's a trick we know she's got unlocked. That's the reason she's the points leader. And just like Louis Vito said, it's anyone's competition today, so.
Yeah, so there's the scores. It is official now. Sarah Shimizu is the winner of that semifinal matchup number 2, and some great camaraderie between these two athletes. And Naoko Funiyama is down there. Naoko, take it away.
Yeah, Sarah Shimizu in her first Snow League event gets to the finals. ファイナルおめでとうございます。
Thank you.
お友達とこう戦うのはどういう感じでしたか、チームメイトと。What was it like to battle your teammate for a spot in the final?
そうですね。結構みんな日本人みんな決勝上がってきて、なんだろう、仲間でもありライバルでもあってすごいみんなうまいので、お互い刺激しながらいい戦いができたんじゃないかなと思います。
She said, I mean, we're all teammates, we're all friends, but we're also rivals at the same time. So we're able to bring out the best in each other in battling for these spots. So, おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you so much.
And you could guarantee at one point, and she continues to look up to Sena Tomita as an athlete. Sena Tomita is 10 years older than her, and so throughout these years, they're teammates, they travel together, they ride together, they push each other, and that is why Sarah Shimizu is so good. Well, let's take a look at the brackets as they stand right now. Okay, in the finals, it will be American Maddie Mastro. Can she get to the top of the podium? But she's got to go through the young 16-year-old Sarah Shimizu. And then that third place matchup, Sena Tomita has locked in her spot for the third place, so she's already looking great with points going into the championship. We are going to be back with the final after a quick break. You are watching Snow League Event 3 from Aspen, Colorado. We'll be back soon. Snow League is brought to you by Pacifico. We're out there. And what a stunning day for Event 3. The finals for the women have been set. There is Maddie Mastro getting warmed up, preparing herself mentally, physically, as she will be going up against Sarah Shimizu here in the finals at Snow League. What a matchup, T-Bird.
What a matchup and what a day. Can you think of better conditions to have a half-pipe final for these athletes?
No, bluebird skies, 40 degrees, riding in hoodies. It's set up to be exciting for this one, T-Bird.
And there's her coach, Ben. They're reviewing their run. Remember, we saw that feature. I love watching those features and seeing the interaction between an athlete and the coach and the relationship that they have, because it is such an integral part of snowboarding.
100%, and it's absolutely predicated by total trust.
Yeah.
You have to trust that person. You're spending more than half of your entire year with that person, and it's a very, very special relationship for all of these athletes that have them.
Well, let's go back. Let's talk about Maddie Mastro's run in her quarterfinals. We have not yet seen the best of Maddie Mastro yet.
Have fun.
Yeah, she has yet to be forced to pull out the double crippler, but Maddie is riding unbelievably well right now. Her amplitude is up, her execution is great. That backside air, look at that front side of 540. She's got that nice little poke right at the end there, Connor.
Yeah, grabs that stale fish and really tweaks it out. And it's what we were talking about earlier, where when you can do a tweak like that in a trick, you're showing the judges you have mastered the execution of that trick to make it your own trick. And yeah, Maddie out here hasn't had to put the gas all the way down to the floor, and we'll see where it goes to in the finals.
Yeah, and she talked to Naoko afterwards and said, you know what, I'm just trying to be conservative in these quarterfinals and continue to build throughout the day. Well, now it's her opportunity to show us the best of Maddie Mastro as she looks for some redemption from Event 1, where she missed the top of the podium by half a point.
And she would have had it. Granted that butt check. If she had landed that to her feet clean, Maddie would have been the champion at Snow League Stop 1. So we'll see if she can come back and take the win here in Snow League Stop 3.
And I'm very interested to see this first run of the Snow League final here in Aspen Stop 3. Is Maddie going to be forced into the double crippler run 1? We'll find out.
Yeah, we are just moments away from her dropping in, as you can see, getting set.
Choice on the way in. If it feels good and you're set,
I'm doing it.
Go.
There you go.
Okay,
There's my answer.
I'm doing it.
Then let's go. There's no doubt.
Double crippler, back 9,
front 5, back 5, patient, snap 1, 2, to the toes, stomp, build this, chin up, snap, stomp. One hit at a time, one trick at a time.
You may drop whenever. Yeah. You got this, man.
I can do this.
Yes, you
I
can.
trust myself.
Yeah, believe in yourself. You got this. You didn't rip it, kid. Just keep it going.
Okay.
That was phenomenal.
Unbelievable insight. I mean,
Focus on what you got to do.
you can
get the result.
hear
One hit
her
at a time.
visually running through her entire run. If I heard that correctly, she's going for the 10.
You can do
the double
it.
crippler and the 10.
I've done it.
You've done it many times. This is an easy trick. You owe it. You own this trick. You own it.
Maddie Mastro getting ready to drop in for run 1 here in the finals.
Do it well. I can do this. Get through the days. One hit at a time. One trick at a time.
Getting centered and taking in the moment.
Place yourself. 1, 2, stomp.
Visualizing the entire
I
run
can do
before
this.
even dropping in.
It's
I
great.
can do this.
My heart is beating.
Go
Very fast.
all the way. Have fun.
Maddie
Nice
Mastro
and easy.
dropping in.
Focus on the line.
This is her
Yeah.
trademark trip. 1, 2, the double crippler puts it down perfectly into the backside 900. There's the sky hook, made famous by none other than Shaun White into the backside 5. Will this be the front double 10? It will be! Maddie Mastro puts it down in run 1 of the finals.
That was incredible.
You can tell she is frustrated, not coming out with speed, but one of the most difficult runs we have seen out here in the women's field today.
You know, the interaction between her and her coach at the very top of the run, talking about the double crippler. She gets that. Take us through this.
Yeah, double crippler here, over the head twice, puts it down so clean.
Watch this touchdown right here. So high on the wall, so composed in the air.
Look at her eyes where you could just see her spotting that landing.
Grabs all the way through both flips, and to combo it up with the second hit of a backside 900, and there's the frontside double cork 10. We've known Maddie's had it. See her get the grab, hold on all the way through, spots the landing. And she just gets a little too heavy on those toes. She was talking to Coach Ben about it. Land on the toes, just a little too heavy, and catches that. I think that's where it goes from firm to a little bit softer.
Okay, Connor, so seeing as that was blatantly the ride out of the trick, it did not affect the trick execution at all. Will Maddie get docked a bit for it?
Oof. The only thing I can see her getting docked here for is that she went for that 5th hit. She's got 4 solid hits. Gets a little bit lower amplitude, but she did have a very solid run above it. We'll see how that shakes out with Sarah's run coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, you could see she was slightly frustrated there at the end. Just, oh, it was so close, but still had a great run. Just that bottom hit. And now it's Sarah Shimizu's turn to answer back. She's been riding near perfect throughout the entire day.
And to have that kind of composure and consistency in this environment at 16 years old is one of the most impressive things I've seen in a long time.
Her first run here in the final.
Coming into her front side wall. Front side double cork 1080. She answers Maddie Mastro back into the cab 720. Front side 900. What's it going to be at the bottom? Backside 900. getting more hits in. Huge frontside five. That run was ridiculous.
And Mastro is applauding it because it was fantastic. We were wondering when she was going to pull out that double cork 10. Well, that first hit.
Sarah Shimizu's difficulty overall in this entire run is incredible. She starts it off with that double 1080, matching Maddie, getting over, rotated so perfectly, grabbed all the way through. She brings it back with that switch frontside 720, and then she gets into her 900, switches up the grab, she goes for tail, getting that variety from the judges. It's not spun in the double cork way as well, so she's got a flat spin, a different frontside spin for her. And then she combos that up with the backside 900, gets the grab all the way through. She's got one more hit after where she just goes for a monster crippler. So I think Sarah's got it on this one if Maddie was able to get the 7 like she was saying.
Well, and the thing is, she didn't save that double cork for the end. She did it right out of the gate.
Yep. Yeah, she knows it. Maddie knows it. That was a run for the ages.
And they know it. What a first run for the 16-year-old. And look at that score, a 94.5, the highest score that we have seen at all from the women in this entire competition.
That is a massive score. The 16-year-old firmly in the driver's seat, seatbelt buckled, foot to the floor.
Yep, and they will go back up. Each snowboarder will have one more run, and Mastro is going to try to push it to 3. But look at this first hit.
Absolutely perfect.
Perfect.
Frontside double cork 1080 into the cab 720. Look at how high on the wall she's landing on this frontside 9. You see the snow fly up because she literally timed it perfectly below the lip.
And she's able to keep that amplitude, even grow that amplitude throughout the pipe. That's what the judges are looking for. They want to see you build that amplitude and keep it high. Yep. Sarah Shimizu able to do that.
Oh yeah, she's got to be feeling a lot of confidence right now, a lot of momentum as she heads up to the top of the pipe, preparing herself for run number 2, and she's got to drop in on the opposite side of the pipe, the other wall.
And she has to drop in first.
Yes.
So Maddie Mastro has the chance to answer back.
100%. There's Mastro talking with her boyfriend. Ryan Walkendorfer, also a competitive snowboarder.
He was so close to making it into the men's quarterfinal as well. Took a spill, took 8 stitches to the chin.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break, but do not go anywhere because we are going to be back with the second runs here in the women's final at the Snow League Event 3. And welcome back to Aspen, Colorado, event number 3, and we are in the women's finals. And if you are just joining us, you are joining us at the right time because the action is hot, the intensity is there, as Sarah Shimizu just laid down the highest score we have seen throughout this entire competition and took that run number 1, putting the pressure on American Maddie Mastro. .5, but the run that she put together had all the elements, had all the composure, but she's got to do it again right now.
Highest score we've seen all day.
Yep. Some phenomenal snowboarding that we have seen from her.
Now we wait to see if Sarah Shimizu can slam the door shut on Maddie Mastro. She's going to have a very, very good run to be able. She saw what Maddie was going for. Maddie's going to have to drop in from the other side, but she knows the tricks she's looking for.
That's a great point. Sarah kind of knows what Maddie's going to do. in a sense. So she almost knows what she has to do. Coming, you know, when you think about it, she's 16 years old. That's like some veteran stuff, right? The mental strategy behind it. She's been absolutely unflappable all day, just so consistent.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, this is her first time at Snow League. This is her first time ever competing at the Snow League event. She even said earlier, I'm not used to this format, the head-to-head. I'm trying to get used to it, how to formulate my runs. But coming to this point, she's been great. So, Connor, we've seen her runs throughout the day. What do you think she is going to start out with here?
Dropping from the other side, so she's not going to be able to drop in and go straight for that double cork 1080, which will make it a little bit more difficult. Dropping in and doing those tricks right off the bat, you're not landing a trick and having to set into the next wall. She's going to have to do a trick before. There'll be a setup trick or something that she's going to go into it, but I would have to imagine, knowing what Maddie's coming with, she's going to have to go back to that double cork 10 somewhere in her run.
Okay. And she has just stayed cool, calm, and collected throughout the entire day. So Sarah Shimizu out of Japan now gets set for run number 2 here in the women's finals.
Can she close the door? Sarah Shimizu, there's the KD roll. Into the frontside 720. There's the switch frontside 720, AKA the hawk and flip. Into the frontside 900 tail grab, little bobble, little hand down possibly on that landing. Backside 900. Now it's going to get really interesting.
Yeah, so that is definitely not going to touch her 94.5 from her first run. It'll be very similar to her earlier runs in the semifinals and the quarterfinals. So Maddie, if she's able to put down the run, she's going to have to get to it in a different way to get to the double crippler and the double 10 because she's dropping in from the other side of the pipe. But Sarah Shimizu putting down a run that she knows can get a decent score. As we take a look here, frontside 720. Everything is so well executed. She keeps her amplitude up, so quiet through the flat bottoms. And there's that frontside 9, getting the tail grab out on the end of the board, making the rotation a little more difficult. Let's go a little bit early. No hands down, but able to put it down.
And you're right, Connor. Very similar to those quarterfinal runs. Some of those scores that came in, 73.7, 87.7, 82.25. So it's, you know, if you're Maddie Mastro, you're like, okay, that's going to be somewhere in the high 70s, low to mid 80s range. Again, I'm not a judge, but these are the things as an athlete competing in the Snow League you have to take into account.
So is the door open?
Absolutely.
It's a beatable run for Maddie, and she's gonna have to put down a very, very good run. She's gonna need those difficult tricks, and she's gonna need to execute them well. The biggest thing is coming out of that double cork 1080. Wherever she puts that in the run, she's gonna need to combo that into another trick to be able to get the score to beat Sarah on her second run.
All right, so American Maddie Mastro now preparing for her opportunity to answer back. This is her run 2 in the finals.
All the way, have your fun, have it all.
Just a lot of support here from the fans. The only American really to be here in the semifinals and then the finals.
One trick at a time or one
On
hit
the
at a time?
women's side, Maddie Mastro getting set.
I drop in, strong line, up and out method, stomp, patience, stand, snap, 1, 2, to the toes, stomp, build my triangle, engage my core, patience, chin up, 7, stand, patience, snap, 1, 2, eyes open, catch, back foot, stand, lock into my line, patience, back foot, keep looking all the way, stomp the shit out of it. One trick at a time, I can fucking do it. I trust myself.
Taking us through the baby steps of what it takes to put together a half-pipe run.
Yeah, that's the run. That's the run in full. The only question now is, can she put it down?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let the wind pass for a second.
In the front seat.
And in theory, that run with the difficulty, if executed well and at amplitude, is enough to take Sarah's score down, or Sarah's run down. Like you were saying, T-Bird, she's got to put it down.
Yeah. Yeah, Sarah's in the lead right now. This is Maddie Mastro's opportunity to push it to 3.
I can do this.
Final moments before dropping in.
Look at that crowd. What an atmosphere, what an environment. This is Maddie Mastro's moment.
I can do this. 1, 2, to the
She is
fucking
taking
toes.
it in.
Hawking, double crippler, back 9. My fucking tricks. I can do this. Hip, hip, spot, so then wait this,
Maddie Mastro dropping in. Run number 2.
It is Maddie Mastro's time. Let's see if she can turn visualization into reality. Starting things off with that method into the frontside double cork 1080. And unable to put it down. I kind of thought that was going to be the double crippler by the way she was talking before she dropped in.
I knew that it was going to be the double cork 10 on that one because she was coming out of it with the hawk and flip 7. But as we were saying earlier, doing that trick on the first hit of the pipe, you have such a better setup, such a better line into the trick. Catching air before with that backside air into the frontside double 10. It's so hard to stay on that line, get that speed, and get that pop timed perfectly to put that trick around.
All right, so there you go. It is official with that 83.5. Japan's Sarah Shimizu is the winner of the Snow League Event 3 here in beautiful Aspen, Colorado. And look at that smile on her face. And the crowd has stayed out here for these finals, and they were treated to a show and some phenomenal snowboarding. And right now, we're going to head down to Naoko, who is with the winner.
First ever Snow League competition for Sarah Shimizu, and she comes away with the win. 初めてのスノーリーグコンペティションで、勝利はどう思いますか？
そうですね。スノーリーグは去年のアスペン中国ってあったんですけど、熱出たり怪我しちゃったりでずっと出れなくて、やっと出れた大会で、初めてのトーナメント戦ということもあって、すごい自分の体力的にもきつかったところもあったんですけど、すごい優勝できて本当に嬉しいです。
She's so happy she was able to win, you know, in Aspen 1 and in China. She was sick, she was injured, she wasn't able to participate. And in her first competition ever, she realizes she used a lot of strength, a lot of physical stamina to withstand the number of runs that are involved in this competition. But she is so happy that she was able to come away with the victory today. 本当におめでとうございます。
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Well, get used to that name because you are going to hear it a lot as the 16-year-old Sarah Shimizu takes this win with some phenomenal snowboarding today. And Maddie Mastro will take home second. And again, some phenomenal snowboarding from her.
Yeah, what an introduction to the snowboard world for Sarah Shimizu.
Oh, absolutely, and she completely disrupted the championship standings as well. But here's how it stands right now. Senna Tomito still with the lead. Mitsuki Ono in second. Maddie Mastro has bumped herself up into that third place position, followed by Rise Kudo, Gaon Choi, and sixth place, Sarah Shimizu. She's on the board now as well. But it all comes down. We still have one more event after this, LAAX, and that's where the champion will be decided.
Maddie Mastro making a big jump up into third place. Big, big finish for her.
Yeah, so some phenomenal snowboarding throughout the day on the women's side, but we are not done here at the Snow League. We are going to take a quick break and be back with the men's semifinals. Stick around.
Snow League is proud to partner with Aries. Let's advance together. Okay, take a breath, everyone. What a final that was. Senna Tomita in third position there with her wreath. Maddie Mastro, just reversing that one, making sure that the flowers are showing in second place. But it is the 16-year-old phenom, Sarah Shimizu, who dominated this pipe from qualifying to the finals to take first position. What an event that was. Absolutely phenomenal, Tina.
Oh, and you look at that first run from Sarah Shimizu, that double cork 1080. It was perfect.
There was no hit and hope element about it. The axis was perfect, and she landed right at the top of the transition, bud.
Yeah, and just the confidence that she exuded all day today. I mean, another thing, Maddie Mastro's back. What a redemption story. Obviously, the Olympics went the way it went for her. Unfortunate, did not faze her. Comes here to Aspen, second place.
Yeah.
Okay, we can take a quick look at Sarah's winning run here. And Connor, talk us through it, because this is the kind of run that gives judges shivers, isn't it? Because there's barely any mistakes in it.
Yeah, as we see her dropping into this frontside double 10, just watch how calm and how quiet her body is the entire way through the run. Such a big trick to start things off into the 7, keeping the amplitude up. It does not look like she is stressed at all throughout the pipe. The front side 900 into the back side 900, a 1080, 2 900s, and she finishes it off with that crippler at the bottom. Just such a perfect run there from Sarah Shimizu.
Yeah. That double 10 to kick off. I mean, we've seen guys doing them around that height as well. It was massive.
It was massive, and then she just continued her run after that. The tricks were consistent throughout the entire day. The amplitude was consistent throughout the entire day. I mean, it'd be really hard pressed to find a fault in her runs.
Yeah, definitely a deserving winner. Worth talking about as well, Jeep Big Air Award for the amplitude in the pipe. This is unbelievable. Brooke DeHont taking this one out, Bird.
Yeah, Brooke DeHont went huge today. Check out this first hit backside air, pumping the transition, staying clean across the flat bottom in 15+ feet on that method. Beautiful.
It's barely a foot under the men's. Like Ryu say, at the moment, we've still got 2 rounds of men's to go, but...
You know what I loved about that is it just made me want to actually go out and drop into the half pipe and do backside airs. You're like, oh, that's what snowboarding's all about. It was just so fun to watch. And such a well-deserved award for her.
Okay, congratulations to Brooke Don and, of course, Sarah Shimizu, Maddie Mastro and Senna Tomita. We're going to be back after a quick break. We'll have Shawn White in the studio looking back at the women's and talking all things men's for the semi-finals and the finals. So do not go anywhere. So much action still to come here at Buttermilk Mountain. Welcome back to Snow League here at Buttermilk Mountain in stunning Aspen. What a day we've had already so far. The women's final just concluded. 16-year-old Sarah Shimizu. Unbelievable performance from her. An extremely clean double cork 1080 at the start of her first run. Put that final to bed. But Maddie Mastro with a valiant effort. Here in the studio, I'm joined by Connor Manning, one of the most educated judges in all of snowboarding, and the founder of Snow League, the one and only Shawn White. How you doing, Shawn?
I'm good. I mean, just watching this all unfold has just been unbelievable. And the level of riding, I mean, it's incredible.
So good. So good.
Men's semi-finals coming up. We've got some big hitters in there. I've got to say, the crystal ball, totally intact still, Shawn. You picked Sarah Shimizu at the start of the day. What fed into that for you?
You know, I just knew she had the tricks. She had the big double 10, and she's been putting down these amazing runs. I feel like from Milan to this event here, she's just been gaining momentum, and I just felt like that was the one. So it was amazing to see her put it down. It's probably one of the best double 10s I've ever seen from the women's field, and so, you know, she's just got a great career in front of her.
Yeah, at 16, it's actually
16.
quite terrifying. I'm looking forward to the men's, though. All of the chat. Your pick was Yuto Totsuka.
Yeah.
So coming into this, I don't feel in quarterfinals like we saw him get out of first gear. He was cruising.
Yeah. Well, that's the tricky part. You want to do just enough to get through, but not give it all away, so that as the finals continue, you have something that the judges are like, wow, we haven't seen that yet. So I definitely know he's got at least 4 or 5 runs that are all in that top tier level. So we'll see what he does. But I wouldn't count him out. But I think my other pick was Cam, and then Alessandro as the maybe.
Okay, well, we get to see Cam versus Yuto in just a little while. That is the first of our semi-final matchups. But Shawn, you caught up with Yuto earlier in the week. Let's see that conversation now.
Tell me about the nails. What are we doing? I saw these at the Olympics. I was like, was it good luck? Are these the same ones from the games?
Yeah, this is doing my girlfriend.
Oh, she does it?
Yes.
Your girlfriend?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
This is a favorite.
We need more gold now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would she do mine? I need some help. All right. Well, hey, I'm so excited to have you here at the Snow League post-Olympics. I just wanted to ask you how it's been. How are you feeling about everything? How's life after the gold?
やっぱり夢の一つだったので、やっぱそれが叶ったのは嬉しいですし、本当に今でも信じられないぐらい嬉しいというか、やっと実感してきた感じですかね。
Have you been home? Have you seen family? Did it feel different? Did you act different? Did you walk in? Did the dog? Was the dog nicer to you?
やっぱり日本で街歩いてていろんな人に声かけられるので、やっぱりオリンピックで勝ったんだなというのは街では実感しましたね。
I was wondering, was there anything that surprised you after winning the gold that you didn't expect?
夢をつかんだので、ここから何を目指していくのかっていう目的は変わりましたし、どんなスノーボーダーになっていけるのかなっていう楽しみは湧いてきましたね。
Have you been able to sleep?
Yes.
Yeah, a little sleep.
やっぱりスノーリーグという大会は自分の中でも楽しい大会の一つなので、もうこの大会に出ることがもうレストの一つにはなってるのかなとは思ってますね。
Funny fact is when Snow League Aspen happened for the first time, I picked you to be the winner. And then when I was asked at the Olympics who I thought was going to win, I picked you because I felt like this was really going to be your breakout moment.
やっぱり憧れのレジェンドなので、やっぱり嬉しいですし、期待に応えられたのはすごくハッピーなことですかね。
Well, look, we're excited to see that next level for the Snow League here. I want to say personally, congratulations. Welcome to the Gold Medal Club. It's not easy to get there, and I'm so proud to have witnessed your victory, and we're so honored to have you here at the league. And
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, there's no question he's an incredibly humble human being.
Yeah.
But what do you see in him as an athlete, as a rider? Where do you think his strengths are?
No, it's an amazing thing to see the kind of arc of his career, because he had this breakout moment where he was winning all the events. It was like Ayumu, Scotty, even myself took a bit of a back seat to his performances, and then I don't know. I think maybe the pressure got to him. Some things happened, and I really feel like he just found himself again. So it's nice to see a competitor be able to take those hits, take those sort of losses, turn it into momentum and motivation, and come back and win. And he's really doing that now. So,
how much of a toll does it take on you emotionally? Like, you discussed it there quickly, but there's so much pressure, there's so much demand for you in the immediate kind of days after that gold medal.
Yeah. First thing I was like, did you sleep? Because I remember not sleeping at all. I was just interviewed, trip to here. It was just a wild time. And so to see that in his face, I knew that was going on. But I don't know, it felt, I guess selfishly, it meant the world to me to have him here. He put a time aside to attend the league event, even though the world is calling for him through media, him visiting his family in Japan. And so I was just so thrilled to have him here competing at our event. So it's incredible.
I mean, I get the feeling with him that coming back to snowboarding is almost like a rest. It's the break from that.
Yeah.
But talking of that, the highest placed American we have in the men's semi-finals, Jake Pates.
He's
He's looking like he's really Connor, you talked about it. T-Bird's been talking about it. How much he's enjoying his snowboarding again now.
Yeah. No, it's so cool to see. And look, like, coming off again Milan, it's like it does something to you. You know, you're competing on that world stage, and whether you did the performance that you wanted or you know, maybe fell short of that, like, this is your chance to come back and really show what you wanted to do or right those wrongs. And he is one of those athletes. You know, he's really holding it down for Team USA, and he's one of those guys that I see, you know, building through the season and having, I think, a breakout year coming his way. So
as far as you coming out of the Olympics after like an Olympic full session and you get over the Olympics, going into a competition that's a little bit more fun, a little bit different.
Yeah, a little different.
Was there ever a competition that you go into where you were riding, kind of, we were talking about Jake's riding free. He has no stress on him. He's just riding for himself. Is there any memorable competitions for you where you came out of Olympics, that stress is off, and then it's into the next one and you're just riding the best you've ever ridden, but just there's no stress. There's
exactly, yeah. No, well, because that's the thing. The Olympics, it's just the weight of the world. Everyone's watching at home. These things, and not to take that away from the other events, but they don't have that kind of viewership. So once you step off that high, and all those eyeballs watching, you come to an event that is growing, and I would say the U.S. Open probably in Vermont. From Vermont, very well. So I would go to that event. And it was just like all the pressure off. All my friends, my people are there, and you get to kind of let loose, and you really get some of the best riding you've seen. So
okay, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time, Shaun. We're going to let you go. Semi-finals are getting underway very, very shortly.
Go.
When we come back, we will have the first of those matchups. Cam Melville-Ives going up against Yuto Tutsuka. We will see you very, very shortly. Welcome back to Snow League. The wait is over. We've seen the women's. Now it is time for the men's semi-finals and finals. Now, the Snow League partnered with Burton and leveraged Burton's world-class innovation center to help build and develop the next era of competitive jerseys. The jerseys were created at Threadworks prototyping facility in Shanghai. It is a facility capable of producing some of the most technically advanced garments on the planet. And Snow League is proud to work with Burton to develop these vests. Okay, let's take a look at the brackets as they stand. Cam Melville-Ives vanquished Ruka Hirano to make it through to the semi-final. Yuto Tutsuka came up against Chase Blackwell. He made fairly short work of that on cruise control, but now they will both have to work. On the other side of the draw, Jake Pates, he hasn't fallen yet, is going up against the precocious young Japanese rider, Ryusei Yamada. So 2 semi-finals, gentlemen, predictions?
I mean, just dream matchups right here. Every single event on the Snow League, you kind of hypothesize and you think, what would be like the coolest matchup to see? And in your head, Cam Melville versus Yuto, and it's happening. It's about to go down. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what those two athletes do.
Okay, you can see Mitch Brown there, just working with Cam Melville-Ives. His fingerprints all over Zoe Sadowski-Synnot's early success. Trisha Burns back there as well. Connor Manning, what do you make of this matchup? I mean, on paper, everything points towards Yuto, but it feels like Cam has a chance here.
Yeah, and Cam has that axe to grind as well. He has not been riding as well in the last couple competitions of the season. He's put down a run, made it to the semifinals here. Cam's got the tricks, he's got the amplitude, it's just gonna have to put it down. Yuto's got the tricks, he's got the variety. It's really gonna come down to who on their run is able to put it to their feet.
And earlier, we were talking about in the earlier rounds with Cam, he doesn't know when to turn it off. That will help him. It's the final, it's the semifinals. You don't want to turn it off. Now is the time to go.
You know that they've both got incredibly similar runs. They've both got back-to-back triples, if they can go there. They've both got the switch double alley-oop 900 at the bottom of the pipe. So you can see they're a little bit skewed in the rankings. 9th for Cam Melville-Ives, 1st for Yuto, but that doesn't account for the fact that Cam wasn't here a year ago. That is how meteoric his rise has been. Cam, I've got to say, I've watched him really carefully. His twin brother Finn found his amplitude in ski pipe really quickly. It's taken Cam a little bit longer, but I'm not joking, from September in New Zealand to now, I reckon he's added 1 meter to 1.5 meters, like 4 to 5 feet into his run in terms of amplitude, and that is why he's starting to see these big, big positions. So last couple of words from Mitch Brown to the young New Zealander out of Wanaka. His local is the Cadrona Alpine Resort. Now he goes toe-to-toe with the heavyweight champion of halfpipe riding, Yuto Totsuka.
There was a world yesterday in which Cam Melville-Ives almost didn't make it to this point. He came through the last chance qualifier, and here he is in semifinals, staring down this behemoth pipe up against Yuto Totsuka.
I actually think he had the lowest score that made it into the last chance qualifier, so it was proper skin of his teeth. And here he is vying for a place in the final.
Cam Melville-Ives, first run of semifinals. Let's get this thing started. Cab triple 1440.
Holds on to it.
Into the alley-oop double backside rodeo and just slips out on his heel edge on that icy wall. To think of the weather out there and how warm it is, and you can still hear that right side wall is icy. It just shows you the complications and the conditions that these athletes have to work with.
Yeah, taking off the switch frontside triple cork, 1440 on the first hit on the soft wall, and then you've got to go into the alley-oop backside rodeo on that firm wall, super icy there, still in the shade. So Cam having a little bit of an issue, and it came down to the landing here on the triple. You see him pull on, pause, hold on, get to his toe size edge, and if you're not on that line from the transition of the other wall into the next wall, it throws you off just a little bit, and we see him there go down on the alley-oop double rodeo.
Yeah, I want to see a replay of that landing. He gets spat out of the transition, doesn't he?
Yeah, we're gonna see it right here. There's one, gets the grab, initiates the second, and the problem was in the landing right here.
And you can also see there, if you look closely at his hand, he lets go of the grab halfway through the rotation, has to re-grab. And sometimes all it takes is that little grab to be able to get you back up over your board to ride into that next wall.
It's a tiny bit under-rotated for Cam Melville-Ives, and he is very much on the back foot now. Getting cornered by one of the greatest ever to do it, Yuto Totsuka, Japanese rider, coming off the back of that Olympic gold. He won here in Aspen last year, and as we just heard from Shaun White, he is in that purple patch of his career. He got the better of Scotty James in 2022 in the build-up to Beijing. He wasn't able to make it stick, though. Ayumu Hirano taking the gold in China that year, but Yuto has made his presence felt from start to finish this season.
Yuto Totsuka taking a ton of speed into his frontside wall. Frontside double cork 1080 into the switch alley-oop backside rodeo. That was absolutely huge, into the switch backside double 1080. There's the backside 9. So definitely a more conservative run. Frontside 1260 right as that comes out of my mouth. But still, the hits above that frontside 12 were a little bit more on the conservative side, probably because Cam went down.
Yeah, Cam went down, so we see Yuto move over to that wall that he doesn't have his triple right off the first hit. He takes advantage, using strategy here, drops into the frontside double 10. He knows he's just got to put a very difficult run down, execute it perfectly, and come out, and he'll still have that one shot over Cam.
You know what's happening here? Yuto's reputation is preceding him. Everyone who goes up against him knows that they have to swing. Like, you've got to send your best run down. So there's so much pressure, it's hard to have that consistency, so they're falling in front of him.
And there is a huge difference between telling yourself, I can do this right now, and then actually going and doing it. And that is what Yuto does time and time again.
And this is why Yuto is that #1 or #2 seed, getting higher up in those qualifiers to get into the head-to-head matchups. It's gonna let you drop second on those first hits, so those guys, like you were saying, Ed, have to come out swinging because they know you've got the bag of tricks afterwards.
Okay, we just got it through as well. It looks like Yuto and Ryusei are shouting at each other over the fences of these semi-finals. Yuto just going 15'11" on his second hit, so that Jeep Big Air badge goes across to Yuto now as he banks the first big score of this semi-final. 77.5 for Yuto, 20 for Cam. Now, it's our American. He hasn't put a foot wrong all day. Jake Pates going up against the young talent, Ryusei Yamada, Japanese rider. Has demolished everyone in his path here. But Jake Pates, he came through the last chance qualifier, but he was only a point behind in those first rounds in his heat. I think behind Ruka Hirano. So confidence riding so high for the kid from Eagle, Colorado.
Yeah, and watching the warm-up, seeing Jake Pates kind of trying to unlock that triple cork, he's definitely going to step it up. Jake Pates dropping in switch. Switch double backside 1080 into the backside double cork 12. There it is, frontside triple cork 1440, just missing the last 40%. 40 degrees of that rotation.
Absolutely everything prior to the triple was perfect. It was the best he'd done it. Maybe landed a tiny bit flat on the first hit, the 10, but still the speed he generated into the backside 12.
The amplitude, the grabs, you see the backside 12, he switches up the grab after the switch back 10 here. Pops it, gets the perfect pop, locks into the grab early, and then this blind backflip over to get it to 1080. Like you're saying, Ed, just a little bit low on the transition, not too bad, but keeping speed pumping into this 12. Check this out, gets the mute grab first, switches it up to the tail on the second rotation, gets the grab. Probably the biggest we've seen him do that too, 12 feet out of the pipe.
There was no squat on the transition, was there? He was definitely clean.
And he gets this around, gets the truck driver all the way through, and as he comes around, it looks like he just opened, maybe he spun a little bit too fast, opened up a little bit late. And just as like you were saying, T-Bird, 40 degrees short.
Yep, it was all in the shoulders. They were a little too squared up, not quite pointing down the pipe.
I was having a chat with Shawn before we came in earlier, and he said exactly the same thing. He said, on any of those big frontside spins, you come in, whether it's cab or frontside, and you dive that new front shoulder.
Yep.
And that gets you into the transition. So Jake Pates missing that third hit, the triple 14. It means that Ryusei Yamada gets a free hit at this pipe, just as we saw with Yuto Totsuka on that first semi-final.
So Ryusei Yamada dropping in switch to his switch backside wall. That is a thing of beauty. Switch McTwist right there from Ryusei into the cab double cork 1080. Are you kidding me? Frontside double cork 12 into the McTwist. Is there anything this kid cannot do? Wow. He is such a force. So impressive.
But again, in a very similar vein to Yuto, we're seeing him just cruising through this. Like, he didn't need to twist the throttle there, so he didn't. He's playing it really smart. And he's let Jake make the mistake in front of him.
And we've seen on runs where Ryusei's dropped in first, that final hit. So we take a look here at that switch McTwist. Not quite as tweaked as we saw in the earlier round, but he doesn't need it to be, just needs to put the run to his feet. There's the double 10. And then just monster, and check out the way that he pokes the board on that frontside 1260, dipping it over the second time.
And look at how long he holds that grab.
That is the execution that judges are looking for. The longer you hold the grab, the more difficult the trick is, the more execution you're showing.
16 foot 5 inches. He's taken the Jeep Big Air badge back from Yuto. These two are gonna go at it, I feel, all day. This could go backwards and forwards until they get up around Kaishu's height.
If they both make the finals, it makes it a little easier. Just hand it right over before you run.
Okay, Shawn watching on from that Marriott Bonvoy American Express deck up on top of the VIP room there. Got a full crowd down at the bottom. Jake Pates, Yusei Yamada waiting for these scores to come in. The first time we've seen Pates fall today, so he will take a 30 flat. Yusei Yamada sets the pace with an 82.7. One run to Yamada. Jake Pates is under the pump. He has to deliver on that second run. Back up at the top though, and it is a reset for Cam Melville-Ives and Yuto Totsuka. Yuto will drop first on the opposite wall now. The format means that you have to drop in from both walls. So, Yuto now, he's in that power band of his career where you could probably let him do 5 runs and every single one of them would be different. This, I feel, is where Cam Melville-Ives needed that first run to push Yuto in this position.
Well, and that's where half-pipe riding, in my opinion, has changed so much because, you know, 7, 8, 9 years ago, you had one run. You know, athletes had one run, and it was over and over and over repetition. And then people started branching out because of athletes like Shaun White, who started coming to events with 2 or 3 runs, and then it was kind of game on. Now, 4, 5, 6 runs that are all different.
And that's never better illustrated than with the young guns, Cam Melville-Ives and Yusei Yamada. Like, at 19 years old, both of them have got multiple plans of attack.
Here goes Yuto Totsuka. Cab, triple cork, 1440. Into the front side, triple cork, 1440.
That was huge.
Switch, alley-oop, double backside rodeo. Into the switch, double back 10. Come on.
Wow, T-Bird. Wow.
That's one of the best, most eclectic pipe runs I've ever seen.
And he kept it. I know you said triple 14, switch frontside triple 14 on the first hit, but he kept it to a double. So he's spinning 1400, 1440, but keeping it in a double. And then he goes into the frontside triple 1440. So 2 different axes, keeping the variety there. Then he just decides to up it a little bit more and says, hey, check out this switch backside alley-oop rodeo.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen him do that trick, honestly, into the triple.
19-2 on that second hit. He's just popped it up another 2.5 feet over Yusei. This is unprecedented now. We're in uncharted territory.
It almost body jars that switch backside double alley-oop rodeo right there, landing so high on the top of the transition, and then he's able to put down the switch backside 12 straight out of it.
Cam Melville-Ives, if he watched this up at the top, would have felt like a vampire with a stake through his heart. Like, that is a killer blow from Yuto right there. I mean, Cam has got, I feel, if he wants to entertain the idea of going through here, it's back-to-back triples.
It's got to be back-to-back triples. He's got to have that backside 1260 with the tail grab, frontside 12, and then he's going to have, or go frontside 14 into the switch double alley-oop rodeo. Just speculating on what that run might be, but he's going to have to put one down.
That's apples for apples because that's what we've just seen from Yuto.
Yeah.
We talked about how similar their runs are. And if you do the same run, then you've got to be 19 feet out. Otherwise, it's gone.
Yeah, to get it, I think he's going to have the 3 1440s in his run right here, and he's going to have to put him down so clean because Yuto just came out with a heater.
Cam Melville-Ives takes a big breath, gets ready to drop into this buttermilk pipe.
And he's off.
With the little shaka.
Cam Melville-Ives, run 2 of the semifinals. There's the alley-oop double backside rodeo. Into the backside 12, and he goes down. 2 runs, 2 falls. Yuto does it again.
Switch double alley-oop.
There's the crowd pleaser.
He can do that every time. Like, I think that the rest of the run is just built so he can do that. He loves that trick.
Ed, you've known Cam for such a long time. Talk about his progression and how it's been over the years.
Well, you talk to Neil and Karen, Finn and Cam's parents, and there was no rhyme or reason. Like, they didn't genuinely say, okay, one of you skiing, one of you snowboarding to stop you competing. But watching them, the way they support each other, and they understand. So Cam developed back-to-back 16s. Finn, the skier, developed back-to-back 1620s in the pipe. And I genuinely believe that watching how that altered the trajectory of Finn's career, it inspired Cam to learn, to commit to learning those back-to-back triple 14s. And that's adding the height and the technicality. There we go, 92.5 for Yuto Totsuka. Cam Melville Ives waves goodbye, but not without having given it his best shot. So a shame there for Cam Melville Ives. He desperately wanted to lay something down, and as a rider you want to show your best, but he knew in that pressure situation he had to go for his best run. So first of our finalists decided. Now it is time to see who will join Yuto Totsuka in the final. Jake Pates trailing Ryusei Yamada, who will drop first on these second runs of the semi-final. Remember, it's the first rider to take 2 runs in this knockout format. So Jake Pates has to better whatever Ryusei Yamada does here. And because he doesn't have the luxury of going second, he's going to have to swing for this one.
30 seconds.
Okay. And we saw what his fellow teammate in the Olympics, Yuto Totsuka, just did. He went foot to the gas, right? I fully expect Yusei to do the exact same thing.
Well, it was the first time we've seen it from Yuto as well. We've seen a couple of stretches from Ryusei, but I still don't feel like we've seen his best either.
Just like Yuto, he's got so many runs, so many tricks in the bag. It's just how he's going to put it together.
So Yamada diving in.
And switch to his switch frontside wall. Capped 1440. Into the front side double 12. That Mick twist, he might be getting that Jeep biggest air badge right back. Into the front side double 1080. And then the switch alley-oop double backside rodeo when he goes down.
Oh, drama!
What?
Leaving the door a little bit open there on that one. It was such an incredible run all the way down to that 5th hit. And like we've been saying all day long, that switch double alley-oop rodeo is so hard to land. It's so easy to go heel heavy and put that butt down.
And that's exactly what we saw. We're shaping up for some drama here at the real snowboarders of Buttermilk Mountain.
Yeah, it looks like Yusei knows it.
There's a double 1440, grabs all the way through into the frontside 12. I love the tweak he gets on that frontside grab right there. And here's where it all went wrong. Just a little heavy on that heel side edge, soft snow. You can't bite that edge into it, and just slips out, not able to keep his balance.
Goes for that melon. He's got the body position there's just perfect.
Yeah, right there on touchdown. Washes right out on his heel edge. Still going to be a relatively decent score. If you're Jake Pates, you still have to put something down pretty heavy, but that's going to be a significant.
Yeah. Dropping like that. So Ryusei, he already did a 3-round matchup in the quarterfinals. He could go again here if Jake Pates takes this one down. Pates currently on a 30 versus 82.75. So he lost that first run. The door is open here. If he stays on his feet, he's going to need to stretch a little bit. If he can stay on his feet, he forces a 3rd run.
I think the thing here is that Jake now, after seeing that fall at the bottom of the run, he fell on his and he's got around a 30, so maybe a 40, 50 or so for Ryusei there. Jake doesn't need to do that triple that he fell on. He can do one of the runs he was doing earlier rounds, make it through to the 3rd, save that triple for the 3rd hit, not take that chance and try to make it to that 3rd run.
Well, let's see how he builds this run, dropping in from the opposite wall as they do on these second runs. Jake Pates just settling himself.
Starting off on his backside wall. That's the double chuck right there. Into the front side double cork 1080. So cab double cork 1080, so back-to-back double cork 1080s. Frontside 900, Connor, it's kind of coming true here. And there's the backside double 12 from Jake Pates. That's going to be enough to force the third run.
Exactly the same run that he used against Lucas Foster. And that it worked so well from there. We know that that's not a stretch for him. And I think that was the run that really lit you up on his consistency today, Connor.
Yeah, that for Jake just dropping in that double chuck like we've talked about all day, that trailing arm is just so far out there. He's got the perfect rotation on the double chuck. Check it out right here. Gets the grab all the way through, not grabbing behind his knees. Keeps it calm with the 1080. I can't believe I'm saying that. Gets the double grab on there and then down at the bottom. Going for the front side 900, tail grab all the way through. He needed to put one down. He needed some difficulty. Execution was great. So Jake's forcing that third run here. And this is one of my favorite back double 12s. Gets the mute grab into the tail grab. And just the way he comes around for the landing, he rides away so smooth.
And that frontside 900 he did on his second to last hit, that's easily a 12. If he can put down the 14 triple. I mean, the ingredients are there.
So we go, you go that 14, if it moves back up, it's 14, 10, 12, 12. It's a big run.
I would imagine he'll go back to his first run, hit that switch double or switch backside double 10 first, and then we'll see him try and take off from there. Maybe front 12 into the double.
That's the one hole in the run, is that he doesn't have a switch backside spin in there. But it's an easy win, 74 versus 51. Jake Pates gets the job done. And now he forces that third and final run against Ryusei Yamada. We'll be back after this very quick break. And when we return, we will have that deciding semi-final to find out who will join Yuto Totsuka in the final. Welcome back to Buttermilk Mountain, here where we are fast approaching the men's finals at Snow League. It's got to be said, our athletes live for big moments in the halfpipe, but one question we want to ask is what inspires them beyond the snow. This is Off Track, presented by Pacifico.
Totally find inspiration in travel, experiencing different cultures and different people.
You're seeing things that you would never see outside the realm of our hometowns.
It gives you such a perspective on like where you come from. It gives you that balance.
The easiest way to stay inspired and motivated is to step away, getting out ski touring or getting out climbing, other activities that bring me joy.
Meeting athletes from different sports, hear where they get to go travel or what their training's like. Lots of them are pretty inspiring as well.
So, Ryusei Yamada and Jake Pates have been ferried back up to the top. It is one apiece. Ryusei with that 82.75 from run one. He was at a canter there. Jake Pates, too, after he'd seen Ryusei fall on that second run, was able to cruise through.
Thank you, sir.
So this time it will be Jake Pates who drops first and on his preferred wall. So Connor, as we saw last time, it's almost certainly going to open up with that backside 10.
Yeah, the switch backside 1080. Set him up. I wonder if he's going to go 1440 if he goes 10 into the triple. So we'll see what Jake's got in store here. But he has to go out swinging because Ryusei is dropping in second. So he's going to have to go all out, pedal to the metal.
And that's what we want to see. But we want to see Jake land this run so that we can see Ryusei at full stretch. That's what this format is built for. But we know that the judges, we have that foundation that everyone uses in pipe of Dave, difficulty, amplitude, variety, and execution. But we're adding in, you've got the risk in there. But what you talked about, switchback 10 to a triple 14, that is a combo. Linking those two tricks together first, that's going to work really hard for him.
Yeah, that's one of those things that judges are really looking for. Execution, the amplitude, the variety. But when you get into the nuances, there's the combos, the risk, the pipe progression, what you're doing in the tricks in there as well that the judges are taking into their scores as they go to put them out.
Okay, Jake Pates with a quick dap there before he drops in.
His brother Cole Pates up there.
Boys on home snow here in Colorado. Jake will know this pipe better than most. But he also knows the size of the challenge that faces him here.
Jake Pates dropping in. Moves on over to switch stance. Switch, double cork, backside 10. Into the double cork, backside 12. Here comes the triple. Front side 1440, triple cork. The same result on the same trick on run number 2.
Just a tiny bit too low. Not enough rip on it, unfortunately.
You could see as he came out of the 1260, the backside 12 there, got the tail grab a little bit late, landed a little bit lower in the transition, and then still went for it. Knew he needed it for that to take out Ryusei, but unfortunately just not enough amplitude to get the board back under his body.
So Jake Pates, near perfect through qualifying, last chance qualifier and the quarterfinals. So close. Heartbreaking there, but you get the impression that Jake's ridden so far above his expectations for this competition. He's really enjoyed himself and confidence is fully restored now.
For sure, and he still has a chance at that third place spot, the small final coming up before the final, so could still end up on the podium, but by far out exceeding his expectations coming into the event.
Yeah, Jake has just been riding out of his mind. It's been such a pleasure to watch from afar his journey, his success, everything he's accomplished this season.
So the pressure is off. Marisa Yamada has just had the Jeep Big Air badge stolen off him again by Yuto Totsuka. So there's a chance if he can get up around the 19.5-foot mark, he could get that badge back.
I will also say this too, Ryusei's got to land a run. He does have to land a run. So you never know. Crazy things happen in competitive snowboarding. But Ryusei Yamada dropping in switch.
It would be one of the crazier things, the way he's been riding, but he's going huge on that first hit.
Cab double 12. Into the front side 14. Okay, did that take the badge back?
I had to have. That was close.
That was absolutely massive. That was up near the 20-foot mark on that big twist.
Looked like it was over 20 from my viewpoint. Wow. But that will be enough there, putting it to his feet to take Jake out, win that third run, and move on to the final.
Yeah, if snowboard tricks were Japanese monsters, that fourth hit would have been Godzilla. That was absolutely huge.
And that's one of those things that we talk about with the judges. Doing that McTwist is only a 540, but doing it 20 feet out of the pipe is so risky, so hard to do.
He's well over the 20-foot mark. That was unbelievable.
And the style on it, the chicken wing on the Japan grab.
Look at how far he falls.
The official number has come in. Oh, look at that, nearly Euro carved out of it. 18 foot 3 inches.
Okay, all right.
Ryusei and Jake posing for the pictures there. Jake Pates gives the plaudits to Ryusei Yamada. He takes it on that decider. He's done 6 runs through the pipe today. Let's hand it down to Naoko, who's talking to Ryusei now.
All right, it was another close one. Terrific matchup between Jake and Ryusei. ジェイクとの戦いはいかがでしたか？
いや本当にジェイクトリプルやってきたんでやべえなと思ってたんですけど、どうだろう、パイプもコンディションもちょっと難しいのもあって、いろいろなんかお互いなんか決めるか決めないかみたいな感じだったんですけど、難しい場面だったんですけど、一応突破することができてよかったですね。
It was a pretty tough environment for him and battle for him, given that Jake was throwing down the triples, but it was back and forth, and he enjoyed the matchup very much, and now he heads into the finals. Thank you very much. おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。
So let's take a look at the confirmation of these. So Cam Melville Ives unable to take down Yuto Totsuka. So Yuto again makes a final, his third consecutive Snow League final. He has a first, a second, and now he's battling for his third big result. On the other side of the draw, it's Ryusei Yamada going up against Jake Pates. He takes the win, and now it's an all-Japanese final. The Master versus the Apprentice. Here's Yuto, absolutely coasting through this drunk driver 1440. You're going to see plenty more of that coming up in just a second, as well as this kid, 19 years old, Ryusei Yamada. They're all going to be in action in the final, coming up next. So the Buttermilk Mountain halfpipe looking resplendent here as we prepare for the third place matchup and the final. So in the third place matchup, it is Cam Melville Ives and Jake Pates. That one could be pretty close. And then it is this titanic battle of the Master and the Apprentice, Yuto Totsuka and Ryusei Yamada. Predictions, gentlemen. Let's start with the small final, the battle for third place.
You know, heading into this, before that last run that Cam Melville Ives was in, I would say Cam, but both of these riders kind of fell a bunch. So I think right now Cam has the edge, but Jake Pates, again, is riding absolutely incredible. This is a really interesting matchup.
Connor?
Yeah, very interesting. I think Cam's got the bag of tricks on Jake, but Jake has been more consistent throughout the competition, so it is a toss-up, really, for the small final.
Firepower versus consistency. I think potentially with the pressure of a finals place removed, Cam might loosen up a little bit, but third place, that is a big set for him because he's outside the top 8 at the moment. If he wants to be back here, guaranteed for 2026, 27, then yeah, he needs this. He needs a result here. So Cam Melville Ives, the kid out of little old Wanaka at the bottom of New Zealand. He's only about 450 miles from Antarctica. See what he's got here. Drops first, so it does give Jake Pates the advantage. But if he can lay down a marker, then it is a target for Jake Pates, and the pressure is on the American. Drop an in switch.
Cam Melville Ives fighting for third place, kicking things off with a cab triple cork 1440. He puts it down into the alley-oop double backside rodeo.
And that was behemoth.
There's the double back 12. Frontside triple cork 1440 and washes out right on the exit of that trick, put it to his feet, washed out on the heels.
You can see the disappointment from Cam at the bottom of that run, but everything up top was so huge, so sick from Cam.
It felt like that one was locked in. It really felt like it was in the stars that he was going to pull through. He was so smooth between the tricks.
There's something about half-pipe runs, especially as the contest evolves and gets later in the match. You feel the momentum building, and I felt that with Cam.
Yeah, as soon as he put the triple down, it felt like he kind of uncorked the run and just was letting loose here.
And then the frontside triple, and it looks like he had it. I don't know what really went wrong.
Take a closer look at it. Gets the truck driver on that.
And this is the critical part, right here.
It looked like he had it. He just slipped out on that switch edge.
And his reaction says it all. It was right there, he could touch it. It just slipped through his fingers on the final hit. So it's going to take 2 landed runs now for Cam Melville Ives to fight back from this. Although you said it, and rightly so, T-Bird, he's put it all the way down to the 4th hit there. Like Jake can pull out that very jet. He could even drop him from the opposite wall. Get rid of that soft run here.
Absolutely.
And it looks like he's going to do that.
Come on.
Instead of opening up with the switch backside 10 to double 12, So, third place at stake here. Spot on the podium would go down very, very well with this buttermilk crowd.
All right, here goes Jake Pates trying to continue this streak. Double chuck on the first backside wall. Into the front side double cork 1080. So back-to-back 10s from Jake Pates. Front side 9 tail grab. Into the backside 900. There it is. I mean, that's a clinic right there. He knew exactly what needed to be done. Kept it mellow. I know that didn't look mellow, but for Jake Pates, that is mellow. Put a good score on the board. Take this run.
Couple of tiny execution errors. He landed and redirected off the end of the cab 10, and the last hit was a little bit low, but you can't see him being docked more than Cam's being docked. So.
No, not with the full bail that Cam's got down at the bottom. Even though the tricks were more difficult and he had a bigger amplitude, less instabilities up top, Cam with that full fall, that is really going to hurt his score. And Jake, he may miss out on the technicality. The difficulty is execution, a little bit wavy there, but it's going to be enough to put him into that top or take that first run.
And let's not forget, he's been so smart here. Brilliant tactical riding to use his weaker wall on his first hit. He drops first now on the second run, but with his strongest run at his disposal.
And he's new to Snow League. I mean, that's so much information that you have to absorb and fully comprehend, let alone then put into action.
So big smiles at the bottom there. Jake and Cam lining this one up. So Jake takes it, but not by the margin you would have expected. Only, what, 7.3 difference there. 62.2 for Jake Pates, 54.5 for Cam Melville Ives. Oh, some shouts coming from the crowd. Cam, you got this, man. Okay, first run of our final. This one is a titanic battle. First and fourth place in the overall standings. If Ryuta Yamada can do the unthinkable here and take down Yuto Totsuka, he will close that gap and push the championship overall standings to that final stop in LAAX. If he can't keep hold of him, then Yuto Totsuka could stretch an unassailable lead, or at least go into LAAX with all of the confidence. So, Ryuta Yamada, the #1 seed, he will drop second here. First time Yuto has felt the sting of dropping first in the first run.
Yuto Totsuka, can he win twice here in Aspen? Oh, yes.
Yes.
I almost said oh no.
Of Yunding, China. So the resort, the competition, Snow League in December 2025. These two, well, Ayumu and Yuto agreed to do this, a single trick, and they've agreed what this trick should be. And it's almost certainly the switch backside double rodeo alley-oop 900.
Here we go. Switch, alley-oop, double backside rodeo. Little bobble there. Now, okay, Connor.
Saying it doesn't count. But do you see how big that was?
Oh my life!
You're making your money on these runs, Connor, because you get to dissect one single trick.
This is where it really comes down into the fine minutia of the tricks.
I love the way he dropped in and let us all think that it was happening. No, it's not happening.
They're in the finals.
Here we go.
Unbelievable.
Ryuta Yamada, single hit.
This is Yuto replay.
Oh, it's a replay, yeah. Heavy on the heels.
Yep,
heavy on the heels.
Rotated, but look at the amplitude he's able to get with the straight switch drop in.
That is incredible.
This is unbelievable. First run of finals at event 3 of the Snow League. It's a one hit off. Unbelievable.
They told us in the press conference that they would do it if they had the chance. We just didn't know it was going to be in finals.
He did so well to hold on to that. That was not easy. Oh, Shawn's reaction up there as well. I lip read the woman next to him saying, "What was that?"
I think that was his sister Carrie up there with him.
Okay.
We know what's coming.
Well, if sportsmanship is still intact, we know what's coming. I say could quite easily dive into this and just take a full run, but these two very good friends.
I mean, this is the beauty of that format, though, right? This is the epitome of a pressure cooker, yet these two athletes have given it like a fun feel, right? They agree to do one hit, see who's better. They're going to take one run, and then on the second runs, we're going to see an all-out blitz.
I doubt we're going to see a format change mid-championship, but I think they're telling the judges, Shawn and everyone else at Snow League, what a format that they would like to see. Maybe you have a one-hit round. Okay, Ryusa Yamada firing up that packed crowd at the bottom of the pipe here in Buttermilk. Switch, alley-oop, double rodeo 9.
One-hit wonder. Wow. Unbelievable. That was clean.
Connor Manning on the call. Give us don't give us a score, give us...
Oh, Ryusei took that one for sure. Super clean, just as big as Yuto's. But here's the thing, that's one run. Even though it was one hit, that counts as one run. So Ryusei's going to come out on top. Yuto's going to drop second. Ryusei's going to have to put down his run to try and take away the first place.
Maybe there's another trick that they can agree on. That they'll just go single hits. Maybe we'll have a 3-hit final. Unbelievable consistency on a trick that technical from both of them. Imagine dropping into a pipe like that, switch.
Yeah, and then doing a switch double alley-oop rodeo 9.
If you ever go to a resort where they've got a pipe this size, 22 foot deep, go and ride up on the deck. Just ride along the deck, switch, and then think about dropping in. Unless you've got some stickers on your board, I guarantee you you're not that keen on it.
Tina and I had to side slip it this morning after our hit, and it was the scariest thing I've done on a snowboard in 4 years.
Okay, all smiles down at the bottom of the pipe here after the first run of finals, waiting for the scores.
Yeah.
It is Ryusei Yamada on 29, Yuto Totsuka on 22. So, as we go into those second runs, it will be Ryusei with the advantage. Before we start settling that though, we have the small mattler of the third place runoff. Cam Melville-Ives and Jake Pates going toe-to-toe on this one. Jake Pates used up his weaker side on that first run after Cam Melville-Ives fell on his first run. So now Cam drops first, and he has to land this. Oh, my mistake. Jake's up first. But Jake is on his stronger side.
Exactly, and that's where the brilliant strategy comes in, is as soon as Jake Pates saw Cam Melville-Ives go down, he said, I'm going to go to my weaker wall. I'm going to put one to my feet, advance on, and then I get to drop first on my strong wall and run 2.
Good to go. Against Cam Melville-Ives on his weaker wall. If Cam has such a thing.
Yeah.
Which we haven't seen so far. So the man from Eagle, Colorado, who's rediscovered his love of competing, going from strength to strength here at the third stop of 4 in this championship of Snow League.
Let's go.
Give that switch backside 10 to open.
Jake Pates, there it is, the switch double cork backside 1080 into the double back 12, double grab on that. Frontside triple cork 1440, he puts it down. Into the cab double cork 1080.
9 to 12 here? Yes.
9 to 12, little bobble.
So close.
He rode it out, little bit of a bobble. That was the best run I've seen from Jake Pates here in Aspen.
That is the best run I've ever seen Jake Pates land in his entire life. And to put it down in the final, this is where that strategy came in that you, T-Bird and Ed, you were talking about. Stronger wall, able to put a run down.
But how much of a deduction are we looking at?
Well, take a look. It's a hard edge, but it's not going to be more than a couple points because everything else is so on point. It's the final hit, and he doesn't put anything to the ground. It's just a hard edge out.
Okay, we'd seen an 89 for Jake's previously, and we're using a different judging scale today for finals, but this could be worth high 80s.
I need to see this last hit. I gotta get a slow-mo replay of this landing in this ride out.
He missed the. Oh, he did get the grab in the end.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, a little bit of a hand down there, but it's not. It's going to be close. It's really going to depend on what the judges see that as holding his weight up, or if it's a compression hit and he's still on his board for how much that would be deducted.
There's daylight under the tail and he's on his elbow. I don't think it bodes well for him, but we'll see. Cam has struggled to land a run.
That's what I was going to say. Don't forget, Cam still has to land a pretty solid run.
And there is no way he's going to throttle back here. He wants that run we just saw, but he's got to drop in on this weaker wall. So the last time we saw him in semis doing this, he started with the double alley-oop.
Yep.
And this thing is outrageous. The distance he travels down the pipe, it's almost a tennis court in length. So Cam took his time there, settling himself.
Cam Melville Ives dropping in, trying to get third place here at event 3 of the Snow League Aspen. Double alley-oop backside rodeo into the backside 12.
Best one he's done today.
There's the front side triple cork 1440, puts it down. Switch alley-oop double backside rodeo.
This is going to be
2 execution errors, 1 for each rider.
The thing I think that comes in here, a little bit less of an issue for Cam coming out of that trick, but he loses amplitude on his 5th hit.
But he still got the double. He didn't back away from it. He could easily have gone single on that switch double alley-oop.
Where Jake may have him is that Jake's was on the last hit. He did not need to go into another trick, so his amplitude stayed up the entire way through. Both of their difficulties so high in these runs.
Jake's next trick was not predicated by the landing.
Exactly. He still got the switch double alley-oop rodeo, but the amplitude is what was.
You've got 2 alley-oops and no switch backside spin for Cam though. Even though it's a forwards alley-oop and a switch alley-oop, the hands aren't on the floor.
I think he did get a little bit of a butt check there, so similar to Maddie Mastro in stop 1.
And he's got a handful of his thigh as well.
Puts it down and the amplitude's lower, so this is I'm glad to be in the broadcast booth and not in the judges booth right now.
I love the fact that his last trick's in there as well. That claim for the judges, letting them know. Very, very close one. Watch that scoreboard down in the bottom left-hand corner.
I'm edging this one for Jake, I think.
Very rare you hear a judge of Connor's caliber put his reputation on the line like that. This is a big shout. So if Cam Melville Ives takes this, they will go straight back up to the top, and the deciding run will come in before the finals between Yuto Totsuka and Raisei Yamada. But the judges taking their time on this one. We always say, the longer they take, the better the news. But in a head-to-head format, it's always bad news for someone.
And they are just comparing those instabilities right now, talking about which one was a little bit worse, but then what also affected the rest of the run, like we were talking about, the lower amplitude on the 5th hit for Cam.
Cam Melville takes it by 3.5 points. They will go to a deciding run. So Jake Pates and Cam Melville Ives locked on 1 run each. Sandy McDonald there, enjoying himself.
So I got to put that one down. Like you were saying, the 2 alley-oops, even though they're switch and forward, that's 2 different rotations, adding a little bit more variety than Jake had in his run. So I think that might be what got Cam just above to force that 3rd run.
So Connor, just to give the audience a little insight into the judges booth, they're stenoing, right? They're taking notes every single hit. What is the conversation like in a situation like what we just saw? Is it a bit of a panel?
It's a full panel. So you have 6 scoring judges in there with a head judge who's kind of watching over scores, making sure everyone's in the same range and on the same scoring of their points. So what they're talking about is someone may have thought that Jake's instability wasn't as bad as maybe Cam's was on his 4th hit, and they're talking that over. And when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, you're there as a judge. You're subjectively putting in what you think it should be, and sometimes you've got to put in your score and just let the math work. Otherwise, you'd be sitting there, we could be talking about who was better all day long. Sometimes you just got to put that score in, let the math do the work.
Okay, one question here. It's my first go at this. Can they each choose which wall they drop in on?
Yes.
Right, so we're going to see strongest wall versus strongest wall. I do think that plays towards Cam Melville-Ives on this 3rd and final run.
I think it does with the difficulty Cam was showing on his stronger wall. But again, we saw his stronger run in the 1st run. He wasn't able to put that triple down at the bottom, so there is always that chance. We'll see as we get to it.
Okay, we're going to take a little look now at the slow-mos of both of those instabilities so we can compare and contrast them. So Jake coming in on that, I think it was frontside 1260, wasn't it?
Yep.
And then Cam Melville-Ives dropping just the landing of his last triple cork. So this is the front 12 from Jake.
There's the forearm down right there.
Yep. And it was a bounce.
It does look like that held his weight.
Yep.
That was not just a bounce off the snow.
And another thing that I totally forgot about on Jake's, remember we were talking about him just missing that grab and getting it a little bit late. That's an execution.
So is this a butt check or does he hold it up? I don't think there's any way.
That's so close, but yeah.
I think he holds it up.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
That kid's been doing his squats.
This far, baby.
I want to see Jake one more time. I think what it came down to with Jake is he actually put weight on it. It held his body up.
Yeah, you can see
slightly.
Yeah, you could actually see the skid of snow fly out from under his forearm.
Whereas kind of Cam made it out on his own power.
Okay, these two absolutely exhausted, being sent for a final 3rd run right at the end of this day. And all the while, Yuto Totsuka and Raisa Yamada sat up there waiting to drop.
We were going for round 3 for 1 and 2.
Yeah, that would have been insane.
So Jake Pates will have the final say. Cam Melville-Ives will be dropping first.
Oh, what about?
Like, you know, now.
Talk about a pressure cooker for Cam Melville-Ives.
The one thing this kid has in an almost infinite source is energy. And I would say, at 19 years old, I'm starting to think that this could be his time. He could put this down. Like you can see he's still smiling, he's still full of beans. Although you've got all of that adrenaline, the energy that you get from home snow for Jake Pates here. Mitch Brown talking about that front shoulder on the 14. Get that down, get it into the transition.
Yeah, good luck, boss.
You got this.
Camaraderie up here. Cam Melville-Ives, the meet in the first ever and all Antipodean podium sandwich at the LAAX Open this year. He was flanked by Scotty James took first, Cam Melville-Ives in second, and Valentino Gazzelli in third.
That's right.
I think it's not just park and pipe. It was across absolutely every World Cup ever. So, sign that the Australians and the Kiwis are coming in the pipe.
There's so much talent coming out of those two places.
1 run each. This is the decider for 3rd place. Cam Melville-Ives and Jake Pates going toe-to-toe in a fantastic battle, a proper dogfight out here in the skies over buttermilk. Blood flow successfully cut off. Love that. His assistant just hands it.
I mean, this right here speaks to what a marathon one single Snow League event is. It's so much half-pipe riding.
All day qualifying yesterday, and then all day riding today. Little bump from Mitch Brown. Cam Melville-Ives visualizing this run. 99% sure he's going to kick off with this cab triple cork 1440.
And then when he combos that into as well, the alley-oop double rodeo is just such an incredible combo if he's able to put both of those down.
But the alley-oop double rodeo is what he's been having a little bit of trouble on here on that icier wall. And he's ready, and we are on. Cam Melville Ives dropping in switch. Cab triple cork 1440.
Squats it out.
Into the alley-oop double backside rodeo. And then the backside double 12. There's the frontside 1440 triple, and he cannot put it down when it matters most. And he knows it.
Every time he's had the opportunity, he's been unable to turn the screw and apply the pressure to his opponent. He's left the door open each time, and he knows it. But still just 19 years old. Everything is experience right now.
And this isn't the end. Jake still has to put down a run. So falling on that fourth and final hit there, going absolutely massive. He had a little bit of an instability here on the upper landing.
Yeah, and that can
under-rotated.
affect every single hit moving forward.
It's a domino effect down the pipe, isn't it? It's. I think in all of the snowboarding disciplines, pipe, big air, slope, it's one of the biggest issues that you have to mature into is letting a trick go and then resetting for the next trick.
Because there's such little time before you're up in the air on your next hit.
And he did have, I noticed on that backside 12, he went absolutely massive, but a little under-rotated, so lost a little bit of speed, and that tiny bit of speed could have been what he needed there for that triple 14.
And again, though, we saw Mitch Brown talking to him about it up at the top. You talked about it, T-Bird. That leading shoulder as you come into the transition, you need to get it down.
Does this like do it?
And that's what undid him, as you said, Connor. Maybe a touch, too little amplitude, bit too backseat as he came into the pipe on that fourth hit.
This is the only sweat that counts.
Now, Jake Pates came into this event off the back of an 8th in Milan Cortina at the Winter Olympics. His confidence growing with every run there. Snuck into the finals in 12th place. Last man to qualify for finals. And yet here, his confidence building. He now finds himself with a spot on the podium within reach. All he has to do is put this run down. And there will be an American on the podium here in Aspen.
Trick, we good?
There was purpose as he set off.
Jake Pates dropping in. First hit backside wall. There's the double Michael Chuck. Into the front side, double cork 1080. He's got to put one to his feet. Cab double cork 1080. Into the front side 900. Okay, so holding back just a little bit into the backside 900. Clean, big, held his grabs, put it to his feet.
Brilliant tactical riding, Connor.
Same exact thing we saw him do in the first run where Cam dropped in first, fell on the 14, and Jake puts down the same run, knowing what he needed to do to get in there. So I think we'll see Jake in that third place position, taking home the bronze.
And what a story, if that is the case.
That double Michael Chuck is one of the best ones in the business. Trailing arm wide out there, grabbed all the way through. Getting the grab all the way through the double 10. 10 to 10 combo. And this is where he slowed it down. Usually we see the 12 to 12. He just goes 9 to 9, knowing that he doesn't need to take the risk.
You could literally see a little speed check, right? Dump a little bit of speed, keep it at 9, stay on your feet.
So scores are in. It is a 62.7 for Jake Pates ahead of Cam Melville's 49.7. Confirmation that the Coloradan will take third place on the podium. It is a huge result for him. Wow. And let's not diminish the achievement of Cam Melville's either. Now talking to Jake Pates now.
All right, congratulations, Jake. A third place finish in your first ever Snow League event. How does that sound?
My mind is blown. This is so amazing, and today was not an easy day. This is a lot of snowboarding. I was definitely joking around before this, saying I should have worked on my cardio a bit more. But man, I'm so grateful to be here. Crowd's been insane, and yeah, it's just been such a wild ride. The boys are ripping, so I'm really happy to end up on the podium and just be here. This is great. So.
And what do you think about the format and the ability to put in so many runs in one day?
Honestly, I really love it. I think it's really fun. It adds a bunch of strategy, adds a bunch of different variables into this. So you got to be thinking, and you got to be boarding.
And your joy, your confidence since the Olympics, how much has that grown?
It's grown a lot. It's been a wild ride just for me to get back on my board this year, and I'm really grateful. So. Thank you. Yeah.
Congratulations, Jake.
Thank you so much.
So good to hear. Like, there was so much competition for that Olympic spot for Jake Pates, but he built that confidence, he built the run, and as you said, Connor, we saw in that second run, one of the best runs we've ever seen from Jake Pates.
Yeah, putting down something I've never seen him put down in a full run. Unfortunately, just that little hand touch right there, not able to take it out in 2, but it was great to see both these guys take another third run.
Okay, so on the leaderboard, Ryusei Yamada is the leader. He has a 29 from that single hit. If he can land his best run here, he could take the 2026 Aspen Snow League title. But it is a huge ask when currently the best snowboarder in the world is going to drop straight after you. So Ryusei Yamada needs to make a statement here.
Is there any chance they've decided on another one-hitter?
No.
All right.
I'm going to go out on a limb.
Ryusei Yamada dropping in switch. Huge switch McTwist to start things off. Into the cab 1440. Into the front side 1440. There's the switch alley-oop double backside rodeo. And he goes down.
Well, there's a part of you that's disappointed and there's another part of you that's really excited because we just got another run of finals. Almost certainly, I say that. That was a really interesting choice from Ryusei there. He had either wall to drop in on.
Well, no, because they dropped in on the other side of the wall to drop in for the switch double alley-oop, so they both have to drop in on that left side wall now.
And we know what's fascinating, the run that Yuto used to dominate all of the pipe scene in 2021-22, he was dropping in with switch backside 12s on that wall. So it's not a weak wall for him.
There's that switch alley-oop double backside rodeo, not quite getting it all the way around.
And having just done it as a single hit and won. Yuto's reaction up at the top of the pipe. I need Naoka for that. Pretty sure he said, now I'm in trouble.
Can Yuto push it to a third run?
Just gonna say this, he stood on the same side of the pipe to drop in.
That is?
He's gonna drop in same wall.
That is very true. This may end up going for Ryusei.
That might be, he may have missed the boat here with this run if he hasn't thought about this.
Cab double cork 1080 to frontside double cork 1080.
This may be a
switch alley-oop backside rodeo into the switch double back 10.
Oh, switch backside in there. No, it's not. It's normal. Well, it may not be. If you double faulted on your run.
Yeah, we'll have to see what goes on here. Because that was dropping in from the same side.
I've just had it through from the judges. Do you remember at the top of his run? He rode in on the other wall and then popped out.
Oh, yes.
He dropped in on his first run. He dropped in and then popped out.
That is true.
Even, like, this is next level brains. Like, Yuto absolutely bossing this format right now. He's played us, well, he's played me for a chump.
Me for a chump as well. We were all saying that. But yeah.
Very, very smart. And what it means, we now get, after a great display of snowboarding from both of them, we now get a single run showdown.
On their best wall.
One run for all of it.
Woohoo! Yuto's out here playing 4D chess.
Yeah, he's about 4 steps ahead of all of us. Love that. So, both Rose and Yuto up the top. We'll take the scores, and we'll be blasting up the top on the snowmobiles. So 52, 32. So it's one apiece. A little bit of foreplay from the boys there. And now we get down to business. Kaishu Hirano just on the fence there, talking through them. Now these two absolutely love this prospect. This is when this format works perfectly. Come down to this third decider run. Both athletes can throw their best runs down. And it will be Yuto who drops first, I believe.
It will be. Yusei will have the final say as they hop on the snowmobiles, head back up to the top. What a mind bender of a final.
Okay, we can take a look now as well. We've got Yuto's first run. So if you're unsure what we're talking about, the technicality, so Yuto, so smart, drops in on the rider's left-hand wall and then just pops out on this one.
That's right. Wow.
So brilliant, and then drops in for his single hit. So he hasn't changed the score at all with that, but he's given himself his strongest run for that second run. Despite them agreeing that very friendly first hit, that was a very sneaky thing to do. So both riders back up to the top. Plenty of time for this 19-year-old to think he's shown wisdom way beyond his years, both through qualifying when he came through as the #1 seed and today in the quarterfinals and the semi-finals. He's got some great results. Took third at Snow League in China at the end of last year. Took 5th here in Aspen last year. So no matter what happens, it will be Yusei's best result here at Snow League. Yuto, meanwhile, continues his perfect record of making every single Snow League final that he has entered. Breezed through quarters and semis here in Aspen last year and in China at the Yunding Park. Good vibes up at the top. Do you think they're having, that sounded like the one-hit conversation again.
Yeah.
That would be absolutely wild if it came down to that.
Connor, if it comes down to a full pull, they don't do the one-hitter, right? Knowing that Yuto is dropping first, what do you expect to see from Yuto Totsuka?
I expect to see the run we saw get up into the 90s from him with the 14s, the double 14, the triple 14. He's got the switch alley-oop double rodeo.
He does have, we've only seen it once in competition, but he does have that frontside double cork 16 that he could upgrade his 12 from. It is on the shady wall, but do you think this pipe is ready for it?
Yes, I do.
I think the pipe is ready for it. It's where it's going to fall in his run down at the bottom. And then we've seen so many riders on that lower section of the pipe have issues on the lower portion of that frontside wall.
Yeah. Okay, we can take a quick look back as these guys get ready at the highlights from run 1. So these were the single hits. A tacit agreement between the riders just to do the same trick, a single hit at the bottom of the pipe.
Switch alley-oop, double backside rodeo. That's Yuto Totsuka right there. There's a little instability in that landing.
Yeah, landing
Here's
heavy
Yusei.
on his heels as we see Yusei drop in for the same trick. Both these athletes getting incredible amplitude on that trick, dropping into it, but as we watch the landing here, sliding away much cleaner than Yuto Totsuka. 7-point difference.
Do you see the way that Ryusei rode into that? He looked like an eagle spying up a salmon in a waterfall.
Snatching it out of the water.
He was hunting. Okay, these are second runs now. So that beautiful switch McTwist to open from Ryusei.
Into
Cap
the
double 14, yeah.
Front
Right.
14. And this is where he went for the switch alley-oop rodeo and just did not have the pop. Looked like he lost a little bit of speed out of that 14. Here's Yuto. And this was just to play it safe run. He had already seen Ryusei fall, so he goes double 10, double 10.
But look at his amplitude when he's safe. It's unbelievable.
That is one of my favorite looking tricks right there from Yuto Totsuka. The switch alley-oop single rodeo, getting the nose grab, switch nose grab there.
And the switch backside 10. He's got that on rails down at the bottom there. Okay, both riders back up at the top and ready. It all comes down to this. Snow League Aspen 2026. Yuto Totsuka versus Ryusei Yamada. Totsuka will drop first. He is the newly minted Olympic champion from Milano Cortina. And he has the chance here to cement his dominance on the 2026 halfpipe season. He won't be out of sight, he won't be uncatchable, but the Snow League Championship that will be decided in a couple of weeks' time in LAAX, Switzerland, will be much, much easier if he can take the 100 points for the win here. Will need to be something very, very special though.
And actually, if Ryusei is able to take the win here, he'll get an extra 5 points towards going after Yuto.
This is what it's all about. For all the glory, Yuto Totsuka. Cab 14. Into the front side 14, and he goes down on
He was going
second
16.
hit.
I think he was going 16 there. Because he had his back turned to the landing. His shoulders were going through the rotation.
On the second hit, Yuto goes down Ryusei Yamada.
Do you know what that is? That is the ultimate compliment for Ryusei. He knew what Ryusei was capable of, and he thought, I can't leave this to chance. I need this 16 here. Take another look at it.
There's the switch double 14. You see he has a little bit of an issue on the landing here. Lands on the deck and is able to pump out of it. So maybe throwing him off his line into this, going for the double, getting the truck driver. We'll see what happens here as he comes around.
5, 9, 12.
14. Oh, it looks like he was going 14, just landed on the deck.
Just disaster land, getting the lip between his feet. He did so well to soak that up. And now it's not done. It's not over yet. Ryusei Yamada has to make it down. You'd have to say, on the strength of what we've seen from this lad so far today, it shouldn't be a problem for him. Just one last run, and he will have claimed his maiden Snow League victory. And as you said, Connor, 105 points. It is a huge statement for the 19-year-old. Talked about him breaking the mold of Japanese pipe riding. Such an incredibly eclectic bag of tricks.
For the win, Yusei Yamada, switch McTwist, 18 feet out, into the cab 1440, and the front side 1440. Switch alley-oop double backside rodeo, and he goes down, clipping the lip of the pipe.
unbelievably casual up until that point, though.
So casual, and he got more hits in than Yuto did before he fell.
Oh, and that is heartbreak for the young Japanese rider. So the medical team making their way up to him now, but he's back up on his feet.
And that one was all for the viewers. He did not need those tricks. He was going for them to put on a show. He wanted to showcase the highest level of snowboarding. So both athletes falling on their third run. But I think Ryusei might edge him with just a few more landed tricks than Yuto had.
But it's worth talking about this. Ryusei, from quarters, semis and finals, did 3 runs. He got pushed to the decider in every single round. He's done 9 runs today instead of that minimum 6. That is a huge, even for an FFS 19-year-old, that is a huge ask.
In a normal competition, the most you're going to do in a day is about 3 total runs for a final. Otherwise, it's 2 runs, and you've got your practice runs and everything. These athletes are doing practice runs.
It's given the helmet a good whack there as well. so pleased to see Ryusei up and smiling after that slam. Never ever want to see that. Saw a couple of big ones yesterday, Ayumu Hirano and Shuichiro Shigeno. So maybe not the victory lap he was looking for, but we will get judges' scores on these. So Ryusei Yamada, confirmation, 40 points for his last run, over 18.5 from Yuto Totsuka. And ultimately, you've got to say, this final decided by those first run tricks.
Absolutely, yes.
It really was.
Okay, let's send it down to Naoko, who is with Ryusei Yamada now.
Wow, another tremendous final between Ryusei Yamada and Yuto Totsuka. またとてもすごい戦いを見せてくれました。印象はどういう感じですか？
いやでも悔しいですね。最後決めきれなかったのが、ユウト君転んでも絶対ルーティンやろうって思ってたので、悔しさが一番ですね。
He's a little bit taken aback by the fact that he wasn't able to complete that run. He saw Yuto fall, but he said, listen, I'm going to go with my run no matter what. So there's a part of him who wants that back. 今回の経験はいかがでしたか？
でもなんか1対1だったからこその戦いだったのかなと思って、これからのスイスもまた楽しんで滑れたらいいかなと思います。
He's looking forward to more competitions like this, the one-on-one format, and also being able to enjoy the competition. We got to ask him about the one trick, one hit run here. ユウト君との一発で決めるラン、それについてちょっと一言お願いします。
今シーズンの中国でもう同じことやって。ユウト君に負けてたんで、今回リベンジできてよかったです。
He said we did the same thing in China, and because Yuto won that one, he was happy to be able to avenge that loss and get the win here today. Snow League, first ever championship for you in this event. You know, how does that sum up sort of your experience so far, and just how you feel about that? 勝利について一言。
いやでもどうだろうな、ショーン・ホワイトの開催しているこのスノーリーグで、初勝利できたってことはすごい嬉しく思いますね。
He's so happy that he was able to get his first win, first victory here in an event that was created by Shawn White. So congratulations, おめでとうございます。
Thank you.
So, our winner of Aspen Snow League 2026. Ryusei Yamada. Let's take a look back at his run. So this incredible.
Picture perfect 1440. You see where he lands at the top of the transition.
Back-to-back 14s like nothing. Oh. And it still jolts, even on the replay when you know what's coming.
So on the second run, we saw him a little under-rotated, a little farther into the pipe. He may have just been making adjustments and just not popping as much on it. And also that wall's deteriorating. We're late in the day. It's super soft. If that edge digs in and sends you out over the deck like that, that's what'll happen.
Did so well to get up from that. Smashed his helmet. So we're getting the wreath presentation down at the bottom of the pipe here. The entire crowd assembled now around the event village. I can promise you that party is going to kick off the moment those wreaths have been placed. It has been a long day of riding here. All of these riders, all of the crew, ready to let loose and celebrate an incredible day of snowboarding. Let's take a look at the overall standings now after this third event of 4. So Ayumu Hirano slipping out of second. Taking its place is Ryusei Yamada. He moves up into second. Yuto Totsuka with that 270 points, looking imperious. It will mean that it's probably got to go out in the quarterfinals in LAAX to give anyone else a shot. But if today has taught us anything, it's that we have so much strength and depth in both men's and women's halfpipe riding at the moment. So Jake Pates taking the wreath for third place on home snow here in Colorado. Yuto Totsuka taking second, his second of the season. But with his first win at Snow League, straight off the back of a bronze in Milan Cortina at the Olympics, it is the 19-year-old Japanese rider, Yusei Yamada.
And what a win for Yusei Yamada to come out of the Olympics with a bronze medal and solidify yourself as one of the best halfpipe athletes on planet Earth. I'm stoked for him.
Phenomenal achievement. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we'll be rounding up what we've seen here today and looking forward to the LAAX finale of Snow League 2026. This man, Yusei Yamada, will be in action, going toe-to-toe again with Yuto Totsuka. And take a breath. Jake Pates, Yuto Totsuka, and Yusei Yamada. Your podium here at the Men's Snow League in Aspen 2026. And we can't leave you without just recapping that Jeep Biggest Air Award from the day. The badge that changes hands to whoever has done the biggest air for the day. And it belongs to second place. Came on his second run in the semi-finals. 19 feet 2 inches. Absolutely monstrous from Yuto Totsuka. Your jaw was on the floor for this one.
It's absolutely massive, and the trick that he went 19 feet out of, it wasn't a straight air. We saw Kaishu Hirano, of course, go up into the stratosphere on a backside air. To do that on that trick is unbelievable.
Gentlemen, Gus Kenworthy, Nick Gepper, welcome to the studio. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for having us.
Doing great.
How do you feel about that 19.2 feet? Keen to have a stab at it in LAAX?
I'm keen to have a stab at it. I think that sets a pretty high standard, but, you know, skiers are here to put up a fight.
I feel like you guys have got a little bit more purchase in the flat bottom as well, Tal.
Yeah, I like that word, purchase. I think we do, but it's always impressive when the snowboarders land a big triple like that on one edge, and I can't fathom doing that.
What is the amplitude level for you both where the heart starts kind of beating a little bit faster? What's that threshold?
I guess it kind of depends on the trick, but I would say anything getting past 12 feet starts to get a little scary, definitely get the heart going.
It's like a foot or two for me, just to put it in perspective. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier. I actually managed, the last run I did through the LAAX pipe, I got 14 hits. So that tells you everything you need to know. But more importantly, I think let's look at Snow League, not necessarily from a ski or a snowboard perspective. You guys have got enough silverware that if we melted it down, we could probably start a jewelry shop. You have done so much competition. You're both in Milan for the Olympics. What do you make of the Snow League format? How does it sit with that more traditional competition format?
I think it's super exciting. I mean, it changes up the way that you approach it. Normally at a contest, it's your best run count, so you're kind of trying to just put that one run down. And here, obviously, you still want to have that super strong performance, that technical run, but you also have to kind of factor in the fact that if you go too hard and maybe have a mistake or a fall and you're dropping before the other person, they have an easy time to just land a simple run and beat you. And so it's a bit of a game of strategy of like, what am I going to land right now that's still technical, especially when you're dropping first, and then if the other person goes first and they fall, you have that kind of benefit of knowing that you can maybe take it back a little bit. But I think it's exciting, and dropping both walls too changes it up. So it's something different.
Nick?
Yeah, and it's really, really physical because most contests we do, it's a 2-run qualifier, 3-run final. And this format is run, run, run to the next round, run, run, run to the next round, run, run. And so there's so much skiing and riding that it's tremendously physical. We found that out in China. And I remember at the end of the day, you know, after semifinals and finals, I was exhausted. And so, you know, it really makes us, it turns us into real athletes, is what I'm saying, is, you know, the aerobic capacity really starts to matter.
Jay Pate said that in one of the interviews today. He's like, I skipped cardio day. It was a mistake.
Yeah. It's crazy. Also, you're getting laps on snowmobiles, so there's not like a long chairlift ride to reset in between runs. You're like going, and then you're going again, and then you're going again. And if your rounds are going to the third run, you're doing like 9 contest runs in a day, full pull. Like, we don't ever do that.
And we saw, T-Bird, we saw that strategy crack today. Yep. Yuto Totsuka dropped in. They agreed to do their single hit run, but Yuto purposely dropped in on the left wall and then popped out. So he left himself open to his strongest wall drop-in for the final run. Before we get into that, though, let's take a look at the overall championship standings after one event. So Brendan McKay up top there, Luke Harold in second, Gus third place, just ahead of Nick. I mean, how does this, does that even factor into what you're thinking ahead of LAAX, or?
I think there's a little bit of tactics during the seeding rounds. I know in China, before the contest started, we were wondering who we were going to be matched up against in the quarters and like how that all worked out. And so I think it does kind of matter. Like, for example, if Gus and I go against each other in the first round, then, you know, we have that round to decide, you know, those points, which will likely bump us, you know, 3 or 4, maybe higher. So versus if we meet each other in the later rounds, it could make a different, you know, difference. So, you know, you know, the maths, but also I think if you just focus on your riding and land your runs and run your race, then that's the best thing you can do.
And how familiar are both of you with the pipe at LAAX? And if so, how iconic that half pipe is in our culture?
I'm excited. I've competed in slopestyle at LAAX. I've never competed in the pipe there. We don't really have a ski contest there until now. And I actually just was there before the Olympics for the first time ever in their pipe, and it's running well. So it's going to be a good one. I
commentate on the night pipe final there for the Open, and I get to travel around. We do Schladming night slalom, the ski race. We do Kitzbühel, the downhill, and the atmosphere there under the lights in front of an educated crowd. That is something really special.
Yes, it is. It's really steep, and I love that term you just used because the culture in LAAX really suits, you know, ski, snowboard, action sports. Kind of got that vibe, and it's really special to ski in front of a bunch of people who know what we're doing. They know what the tricks are. They watch the videos. They see the posts, and you know, there's so many fans that know exactly who we are in LAAX.
Okay, one quick question before we let you go and get back out on that VIP deck. How's the hip after Milan?
It's good. It's good. Actually, it's a little bit lower. It's a knee, slight MCL sprain. So I had a big crash in the games a week ago, and doing a bit of rehab, and I'm hoping to be back strong here in a couple of weeks, right in time for LAAX. So, knock on wood.
And okay. Final question: y'all were out there watching the live thing. We're in here watching it on screens. Describe the energy and the atmosphere at the bottom of that pipe.
The energy is insane. I mean, it's exciting to have a really big crowd here. Like, Buttermilk really showed up. And so there was a lot of excitement. Also, just the format, I feel like, is fun for spectators. It's like sometimes you don't know what you're watching at a regular contest, but here, like, you can understand it's this person versus this person, and someone's going to win. And I feel like that makes an exciting energy and an exciting atmosphere for sure.
Brilliant. Nick, Gus, thank you so much.
Thank you.
T-Bird, today it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for all of your wisdom.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're going to say goodbye to you now. We'll say thank you to all of the crew out there making this happen. We say thank you to all of the TV broadcasters, most of all the athletes. The next time we see you will be 19th to the 21st of March. That is 3 weeks' time. It will be the showdown of both the snowboarding and the free skiing in the world's biggest halfpipe. Thank you all so much for joining us here. It's been an epic day of action here at Buttermilk Mountain in Aspen. We'll see you next time on Snow League in LAAX.